to the whoop-de-wop.
You know, drifting off and getting
We're
away from
going to
that.
keep going over it, and I'm going to keep twisting your words
Whoop-de-wop.
to remind everybody
Oh
we
my
don't owe
God.
white people. We do not owe white people
Whoop-de-wop.
shit.
It's a place.
I run the risk,
Whoop-de-wop.
and it's not my channel, so I will just drop this fucking link.
Just curious. You know
Yo,
who's your
yo, hand me the whoop-de-wop.
Well, I know it's an Indiana
Yo,
thing.
yo, you got
Yeah,
some
but do
money?
you know
We're
what
going
Hoosier
to the
is?
whoop-de-wop.
I actually don't.
Okay.
Yo,
got
we
something to
hit
do with
those.
things.
Throw some cool
And
whoop-de-wops.
from a Hoosier, you're going to get certain things that are going to happen. And
Well, I
walk
do
down
know
the
at one
coast,
point
though, go
Indiana
grab that
was
shit
like the
right quick.
center of the
She
Klan.
was like, cool. And she already know to get my dough. So,
Now, where were we? Picking right on up where we left off, going into the next book. The next book is called White Flight, Atlanta and the Making of Modern Conservatism by Dr. Kevin Kruse, who is a professor of history at Princeton University. Now, this next book is important because it picks up from where we left off in 1945 with Black Metropolis. And it brings us smoothly into the Civil Rights era, which was a major pivotal point for America in general. Now, White Flight is a great book to segue into this era because it places us directly into the scene with a lot of firsthand accounts. And it does something that most books on this topic don't do, which is provide the perspectives of both the blacks and the whites, who in most instances stood for opposing causes. So we get a chance to see why both of them did what they did and acted the way they acted. Okay. Now, surprisingly, Atlanta was a city that projected itself as progressive for nearly 2 decades prior to the 1960s civil rights era. They presented to the world an image of blacks and whites coexisting in peace, getting along together, and progressing economically. So much so that William Hartsfield thought it necessary to coin the phrase Atlanta, the city too busy to hate. And apparently that was the case as long as Negroes remained in their place and played by the rules. Now, when Negroes did otherwise, then inconsistencies in that motto began to show up. For example, as we open up the book, Dr. Kruse in his introduction details an occasion that took place in Peyton Forest. And this is where some blacks were leaving the black area to move to the white Peyton Forest neighborhood. And whites resisted. Indeed, by the end of July 1963, all but 15 white families had sold their homes to black buyers and abandoned the neighborhood, which has been the typical response by whites when Negroes move too close. And it was a required response for many of them if they wanted to maintain their superiority story. It's hard to keep the narrative alive if people that they're supposed to be superior to live right next to them and have access to the same things. So a distance had to be created. One way they maintained that distance was to move out of the neighborhood when Negroes arrived. They were not simply fleeing Peyton Forest, Copeland pointed out, but the city itself.
We are trying to find some area outside the city limits where we can buy homes and get away from the problem
of desegregation, he noted.
Everybody I know is definitely leaving the city of Atlanta.
The problem in their mind was that they didn't want to live around Negroes. They genuinely did not want to do that. When you understand their mentality from their perspective, living next to Negroes was a major breach to the social code imagined by them. For a white to say that they lived in a black or colored neighborhood, that was perceived as a major downgrade and an unfortunate situation. So when blacks moved in, that very movement created an external pressure that interacted with the beliefs and values that made up the original white consciousness. And the pressure from that situation had a highly influential effect on their decision to leave. It didn't cause them to leave, but it had enough impact to make the decision to leave more appealing than staying. The Peyton Wall incident, as famous as it was fleeting, was only the most public eruption of the much larger phenomenon of white flight. That year alone, the beleaguered mayor noted, City Hall had been confronted with 52 separate cases of racial transition, incidents in which whites fled from neighborhoods as blacks bought homes there. So this was a widespread repeating pattern. And it's important to know that it wasn't just Atlanta that this happened in. It happened in every major city where this black and white dynamic occurred. And what this shows us is that we're dealing with a mental entity that emerged inside the physical vessel and is constructed uniformly based on similar beliefs, stories, and values that interact and intertwine in such a way to create this self-preserving entity, which reacts similarly across the board all around the United States. Because it's not as if all the whites got together in some football huddle and made some grand plan to move from the city into the suburbs once blacks arrived. That's not what happened. That same psychic organism emerged within each of them, and it influenced them to act in similar ways, regardless if they were in Los Angeles, Detroit, Chicago, or Atlanta. And although the information never appeared in Atlanta's positive press coverage, a steady stream of white flight had in fact been underway for nearly a decade. During the 5 years before the 1962 Peyton Forest Panic, for instance, nearly 30,000 whites had abandoned the city. They weren't playing games. We know that moving for most people is perceived as an inconvenience because it takes a lot of resources and a lot of planning, which means the reason for moving has to outweigh the comfort of staying. For many whites to leave the city, it shows us that blacks moving into the area was a strong enough reason for them to make a move. So this here was not a joke at all. They really believed in being separate from blacks at all costs. It was a top priority in their mental worldview. Afterward, the numbers only grew larger. In 1960, the total white population of Atlanta stood at barely more than 300,000. Over the course of that decade, roughly 60,000 whites fled from Atlanta. During the 1970s, another 100,000 would leave as well. The city too busy to hate, the skeptics noted, had become the city too busy moving to hate. It's getting good. While many have assumed that white flight was little more than a literal movement of the white population, this book argues that it represented a much more important transformation in the political ideology of those involved. Remember I told you about that mental organism? Well, it has a drive to survive. And in doing so, it can influence the person to adjust in order to protect it. That's the transformation of political ideology Dr. Cruz is talking about here. The whites would eventually change their language and their approach, and they would do it in such a way to conceal the white supremacy instead of plainly voicing it out as they had done previously. That was the adjustment made for that mental entity to keep itself alive. Because ideas, just like biological organisms, display this self-preserving tendency. Because of their confrontation with the civil rights movement, white Southern conservatives were forced to abandon their traditional, populist, and often starkly racist demagoguery and instead craft a new conservatism predicated on a language of rights, freedoms, and individualism. You hear that? Now, why did they have to abandon the old ways of being blunt and direct about their prejudice? Because the times had changed. If they would have continued voicing it in the old way, then they would have appeared to the rest of the world as people stuck in the past. So, to preserve their self-image and at the same time produced the same intended effect, they simply changed the way they spoke, which concealed the real intent. It's like a cover, a blanket. So on the surface, it was presented as rights, freedoms, and individualism. But beneath the surface, under the cover, it was preserving white over black hierarchy, keeping Negroes in their place, and maintaining the power structure. This modern conservatism proved to be both subtler and stronger than the politics that preceded it, and helped Southern conservatives dominate the Republican Party, and through it, national politics as well. White flight in the end was more than a physical relocation. It was a political revolution. Come on with it. This study, however, argues that white resistance to desegregation was never as immobile or monolithic as its practitioners and chroniclers would have us believe. Indeed, segregationists could be incredibly innovative in the strategies and tactics they used to confront the civil rights movement. That's the adjustments and pivots they made, which was necessary because the civil rights movement gave a body to an opposing consciousness emerging within the human psyche. So to deal with it, the white supremacy consciousness had to adjust, lest it be utterly wiped off the face of the earth. In recent work on the late 19th and early 20th century South, several historians have argued that the system of racial segregation was never a fixed entity, but rather a fluid relationship in which blacks and whites constantly adjusted to meet changing circumstances. If the Southern system of racial subjugation is understood as responsive to change during its era of dominance, it naturally follows that segregationist ideology and strategy did not remain inert when the system confronted, in the form of the civil rights movement, a threat to its very existence. That's what we just talked about. The ideologies didn't stay still, but instead they adjusted. We know that time keeps moving. So when forms, ideas, bodies, and anything else in the realm of existence interacts with time, they're always under some pressure to change. And those that can properly adjust under the pressure of change are those that survive the longest. What we see here with the white supremacy ideology is that adjustment to stay alive with the changing time. And, as this story makes clear, the original goals of massive resistance were, in fact, frequently revisited and revised as the struggle to defend the Southern way of life stretched on. What's the Southern way of life? It's those known as whites at the top and those identified as Negroes at the bottom. While national politicians waged a reactionary struggle in the courts and Congress to preserve the old system of de jure segregation, those at the local level were discovering a number of ways in which they could preserve and, indeed, perfect the realities of racial segregation outside the realm of law and politics. Ultimately, the mass migration of whites from cities to the suburbs proved to be the most successful segregationist response to the moral demands of the civil rights movement and the legal authority of the courts. Moving to the suburbs was one of the clean ways they discovered to create that distance. The distance needed to keep the supremacy alive. And clean it was. It was a clean move. Although the suburbs were just as segregated as the city, and truthfully, often more so, white residents succeeded in convincing the courts, the nation, and even themselves that this phenomenon represented de facto segregation, something that stemmed not from the race-conscious actions of residents, but instead from less offensive issues like class stratification and post-war sprawl. That was the cover-up. Remember, blunt and direct speech on this topic at that time was becoming a point of contention. So the idea was to clothe the intention by muddying the water with different language. So it made it harder for anyone to expose or to pull back the curtain and reveal the underlying motive. To be sure, on the surface, the world of white suburbia looked little like the world of white supremacy, but these worlds did have much in common, from the remarkably similar levels of racial, social, and political homogeneity to their shared ideologies that stressed individual rights over communal responsibilities, privatization over public welfare, and free enterprise above everything else. And blacks also picked up each of these ideas, and in many cases as strongly as whites did, especially the individual rights over communal responsibility. The blacks who became part of the economic middle and upper class, they took this on fully. So many of them took on the very same ideas that whites used to try to fence them in. By withdrawing to the suburbs and recreating its world there, the politics of massive resistance continued to thrive for decades after its supposed death. If we truly seek to understand segregationists, not to excuse or absolve them, but to understand them, then we must first understand how they understood themselves. Until now, because of the tendency to focus on the reactionary leaders of massive resistance, segregationists have largely been understood simply as the opposition to the civil rights movement. They have been framed as a group focused solely on suppressing the rights of others, whether that be the larger cause of civil rights or any number of individual entitlements, such as the rights of blacks to vote, assemble, speak, protest, or own property. Segregationists, of course, did stand against those things, and often with bloody and brutal consequences. But, like all people, they did not think of themselves in terms of what they opposed, but rather in terms of what they supported. The conventional wisdom has held that they were only fighting against the rights of others. But, in their own minds, segregationists were instead fighting for rights of their own, such as the right to select their neighbors, their employees, and their children's classmates, the right to do as they please with their private property and personal businesses, and, perhaps most important, the right to remain free from what they saw as dangerous encroachments by the federal government. Pay attention to this because it's the backbone of their argument presented throughout the book. Instead of just being plain about it and saying that they didn't want to live near blacks and have their kids go to school with them, they instead learned to lead with a language that emphasized the right to select their neighbors and the right to serve who they wanted to serve as customers, and so on and so forth. So the trick here is that both the explicit and the implicit were intended to create the same outcome, which was to keep Negroes at a distance. But the delivery about rights was way more palatable to the general public, because it's much more difficult to argue against rights of association than it is to argue against blunt prejudice. And that's why they eventually went that route. To be sure, all of these positive rights were grounded in a negative system of discrimination and racism, like we just said. In the minds of segregationists, however, such rights existed all the same. Indeed, from their perspective, it was clearly they who defended individual freedom, while the so-called civil rights activists aligned themselves with a powerful central state, demanded increased governmental regulation of local affairs, and waged a sustained assault on the individual economic, social, and political prerogatives of others. The true goal of desegregation, these white Southerners insisted, was not to end the system of racial oppression in the South, but to install a new system that oppressed them instead. Oh, snaps! And we will see in this book how the money-making white man teamed up with the black leadership to throw the middle and lower income whites under the bus. They recognized that much of the system had been turned on them, which is why they had to get creative in running to the suburbs and altering their political ideology. Understand, as this study demonstrates, Southern whites fundamentally understood their support of segregation as a defense of their own liberties rather than a denial of others. While this study sees more similarities than differences in the urban struggles of the North and South, it does find such differences. Unlike Northern studies, which uncovered large amounts of hidden violence sparked by residential conflicts and chronicled a successful white resistance to racial change, this study demonstrates, almost counterintuitively, that whites in this segregated city were generally less violent in their resistance and less successful than their counterparts in the urban North. The relative failure of racists in Atlanta was not due to their lack of commitment to the cause, but because the black population they challenged was both larger and stronger than those in the North. And the black population got busy during this era for sure. This is when blacks reached their peak in collective strategy and resistance against the supremacy entity. So that's going to show up a lot in this book because they did get busy. In terms of percentages, Atlanta's black population outpaced that of most northern cities. In 1940, for instance, blacks represented 35% of Atlanta's population, but just 8 and 9% in Chicago and Detroit, respectively. By the 1970s, as the disparities in racial percentages narrowed, these metropolitan areas looked more alike, with black political power rising in the cities and conservative white suburbs growing around them. So get ready for it, because this book is about to bridge a lot of gaps, and it's going to give both sides of the story. We're going to see whites throwing other whites under the bus. We'll see blacks forcing their way into white establishments. We'll see violence, resistance, strategy on both sides, and we'll essentially see a duel between multiple mental entities on the city and suburban battlefields. So stay tuned because it's about to get wild. I thank you for your time and attention. My name is Brooklyn St. Michael, and I'll see you in the free world.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to Stanley versus the World. Everybody, as you come in, please make sure you hit the like button. And if you are new, please make sure that you subscribe to the channel. Check it out. It may be your thing. It may not be your thing. And if it's not, no harm done. Keep it moving. And recommend it if you do like it. It tends to be a little different than other shows, which will become evident once I get done with the news articles and other assorted things that I want to talk about. I'd actually appreciate Brooklyn St. Michael a lot more than I probably did a few months ago. I'm tempted, since I do have a lot of time with the show happening in the afternoons. It does leave mornings free, and I've got a couple books. I've got a camera, I've got OBS, and I've got Kindle on my computer. So maybe I'll take a stab at it. I don't know that I'll be as well produced as he is, but there are two books. One that I'm about to finish up now called White Freedom, which kind of touches on something that Brooklyn talked about in Kevin Cruz's book. The part about, part of the white flight movement was personal freedoms on the behalf of the whites who fled. And this book that I'm reading by a historian named Tyler Stovall, who's now deceased, talks a lot about how freedom in the West and America and France in particular, freedom is actually something that is racial, believe it or not. His argument has kind of convinced me. And then stack that on top of a book called The Racial Contract, which I've mentioned a lot in the past month, with Western society being, especially back during the colonial days, but I think it pretty much is still this way. There is a social contract, but with on top of the social contract, and in a weird way, the social contract is encased by something called a racial contract, which if after reading the book, I'm pretty convinced to Charles Mills's way of thinking about it. Western culture, at least modern Western culture, post-colonial, colonial and post-colonial, imperial and post-imperial. It really is organized into whites and non-whites. And then, there's hierarchies within, especially the non-whites. But I'll get into that. But slowly but surely, an idea of doing something similar to Brooklyn St. Michael is taking shape. Now, the I guess the trick will be if I procrastinate and get lazy, and it just kind of falls by the wayside. But we will see. Slick Rick yesterday at the end of the show, it basically got taken down because of that. The last video that I showed was, I guess these people are similar to Jubilee. They don't want you showing their material, even if you are using it, in like a fair use manner. So what happened is they took down the show, and I was like, what the hell? So, I looked at the emails. They sent me a couple emails. YouTube did. I looked at it, and I was commenting over the video. So I basically, there's always a way you can protest or, counter or have them review it. So I had YouTube review it. Well, believe this or not, I've had 4 incidents with YouTube, and I've basically been able to have them all reversed. Now, this particular issue didn't quite get reversed. They compromised in. It wasn't a strike, it was a warning. And so after they went back and reviewed it, they basically said, well, it wasn't as bad as we thought it was, because I was commenting over the material, fair use style. And they took away the warning, but they basically said, we're not going to allow you to put the video back, which is fine, because I have a copy of the whole video on StreamYard. So I downloaded it to my computer, and I'll just cut the part they didn't like out and repost it. So that brings me up to what Slick Rick said. He didn't see the show yesterday, but I'll be able to get at least an edited version back up towards the weekend, because I thought it was a pretty good show. I don't get to show off, the Navy stuff. So I actually enjoyed presenting it for Veterans Day. What's up, Nightish?
Everything and nothing at all. That was a show about the ship that was going to Venezuela.
Yesterday? No, it was a Veterans Day show. So, the Navy has a YouTube channel. So I showed a video. Well, there was an old National Archives film called The Negro Sailor, which, it was interesting to watch, especially if you kind of like history. Then I showed a documentary on boot camp, Navy boot camp. And then there was some short virtual tours, all of that stuff was up on the Navy, on the Navy YouTube site. I did talk about Venezuela, but it was a news article at the beginning of yesterday's show.
Yeah, the only thing I knew about as far as ships was about the Somalian thing and the Venezuela. Is that a sub going to Venezuela?
A sub?
Yeah, because they're saying they're about to get into it with Venezuela.
Oh, yeah, I'm going to talk a little bit about that. Venezuela's basically, got a little, they've got, I guess, what I would call a general quarters where, they've got all their defense forces on alert. The U.S. just put the Gerald R. Ford in the Caribbean off the coast of Venezuela.
Yeah.
So I don't know what Trump's doing. You don't send a whole aircraft carrier in there. I mean, if you're trying to intimidate Venezuela, they're already intimidated. I don't know. I mean, you don't send an aircraft in there to shoot up some cigar boats. So, having a whole carrier group in there fighting drugs to me is a little bit of overkill.
I thought that I didn't know what it was that was going towards Venezuela, but I've been hearing about it for at least about like 8 days or something. And I was like, why is it taking so long to get there? Or do whatever they're going to do?
Well, it depends on where the carrier came from. There were ships already down there. The carrier, they just dispatched it last week. And, unless there's an emergency, they're not going to go at top speed.
Okay.
But there were already, assets. They always have destroyers and, some of the smaller warships in the Caribbean just because they're there. There's Guantanamo down there. There's a base in Puerto Rico. Yeah. When I was in the Navy, they used to do there's a surface Navy, all the ships, and then there's subsurface, there's aviation, they're different parts of the Navy.
I know we spread everywhere.
When Puerto Rico and Cuba, Guantanamo specifically, we used to do something called refresher training. So you would literally, go, I was in Norfolk, you go from Norfolk all the way down to Gitmo. And you'd spend a couple weeks there just doing nothing but drills and, all these things, preparing for deployment.
Let me ask you this. In 2025, do you think we should be spread everywhere or focused on us?
Well, spread everywhere is focused on us. We got a lot of interests around the world. For instance, in the Persian Gulf, the Straits of Hormuz there. That's like one of the busiest shipping lanes on Earth because of all the oil, coming from ports in the Persian Gulf. And right at the Straits of Hormuz, there's you get like within definitely missile distance, but you're right off the coast of Iran. Okay. So there's a choke point there. Iran's there. You will definitely want to keep, some Navy assets there just to make sure Iran doesn't, start, shooting up ships or,
all right,
just blockading. There are different places, shipping lanes on Earth, like commercial shipping lanes that you definitely want Navy assets there, just so China doesn't do its stuff or Iran. So yeah, I mean, we get stuff from all over the world. The shipping lanes have been like trade routes for hundreds of years. So there's a reason to have the Navy deployed.
So it's best for us to do it the way we've been doing it. We shouldn't be centrally focused on us and just surrounding our borders. We should be in all those different places. It's the best thing for us in case they do something here. We can get them from different angles.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's basically just readiness. It takes a while to get, a ship from point A to point B, wherever the Gerald R. Ford was. I suspect it was in Norfolk, but even getting from Norfolk into the Caribbean and over to Venezuela, that's not a quick trip. It'll take a week or something like that, because you don't want to go at top speed. There's no reason to. But the one thing that I will kind of, think we might dial back on is bases, say in Germany. We've had bases in Germany, in places like that forever. I have a buddy of mine who was head of the Pacific Fleet. He's over in Japan. It used to be that the Pacific Fleet was out of Hawaii, but I guess they moved it since I got out of the Navy. There are places. I think the Navy in particular is really good because we can be anywhere at any given time. I would personally think that, some of the Air Force bases, some of the Army bases, we might be able to do without, but, that might be a little biased.
I just, when I think about the military and how much money that they get, I wonder where you can make cuts when it comes to the military, because it seems like there's a lot of focus on them. And where are the places we need to be, and where are the places where we could, kind of pull back from. But when I'm listening to you now, you saying it just makes more sense to just be where we are and just.
Well, let me give you a good example. During COVID, I had no idea that a huge portion of our pharmaceutical industry, the components for some of these drugs, they're made in China.
Oh, yeah.
And
That's for sure.
we have a presence in the South China Sea. You know what? If China decides, hey, guess what? We're not going to make your pharmaceuticals anymore. You probably want some Navy assets there to convince them otherwise, or at least, intimidate them a little bit. Because especially now, so much of what, manufacturing's, a lot of it's overseas.
Yes.
And that may change under Trump and beyond the Trump administration. But because so many of our things are made overseas, you definitely don't want your supply chains interrupted. And it's easy to do. That's why you want to have the Navy in the South China Sea or in the Persian Gulf or in the Mediterranean, because you don't want, the stuff that you need, pharmaceuticals and, who knows what else. You don't want that stuff interrupted. It just causes havoc. And I think COVID proved that, where the supply chain got disrupted and life changed. For sure.
For sure. It definitely did that. But I thought the bigger issue was our guy Putin and his issues with that other group of people. I don't want to say names because, TOS.
I don't, to be honest, in that particular case, I would probably agree more with you. That's a Europe problem. I understand why the U.S. got involved because for years Ukraine had wanted to join NATO, and Russia was against it. And we just I think we probably made some promises we probably shouldn't have. So one of the pretexts for that invasion was, oh hey, Putin doesn't want a country next door joining NATO. Which is funny because Finland joined, was it last year or the year before? So he has a country literally right next door. But Ukraine, it's a complicated history. Half the people in Ukraine think they're Russian. So, it's more complicated than the NATO stuff. But I think we made some promises and, there was a little bit of, we kind of had something to do with it. So to the extent that we were involved, I can understand why, but under other circumstances, I would have said, Europe, this is your problem.
Right. But isn't Putin's whole issue nowadays with NATO?
Well, it's always been with NATO, a little bit more than, since this Ukraine stuff, but he's always had a problem with Ukraine. I'm sorry, with NATO. Because a lot of these countries like Finland, Sweden, they're members now. Ukraine wanted to join. Places like Belarus, one of these a lot of former Soviet satellite states are members of NATO. Poland, and they just kind of, Putin wants to be a big dog like the Soviet Union was. And, that's just not going to happen.
So in my mind, it's just like, what a tangled web we weave. When it comes to China, Russia, and America.
I think China is a bigger problem. Russia, Russia's a problem, but it's really more traditional former Soviet. China's a way bigger issue. And, Russia and China have kind of linked up, though they're not as close as they were maybe a few years ago.
Yeah, I know they linked up with the whole BRICS thing, trying to create a currency.
But I don't think BRICS is going anywhere. They've been, I'm not, a world expert because I tend to focus on domestic politics. I don't see BRICS going anywhere though. China wants to be the big dog, as far as BRICS goes.
Yeah.
And I don't think China has the political capital to pull it off. Basically,
Okay.
could be wrong.
So I just think that in the middle of the vid that a lot of America was sold off to China and Russia, and then China's trying to put a footprint in Africa. But I guess what they're saying is that Africa won't give them anything unless they marry into Africa. So I guess a lot of Asian guys are going to have to get them some African women.
Well, that's already happened. China has a huge footprint in Africa. By the way, China also has a fairly decent footprint in the Caribbean and Latin America. Was it Jamaica? Like Jamaica is like China built them a new airport and stuff like that.
Yeah.
There's a big Asian presence, especially in places like Jamaica and the rest of the Caribbean. China's had dealings for obvious reasons with Latin America. As a matter of fact, one of the issues with Venezuela is they have the largest oil reserve on earth, believe it or not. And I think some of the saber rattling that we're doing is trying to ward off China. Venezuela and China kind of link up in some sort of partnership. That will be a problem. So I think some of China has a lot to do with what's happening in Venezuela.
So if China got a lot to do with what's happening in Venezuela, and then America is trying to get into it with Venezuela, that would be a issue for China to respond to, right?
I'm not sure what you're asking. They're already responding. I mean, they're knee deep in China's knee deep in South America and currently the Caribbean and in Africa, for that matter.
Yeah, I know about the Africa stuff. I'm just saying that when I hear Trump talking about, well, not Trump, but more the administration talking about they need to go deal with Venezuela. And I'm like, why is Venezuela even in play? And then when I hear you say that China's relationship with Venezuela, what are they trying? What's the
oil
ultimate outcome? Oil. Okay.
Yeah, well, Venezuela has lots of it, and China has none. And China's extremely dependent on Russian oil. They're dependent on just the Middle East. China has no oil, and to maintain, their status, their economic status. That's why they're so big into coal. They are big into coal, but no, China needs that oil.
Okay.
That's why Venezuela is like a hot spot because of all the oil. And the administration that's there, Maduro, he's a leftist. So that's why Venezuela is such a big issue right now.
Okay. Yeah. Geopolitics and oligarchies and globalists and America being a corporation. Ultimately, what do you think, especially now they're talking about automation, what do you think the world is going to look like 10 years from now?
I don't know what the world will look like.
Well, America.
I imagine China and the U.S. are probably I would say right now, China and the U.S. are like at the forefront of AI and all the automation. America's not ready, but we better be, because you're already having Amazon. I think they're laying off like a bunch of white collar workers.
Yes.
So, I mean, a lot of the stuff that white collar workers do, everything like data entry or, these white collar.
They said a
lot of that can be done. A lot of, I think a lot of software developers, A lot of that's going to be AI developing its own software.
Yeah, they said more than that. They said over the next eight years they're gonna get rid of like 600,000.
Yeah, and I don't think America's ready for that. All these people that got laid off from the government,
600,000
supposedly AI is
also.
going to be doing some of their stuff.
Yes.
I don't think Well, I did. I talked last week. I talked with Ryan, who's in the audience right now. I told him that all these layoffs, it feels like a recession, and there was a opinion piece or something that I read. Technically, I haven't heard that we're in a recession, but generally during a recession, you have all these companies laying off people. So the government's laid off. You've got all these tech companies laying off people. It feels like a recession. And then it's almost Christmas. And then you've got the shutdown, the government shutdown.
Yeah.
We have not seen, Trump has not seen what's going to happen. Around Christmas, there are going to be a lot of unhappy people with this economy.
I think they're already unhappy. I think they're already reacting to it also.
Well, last week I was singing the Trump Who Stole Christmas. Like I said, it's not Thanksgiving yet, but you wait till between now and Thanksgiving. All these people that are laid off, they're not going to be able to afford Black Friday.
Yeah.
And as a matter of fact, yesterday I was saying I think I'm going to wait till the new year. I'm going to throw a New Year / I told you so party. Because I'm probably one of the few people in this particular sector of YouTube that I have no use for Donald Trump. I never thought he was great. I still don't think he's great. And so many people, even my own subscribers, mock me for being anti-Trump. So I'm waiting until the new year. There's going to be a lot of I told you so.
Yeah. The Mr. What's the name of that show? Yeah. I thought he was a Democrat earlier before he came and became whatever this version of himself.
Who's that?
Trump.
Way back in the day, I think way back in the day, he was actually a Hillary supporter.
Yes.
But I mean, people evolve. You'd be surprised the people who started out, as Republicans and became Democrats and vice versa. Who knows, for various reasons. I never really questioned why people switch parties or switch orientations. Things happen in your life, and you just tend to, as you get older, get more conservative. For instance, the governor of Georgia is Brian Kemp, and he's a Republican. He's not that big. He and Trump were kind of at loggerheads for years. And recently, after the Hurricane Helene, I guess it was one of those hurricanes, they kind of, mended fences. But if Brian Kemp ever ran for president, I would be in trouble, because I actually think he would make a good president. It'd be like the first time in my life I voted Republican, because I think Brian Kemp is a good governor. I also think he's a good person. During the Ahmaud Arbery stuff, he surprised me. He stepped up. There was a law. And I don't want to get too far, but let me just say this. He, as a Republican, a Georgia, Deep South Georgia Republican, surprised me on a couple different things. He was excellent on the Ahmaud Arbery murder. There was a law in Georgia that had been on the books since like slavery times. And these guys who murdered Ahmaud Arbery tried to use that law as a defense. Brian Kemp went to the legislature and said, hey, this has to be repealed. Get rid of it. And they got rid of it. That shocked me. And the other thing that Brian Kemp did that impressed me, This whole controversy with African American AP African American Studies, Florida just went crazy and they were outlawing it. All these places outlawed it. Georgia went through a little bit of turmoil over it, but in the end, the Kemp administration basically said, "Nope, teach it. We don't have a problem with African American Studies being taught as long as it's an AP course." That surprised me. We've got to be the only Southern state off the top of my head that, what? They said no, and then the Secretary of Education reversed himself, and it's taught. So, there's some things in Georgia that I think Brian Kemp has handled well. I actually would not have a problem with voting Republican at the top of the ticket if he ever ran for president. I don't think he will, but if he did. So I'm never surprised that people vote, outside of their party. There are reasons people switch parties and stuff like that. I will talk, won't I?
Hey man, it's your channel. That's what you're supposed to do. I think.
Yeah, you have you come over to beat me up?
Not at all.
No, because I'm going to talk about your show towards the end of it, and I was going to email you. Nothing bad. It's really mostly.
No. I appreciate it if you talk about it. I'll look at it, and when you talk about it, I don't want you to tell me nothing about your review. I want you to be able to. I want anybody.
No. It won't actually be a review of you.
No, that's cool. That's cool. Even if it's a review, I don't mind either way. What I was looking at up there was that.
I understand why you were upset, and I'm not mad at you. I think you did the right thing. It's just I was going in a different direction. But look, I know who you are. I know that you're a quality individual. People disagree. It was, it's rhetoric. Doesn't really change my opinion of you.
I appreciate that, and
I'm a big boy.
Now we can still work together.
Oh, absolutely.
Appreciate you,
dude.
I wasn't really
this
upset.
Show is all about conflict.
Yeah. My issue at when he was having that conversation with them was more so their mindset about, because I think when they talk this community stuff, which I don't think exists, I think it's pockets of people that actually practice that, is that they can't say that. Even though he may be a troll and whatever else, I like people that have an argument about the argument instead of jumping to ad hominems.
Did CT do that?
I think they did that when they started calling him zesty and saying that. That's uncalled for. Look, I don't go up on a lot of panels these days because people just don't know how to argue their points. They don't know how to stick to their points, for starters. And number two, there's some things that people just, they argue a lot of this culture stuff from a point of ignorance. They don't understand what culture is. They don't understand the epistemology of culture. They don't understand the ontology, which is just culture is a thing. It is everything and it is nothing. It controls you, yet it doesn't control you. Culture is literally a product of the mind. It's like software controlling, hardware. And when you talk Black culture, nobody can define what Black culture is. Yes.
Because it's so many different things.
Yeah, so many different things. And then I think in order for you to call it a culture, you need a large block of people that agree that it's one consistent thing and it's not static.
Well, the thing is, and I don't know, I don't think you were here. There's a book, I'm pretty sure I've mentioned it to you, called the 12 Nations of America. There is no one white culture.
Yes, I agree with that, because the white is another social construct. They didn't look at Italians and Polish and and Irish and all of them as American.
Who became white. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so they over time they absorb them to make their numbers look larger. There are people that are Asian that they will say are white. There are people that are Latino that they'll say are white. So that's just about bolstering numbers. But as far as a culture or one consistent thing, it is not that. In the beginning, it was white, Anglo-Saxon, Protestant.
Well, I want to point out one thing though. How these the Irish and the Italians and Eastern European folks had some issues, the Polish. How in America they all became white, it was all because they were anti-black. Okay, the black people have played a linchpin in unifying the white peoples, plural. Okay, the Irish, the Italians, and to a certain extent the Jews, they all basically agreed that, oh, hey, these blacks are second class citizens. So there was some unity around that. And I personally believe, and this is a little off topic, I think black people who really actually go out and study American culture, I think black people understand America way better than most white people do. That's why you don't see a whole bunch of black people talking on Ukraine. To the extent that the immigration issue was talked about, it was mostly political groups like FBA and ADOS, Tariq Nasheed and Yvette Carnell. You don't see a whole lot of people at the No King's Day marches and stuff like that, because it really isn't our fight. There's a whole lot of "we told you so." You can see it out on YouTube with a lot of the Latin people, the Cubans, Venezuelans, people who are basically targeted in some of the immigration issues. So black culture is a facet of American culture. People talk about American culture being a melting pot. I found a better analogy, and this is actually maybe in the past 5 years. America's more like a mosaic. One of those pictures, one of those things where if you stare close at the picture, you see one thing, but if you step back a few paces, you see a bigger picture. That's kind of the way I see these cultures under the umbrella of American culture. Black culture is distinct if you want to isolate it and look at it. But if you step back, there are cultures within a culture, all the way up to American culture. And I find it disturbing when someone like a CT goes, well, black culture is this. Couldn't be farther from the truth. I think it's ignorant, and I think people let CT get away with that stuff too much.
I'll let them get away with it.
Well, I watched a whole panel of people up there not saying shit. Wow, he just conflated a whole bunch of things into one.
Oh no, I understand the market of YouTube, but what you want to do is instigate, troll, motivate, and antagonize people so people can send in super chats and cash apps and drop people because they don't agree with.
Does DJ Hamp do any of that stuff? I don't watch him much, but I've seen him
let me see
with super chats and stuff.
He doesn't. He'll let CT come through and let CT rock. He will let fellow content creators come up there and rock. But no, his focus is not that. He's a Hebrew Israelite. His focus is more on like the culture of that and getting people married up and mated up. So no, he's not on the same stuff. And when I listen to CT and his different panels, I think his thing is about, ultimately enraged white people and how to keep them calm and why we don't understand all the benefits that Massa gave us. He gave you a nice chairs, and at least that's what I think I'm hearing. But no, I don't think Hamp is on the same page. But what Hamp will do
Massa
is,
didn't give us anything. I know you're talking about CT, but this whole narrative, see, CT, this whole thing about Massa gave us stuff. There are a lot of people, and CT probably
no,
actually.
I think that Massa gave us the entrails and the worst of everything. But if you listen to CT, Massa gave us all the freedoms that we have right now.
And see, Massa won't even agree with that, or certain portion, certain family members of Massa.
For sure.
You go back and you read like serious history books, serious public intellectuals, and no one is going to tell you that Black people didn't get it for themselves. What they don't teach you is back during the slavery days, there were tons of slave revolts. Black people
That's what they don't teach you. Yes, it definitely was. Yeah.
They didn't want to be enslaved. They didn't want to come over here. And once they got over here, it was not all tranquility.
Yeah, and even on the boats, a lot of them threw themselves off the boat because they would refuse to be enslaved.
Oh, SD, I didn't mean to not salute you. Salute, SD. All I'm saying is that a lot of the arguments that people like CT, SKC is another one. There's several people that I know and actually like, but that their arguments always presuppose that they're not talking to a bunch of people who know American history. And I don't even know American history compared to some people like actual historians. But I do know enough that when you say that Black people, for instance, don't say anything about all the crime that happens, in these neighborhoods. Well, not all Black people live there. I don't know what goes on any given day, even in Atlanta, and I don't live that far from Atlanta. So, expecting Black people to have a big say in crime statistics and stuff, that's a very local issue. Okay, Black people as a group from coast to coast, why would they be involved in something they don't know about? And I told a story last week of this guy from Richmond that I've known for years. One day we were on a Discord channel talking about crime in the hood. So I started being me, talking about what should happen and all that stuff. You know what this dude told me? He's like, Stanley, you really need to shut the fuck up about this stuff. You know nothing about what goes on in the hood. And you know what? I said, yes, sir. And I took the lesson. Dude, you do not want me talking about crime because I have no clue. What happens in any particular, urban area, policing is local. Okay. Yeah. Literally the community that needs to be concerned about this sort of stuff. You don't want a whole lot of, you don't want a whole lot of California N-words dealing with crime in Detroit. They know nothing about it, and vice versa. So the arguments that people like CT present, Black people, it's our culture. No, it's not. You could just look at hip hop. There's West Coast, there's East Coast, there's the Dirty South. There's not even one type of hip hop. So I find the arguments just horrible arguments, and that's a lot of times. I go up on CT's panel every now and again if something interests me, but these general discussions about Black culture, I don't even bother with them anymore. I shouldn't have even come up on your panel. But I was listening and I just couldn't take it anymore. It's like CT, I was just frustrated why people just did not go after CT on that panel. And I understand he's a celebrity over there. The other girl, I call her a girl, the one with the Latin American background, I just don't get, there were a lot of things, and I got a couple clips that I'll go over at some point. But I get every time I listen to CT and others talk about black culture, I get real disappointed. These guys really don't know shit. And CT supposedly was an African American studies major or something. I'm like, what on earth did he learn? Did you fall asleep, Nightish? I bet he did. So Fred gave me this my Chinese buddy. I can't think of his name. I actually have a couple more classes where he talks about Dante and Homer that I'm going to show at some point. But apparently here he's talking about meritocracy. And won't get into it now because if Nightish is asleep, I'm going to move on to news headlines. Fred, we are going to watch this. May even do it this Saturday because I have a couple more videos by our friend here that I want to talk about. Yes, he actually has some interesting points about American culture, some critiques of it that I think are intriguing and worth at least talking about. What's up, JB?
Nothing. What's up, buddy?
Oh, nothing much. You're sober today?
Yeah, for right now.
Okay. What's up, Joshua? So I guess we'll do some quick headlines here.
I gotta
More
open
headlines
me
than
up
I
another
thought I
thing
would
of
do.
moonshine.
Do what?
Say I gotta open me up another thing of moonshine.
Yeah, good for you. I need some of that. So
Yeah, I can sing you some, bud.
we'll do that. For Christmas maybe.
All right.
Government shutdown is still happening. Today has been an actual exciting day. I talked yesterday about the chess game that the Democrats were playing. Well, looks like some results came out today. They're still talking about the shutdown. I expect that the government will be back up and running by the end of the week. Today's Wednesday. Apparently, the House Rules Committee or one of those committees has to go in there and look at what the Senate did. So they'll conference and work out something. But two things, and I think the Democrats might actually come out winning this. A shitload of Epstein stuff has come out today. The Democrats released some personal emails between Epstein and Ghislaine. And then the Republicans just released like 20,000. And here's the deal: by refocusing back on Epstein, oh yeah, Johnson's got some stuff he needs to deal with. And the funny thing is, it was supposed to come to some sort of. They were supposed to get together and force a floor vote. And it looks like the Republicans preempted all the drama that would have caused. And it's gotten to a point to where apparently Trump is having a meeting about this at the White House. I saw an article a while ago. So
Get on, Trump. Get
we have
on, Trump.
apparently the Democrats have opened up a can of worms, and it's fun seeing the Republicans react to it. So Democrats, they were saying the Democrats caved, but they might have made a chess move. You were about to say something?
Is that boy asleep up there?
Is there a boy up here? I didn't realize. So here we go. Democrats lose shutdown battle as Trump Republicans risk losing the war. So Democrats are embroiled in a new round of infighting while Republicans are bracing for longer term consequences if they continue to oppose an extension of Obamacare subsidies. Well, Obamacare will come up next month, and the government is due this continuing resolution, even if it's passed by the House, is going and signed by the president. It's going to expire either mid-January or the latter part of January. So this is bound to happen again. But in the meantime, Obamacare is a bit of a medium term issue that Republicans are going to have to deal with. Today, it's Epstein. So this is what I was talking about. Trump administration plans meeting over House effort to force release of all of DOJ's Epstein files. So the Republicans have released some stuff, which I just heard about. The Democrats released some emails where apparently Trump, it's going to be hard for Trump to prove that he didn't know something about what Epstein was up to. Apparently Trump spent some time at an Epstein property with one of the eventual victims. Spent like hours. So this might get interesting. And I'm kind of happy to report this news. So Trump's concerned enough about it that there will be a special meeting over Epstein. So apparently, this is kind of a gear shift here. MAGA melts down over Donald Trump's take on U.S. workers. Apparently, he talked to Laura Ingraham, and he had some interesting things to say about H-1B visas. Let me play this video. Let's see if it reveals, or do I need to actually read something?
There's never going to be a country like what we have right now.
Oh, shit, you're not going to be able to hear this.
And does that mean the H-1B visa?
Let me go over to X and see if I can. Let's see. Continue watching on X. Let's see if the sounds. See if the sound's better on this.
There's never going to be a country like what we have right now.
Nope, it's not better. So I'm gonna have to read it for you. Read the transcript. So let's go back here. So the question from Ingram is, does that mean the H-1B visa thing will not be a big priority for your administration? Trump responds, you have to bring in talent. Ingram says, we have plenty of talent. Trump says, no, you don't. So Ingram responds, we don't have talented people here. Oh, this is hilarious. So Trump apparently doesn't think we have talent in the U.S. So MAGA is not happy with this little exchange that he had. So this is hilarious. This is not going to be a good week for Trump. So I'm sorry, this is out of order. I didn't realize I had these out of orders. We'll go back to Epstein. Epstein alleged in emails that Trump knew of his conduct. In a message obtained by Congress, the convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein wrote that Donald J. Trump spent hours at his house with one of Mr. Epstein's victims. Oh boy, this is going to be a good week. I can tell it. Epstein.
Is that boy up there snoring, Stanley?
I'm sorry, what?
He up there snoring.
Yeah, I'll mute him. Nightish is a friend of the show. I don't care that he's snoring. I'll just mute him. He'll be all right. He'll wake up eventually.
Oh, I was going to scream and stare.
This morning. He works hard, and it is not a bad thing that he's getting a few Z's. He's not yelling or disrupting the show. So
I was going to scream and scare him, Stanley.
So what do you think about all this Epstein stuff that's erupting today?
Trump ain't have nothing to do with that.
Yeah, okay.
I just don't see that.
Yeah, well, you don't have to see it. We'll see it for you. So continuing some Trump news, So Trump has sent a letter to the Israeli president asking him to pardon Netanyahu. And just so you know, they have a parliamentary system there. So there is a president, and then there is also a prime minister. And the prime minister, the presidents in parliamentary systems tend to be more ceremonial. The day-to-day running of the government is a prime minister function. So,
Stanley, you better hope you're not on the Epstein files.
I'm sorry, what?
Say you better hope you're not on the Epstein files.
I doubt that I am. So Donald Trump has seen fit to interfere with another country's political affairs. Apparently, Donald Trump thinks he's president. Thinks he's president of the world. So the details here says here on Wednesday today, President Donald Trump sent a letter to Isaac Herzog, president of Israel, urging him to fully pardon Benjamin Netanyahu in a letter written on White House stationery. Netanyahu was indicted in 2019 on charges of bribery, fraud, breach of trust in 3 cases, and Trump described the case as a political unjustified prosecution. During a Knesset address last month, President Trump urged Herzog to pardon Netanyahu and received a raucous standing ovation from the prime minister's allies. Herzog's office acknowledged the letter and said pardon requests must follow formal procedures, noting it holds Trump in high regard, while critics warn the intervention risks undue U.S. influence and judicial independence.
Stanley, you all right over there?
Yes. So, I'm sorry, what?
I said, shit, you need to drink some water.
I just did. So, under Israeli law, a pardon requires an admission of guilt, and a formal request triggers a lengthy process, including Justice Ministry recommendations. But Herzog cannot yet pardon Netanyahu because he has not been convicted. So, I have no clue what Trump thinks he's doing.
Damn.
So,
what got in your throat, Stanley?
So apparently, Donald Trump thinks that the Israeli system works the way the U.S. system does, where president can just pardon on a whim. Looks like the process is a bit more complicated in Israel, and I don't see Bibi Netanyahu admitting guilt. So,
damn, Stanley, what you choking on, man?
Okay, dude, can you just button it?
I'm trying to see if you are right.
I am okay. I'm okay.
No, I thought you was choking on some dick or something.
So, I talked a little bit at the beginning with Nitish about Venezuela. Venezuela announces massive mobilization of military forces as America's largest warship sails into region. What the fuck are they going to do against an aircraft carrier? Well, let's find out.
Venezuela says it is launching a massive mobilization of military personnel, weapons, and equipment in response to the buildup of U.S. warships and troops in the Caribbean Sea. Land, air, naval, and reserve forces will carry out exercises through Wednesday, according to Defense Minister Vladimir Padrino Lopez, who described the deployment as a response to the imperialist threat posed by the U.S. buildup. In addition to regular military units, the exercises will involve the Bolivarian militia, a reserve force made up of civilians that was created by the late President Hugo Chavez and is named after Simon Bolivar, the revolutionary who secured the independence of numerous Latin American countries from Spain. Pedrino Lopez, who attributed the order directly to Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro, said the objective of the exercise was to optimize command, control, and communications, and ensure the defense of the country. The move comes amid increasing tension between the two countries as the U.S. buildup continues. On Tuesday, the U.S. Navy announced the aircraft carrier USS Gerald R. Ford, America's largest warship, had arrived in the U.S. Southern Command Area of Operations, which includes most of Latin America. U.S. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth ordered the Ford to make its way to the Caribbean from Europe late last month. The strike group accompanying the Ford brings with it 9 air squadrons, 2 Arleigh Burke-class guided missile destroyers, the USS Bainbridge and USS Mahan, the Integrated Air and Missile Defense Command ship USS Winston S. Churchill, and more than 4,000 sailors. The U.S. has framed its buildup of forces in the region as aimed at combating drug trafficking and the flow of drugs into the United States, and has carried out strikes on numerous alleged drug boats in recent weeks. However, Caracas believes the U.S. is really trying to force regime change, and some Trump administration officials have privately conceded their strategy is aimed at removing Maduro. Last month, Trump said he had authorized the CIA to operate in Venezuela, and he has previously suggested he was weighing the possibility of strikes inside the country. Though administration officials have since said the U.S. is not currently planning such action. In his statement Tuesday, Pedrino Lopez framed the deployment of the Venezuelan forces as part of Maduro's wider Independence Plan 200, a civic military strategy aimed at mobilizing conventional military forces alongside militia and police forces to defend the country. Venezuela's conventional military, the Bolivarian National Armed Forces, has some 123,000 members. Maduro has also claimed that his volunteer militias now have more than 8 million reservists, though experts have called into question that number as well as the quality of the troops' training. With the arrival of the Ford, there are thought to be roughly 15,000 U.S. personnel in the region. A significant percentage of all deployed U.S. naval assets were already in the region before the arrival of the Ford Group, including the Iwo Jima Amphibious Ready Group and the 22nd Marine Expeditionary Unit, amounting to more than 4,500 Marines and sailors, 3 guided missile destroyers, an attack submarine, a special operations ship, a guided missile cruiser, and P-8 Poseidon reconnaissance aircraft. At the same time, the U.S. has deployed 10 F-35 fighter jets to Puerto Rico, which has become a hub for the U.S. military as part of the increased focus on the Caribbean. The U.S. has also deployed at least 3 MQ-9 Reaper drones to the island, according to images captured by Reuters in Aguadilla, Puerto Rico. Alongside the hardware, there are thought to be around 5,000 U.S. troops in Puerto Rico. U.S. bombers have also flown several training missions near the Venezuelan coast, including a bomber attack demonstration in late October. CNN's Haley Britsky contributed. For more...
Yeah, I don't know what to think about this. I just don't understand why. The saber rattling, countries do that. But I honestly just don't see the upside of
Damn, Stanley, what's wrong with your throat, man?
Okay, son, if I need you, I will call you, okay?
I was trying to help
I'm
you out.
okay.
I thought
I
you
don't
needed
need you.
CPR.
I don't need you to fucking comment every time I clear my throat like some mammy.
I was gonna give you CPR, Stanley.
Okay, I don't care about any of that. I appreciate your concern, but I'm okay. I don't need you. I don't need you to be my mother right now. So let us move on. And this is basically that's all the news articles I have right now. I do have the U.S. House up on a in another tab. If they go live with anything exciting, I'll cut over there. But this is something that Stacey Patton wrote that sounded provocative. And I haven't even read it, but The title of this essay she's written for today is called "The $40 Coochie Economy."
Where that said? I need some of that.
Okay, let me help you out here, JB. I don't take kindly to being interrupted every 2 seconds. 12th man does the same thing when he's drinking. I find it highly disturbing. And please,
Oh, I thought you
please
asked me a
stop.
question.
Please stop. I don't want to have to put you in the back.
All right.
So again, Stacey Patton, the $40 coochie economy and the psychosexual politics of male fragility. It's about how snap cuts, misogyny, and America's broken masculinity have turned women's hunger into foreplay. Now, how can you not read? How can you not read this essay? It sounds complicated. So I'll read a little bit of it. She writes, as courts and Congress clash over SNAP funding, millions of Americans remain in limbo and unsure whether they'll receive full food stamp benefits this month. As of today, SNAP benefits remain partially suspended nationwide due to the ongoing government shutdown. The Supreme Court has temporarily allowed the Trump administration to withhold full payments, so most recipients are receiving only about 65% of their usual benefits, while states await further guidance. In the middle of all this uncertainty, a new wave of misogynistic videos and memes have gone viral. Men are celebrating the cuts, mocking hungry women, and joking that coochie is back to $40 again. $40, y'all. That's the value they put on women and the ceiling of their own ambition. Y'all imagine thinking the collapse of a federal food program. She's talking to men. And men probably like, is that Tommy Sotomayor that she has here? I can't tell. No, it's not Tommy. But I'm sure she probably has him in mind. Y'all imagine thinking the collapse of a federal food program is your chance to get some sex. You've got to be broke as hell in every possible way in your pocket's pride and purpose to see a national hunger crisis and think it's your shot at cheap coochie. These degenerates are out here in the digital streets treating hunger like foreplay and bragging about it. What's worse is their mockery is echoing a system that's already stripping women, especially Black women, of stability, security, and respect. More than 300,000 Black women have left the workforce since April, and the New York Times just published a headline asking if women ruined the workplace. Together, these conversations expose a coordinated contempt for women's independence, whether through economic policy, media framing, or online humiliation. The message is that women are easier to control when they're broke and desperate. Just take away their livelihoods and you can get them to open their legs more easily. It's very Trumpian and pure MAGA 1950s logic. On TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube, Black men grin into their cameras, bragging that government assistance made these women feel like they don't need a man in the household. Another laughs that the cat's about to be $40 again. One man cheers that women will now come crawling back. The tone is gleeful, feral, and predation dressed up as humor. Well, let's have a look at this. Let's have a look at this video.
I don't even know where to start with this topic, but there's been several videos going viral on TikTok of Black men who are basically making fun of women specifically, but people who are on food stamps, but women specifically, who are going to be losing their benefits in the month of November, at least as far as we know where it stands right now. That's the plan. And so these guys are making these videos and making all these jokes about women losing benefits and how they're going to have to go back to their exes or something like that, or how the pussy owe me $40 and all this kind of stuff. I'm gonna go ahead and play a compilation for you. The gentleman that posted this, he did a really good job of like clipping these different segments together. So I'm just gonna go ahead and play y'all what he posted.
No food stamps, no more Section 8. Fellas, that cap about to be $40 again.
I'm glad they're taking these food stamps away. I'm
100%
like, I'm really utterly and I'm in bliss right now. Like I'm glad they're taking it away. Maybe the average man gets some love now. Yeah.
Yes, Lord, he right here. Rent doing a couple days, the food stamps ain't coming. Step no tech gonna start rolling in, it's back for sale. It's back on the market. I got a couple. Let me put it down. There's gonna be a lot of you bitches looking raggedy now, bitch. Huh? Fellas, you remember you used to pay for that pussy, not no more. All you gotta do is get
Wow.
cheeseburgers down.
Shit, that is funny.
They hungry. Shit about to get crazy out here. Motherfuckers about to start scrambling. You see them.
It's the moment we all been waiting for. Government assistance and make these women feel like they don't need a man in the household. And now they got to see how much they actually need a man around. Yep, coochie about to get a lot cheaper now, man. Y'all tap in, y'all get ready. You know that girl that want to text you back a few months ago? She'll be texting you back. She'll be hitting you back blade speed.
Steps gone. Section 8 gone. All those snap EBT benefits gone. Now you gotta go back to Tyrone.
You're ridiculous.
I think this is great. We have just single-handedly saved the black family. Why? Because Tasha came around Tyrone anytime she get mad and think the government gonna take care of her. Tasha can't leave Tyrone and think the kids gonna eat. Tasha can't leave Tyrone and think she gonna get a free rent. Tasha can't depend on the government because years ago, black women turned their back on black men for government assistance, for food stamps, for Section 8, for welfare, for WIC, for all the things that black men bring into their household. They say, no, we don't need that. I'll go file to the government and they'll give it to you. Trump said, hell no.
I'm embarrassed.
This is beyond embarrassing. And I'm saying that as a black person. I'm not saying that just as a woman, but as a black person. The only men who have posted making jokes about people losing food benefits have been black men. Okay. And sometimes when I'm looking at this, I'm thinking, like, have you no shame at all? Like, not only do you look like a straight asshole, but you make yourself look desperate. Like, the only way that a woman is going to want to fuck with you, the only way you can get a woman is this: she's so down and out and so desperate and so destitute to the point where she don't have no food benefits. That's the only way that you can get a woman. That's the only way that you can lay down with a woman. That's the only way you can keep a woman, is if she don't have no other choice. Like, you don't think that that's a bad reflection of yourself? Sometimes I really wonder, when people are posting this type of stuff, are you not thinking when you're posting this shit? Because I do content all the time and I rewatch my videos all the time to make sure that I don't sound like a damn fool. But apparently they didn't see anything wrong with this shit. They didn't see nothing wrong with what they were saying. It's just extremely disappointing to see this from black men, and just going through some of the comment sections too of black men that are just like condoning this shit and just like making jokes with them. Now, granted, there are some black men that got online and were like, spoke out against what these guys were doing, what they're saying, but it still stands that it's disappointing to see that there were so many men that were in support of it in their comment sections of the videos of these guys that were doing, that were making these jokes. And this shit is extra annoying, not only as a woman, but as a black woman, because we are in the wake of social media where there are a lot of people who are very clearly expressing their disdain and their hatred for Black America just in general. Calling us, saying that we all on welfare. None of us earned any of our success. We all we do is complain. All we do is have baby mamas and baby daddies. That's the type of shit that they're saying about us. That's the general consensus of what is being said about Black Americans all around the world, especially with people that kind of look like us, Africans, Black British, etc., etc. So you just gonna fuel their fire. You just gonna give them all the coals and all the logs and the wood that they need to spark a big ass fire against Black America, because they're watching everything that we do. That's all they do is watch us. And so now you just perpetuated every single stereotype that we have been trying to break down for years. Get your ass online and proclaim to the world that the Black American woman left the Black American man so that she can get on government assistance. And how many Black women are even on government assistance? Who even qualifies for that shit? I don't know nobody that comes close to qualifying for food stamps. You know how hard it is to qualify for that shit? You got to like be basically making nothing. And you got to have like 10 kids. I mean, I don't know all the parameters, but I'm just saying, I don't know anybody who qualifies for it. So if the only women that you can get are the women who need welfare and food stamps, that is more of a reflection on you than anything else, because that's the only type of women that you can get. And you can't even get the EBT food stamp chick unless she ain't got the EBT and the food stamps, that's extra. You're extra fucking cooked. You're extra fucking whatever. This shit just really got me aggravated. I'm gonna play this clip for y'all too, of this dude that was like in the grocery store, like doing a little dance because the EBT people can't get their groceries.
Here, let me say a few comments. Yeah, J-Dub, I saw you when you came in. If I didn't say hello, it's my bad. Dicapriono, this might be a good show title. And then the other thing I want to say is she kind of has a point here. I don't understand. Of course, I don't understand why people would be celebrating, something, that's potentially, kids, especially, going hungry or, being deprived, unnecessarily. So, that's that. I don't I don't get the humor. Well, I take it back. I get the humor. I just think it's sheer ignorance. Why would somebody be celebrating something like this? And it does kind of bring into question, like, why? I mean, I don't know. I just think that you might want to do better if you can. Maybe you shouldn't be, messing with women who should be taking care of their kids. I mean, to be honest, a lot of times single mothers shouldn't even be dating or anything like that. They really need to be concentrating on their kids and making sure their kids are raised, to be productive citizens. It's one of the, I was really into making sure my son got where he needed to be. And if that meant I had to sacrifice, some romantic partnerships, willing or unwilling, I just went ahead and did what I thought was best. So it's kind of disturbing, but it is entertaining to a certain extent, I guess.
Now, since he posted that video, he's actually taken the video down, and he posted an apology video after he got so much backlash after it went viral and people were like cooking his ass, because rightfully so. He took the video down and made an apology video. But if you saw the way he was interacting with the people who thought the shit was funny in the comment section, you would clearly see that the only reason why he was apologizing was because he got so much backlash. So he wasn't really sorry. The bottom line is, as Black people, Black men, Black women, you have to be careful about the types of shit that you post online. I understand Some of y'all have gotten done wrong by your baby mama, by your exes. Leave that shit off of social media, because I'm telling you, people are watching and they're waiting for any reason to tear Black Americans down. Y'all, I have been doing this TikTok shit for a while, and I'm seeing this shit over and over and over again. It's a lot of people out here that do not like us, and I cannot stress that enough. It's a lot of people who are eating this type of shit up and just cannot wait to spread it to their communities and say, look, we was right. All of them Black Americans is all on welfare. Not just some of them. They gonna say it's all of us, because that's what they do. And motherfuckers is online just willfully proving them right, even though the shit is not even real, even though that's not even how it is. Most Black women are not on food stamps. Most Black people, period. Most people in general are not on food stamps or EBT or welfare. Most people don't qualify for none of that shit. Like, this shit really makes Black.
Well, Fred, let me ask you a question here. Fred says now that they aren't getting EBT, the chicks are begging the dudes that they were just curbing. So now that the chicks are begging, what are the dudes' reaction? Do you have any idea, Fred? Or dudes, you know, obviously they're dancing in, you know, some of these they're dancing at Sam's, but are any of these dudes going, oh hey, you know what? I'm gonna roast you a little bit, but I'm gonna go ahead and, you know, now that you're begging, I'm gonna acquiesce and I'm gonna take advantage. Is that what, or do you know of anybody that's going, oh, you know what? I'm gonna take full advantage of this begging and get me some. I would not. I would be kind of disappointed in someone taking advantage of a woman like that. Not
Stanley,
because she's a woman. It's just you know what? You can do better than a woman begging because she's, you know, her food stamps aren't there. Brother, you can do better. Would be my reaction.
Stanley, he tied me out in the chat for no reason.
That's between you and him. He's a moderator. He is not only a moderator. I trust his judgment. If he timed you out, you must have done something to deserve.
I ain't do shit. He a pussy ass trainer.
Yeah, well, you know what? If you want to talk to Fred in the chat about it, you do that.
I can't.
What Fred does, I gave him a wrench for a reason. I'm not going to second guess what he did, and stop tattling like a little girl.
Fuck that pussy trans, Stanley.
Yeah, well, you know what? Now he dealt with you in the chat. Now you're up on my panel. Fred's not up here, but I am.
But I was telling you what he did.
Do you want Fred to deal with you, and then you want me to deal with you? Is that
pussy ain't did shit, Stanley?
Okay, let me ask you a question because you're avoiding it. Fred dealt with you the way he saw fit. Are you asking me? Are you asking for further punishment? Because that's what it's gonna be. I want you to. You're acting like a child. Do you need me to punish you like a child?
Stanley, why you just
okay? No. Don't Stanley me. I need you to answer my question. Do you need me to punish you like the child you're acting like?
I'm not, Stanley. I'm not.
You are acting like a child. You're whining about Fred, and I'm trying to conduct a show.
I know, but I'm just saying.
I don't care. I do not care what Fred did to you.
Fred's a tranny, Stanley.
Okay, I don't give a fuck about any of that. What I need you to understand is if you have a problem with Fred, you got a keyboard. You can address him in the chat. Now you're disturbing. Now you're disturbing my agenda. I don't take kindly to it. Okay, I do not give a fuck.
Go suck a dick.
But I'm trying to conduct a show.
Fuck you. Keep going.
Yeah. Okay. Well, let me put it to you this way. You don't want to keep being belligerent on my panel.
Well, that's what I'm doing, bitch.
Yet you won't be doing it for long. And I'm not going to even bother calling you a bitch. I'll just treat you like one.
Well, Stanley, you
Men
were
look
just sucking
really,
dick on
really
your
Okay, the video's
in the
running.
public eye.
No need for you to be
All
talking.
right, shut up.
It's a lot of men who was denouncing that shit and saying like, no, this is wrong. But I'm telling you, people are going to extract the worst of the worst and they're going to run with that shit. Like some of our black men, honestly, really need to heal. I know it's a lot of black women that need to heal too, but we ain't talking about the black women right now because the black women ain't the ones that's online talking about people who can't feed themselves. Okay, we're not gonna talk about the women. We're gonna talk about the people that are doing the shit. But yeah, some of y'all need to heal. Before you turn on that camera, before you hit record, you need to heal. Let's do some counseling. Let's do some therapy. Let's do some type of emotional healing before we start going online and making ourselves or making yourself, because I ain't gonna do that.
Bitch ass, Fred.
Making yourself look like a damn fool and setting your community back. Oh, and don't even get me started on the videos of the dudes that I saw
ass, Fred.
that said
Bitch ass,
not only should they stop the food stamps and the welfare, but they also need to get rid of child support. So not only do you want the women that you don't want to be with that you left, not only do you not want them to get any type of benefits to feed your kids that you don't want to feed or take care of, but you also don't want to contribute to you don't want to contribute to the children out of your own pocket at all. So you don't want the government to do it. You don't want to do it.
That boy do that, Stanley. I'm fucking pissed now, bub.
So who's gonna do it except the mama that you hate so much that you help make a baby with? Women, keep your goddamn lids.
The massa, boy.
Yeah, I don't know. You know, I really do have problems with videos like this, and she's gorgeous, by the way. I don't know whether she may have a bunch of makeup on or something, but her features are actually lovely. However, I just think sometimes, and I do this myself. I guess I should really be fussing at myself too. You know, I just think you can make the point and not belabor the point. And I think she probably went on a little too long with this. So this is the other video that Fred has sent me. AC Reacts. Seems like I've heard of this channel before. But let's see what's going on here.
Yeah, she a bum. Yeah, she a bum. Yeah, she a bum. Yeah, she a bum. With the leggings from last week, bundles they was weak. She from the hood, she freak. You selling cat just to eat. She a bum with them leggings from last week, and them bundles they was weak. She from the hood, she a freak. She selling cat just to eat. Bum 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 bum.
Bum 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 bum.
Wow. All right. Well, is this gonna be? Let's see what else.
And go get a job, you bum. I'll believe you. That's what they're doing. Look at this right here. Hey, louder and better than the others. That's Duke. That's Duke. And she says, "Hi, send money and I'll believe you." He said, "I'm fine with you not believing me." And she like, "Oh wow." Oh wow. What do you mean, oh wow? Why does he have to send you money in order for you to believe him when all you have to do is believe in yourself and go get a job, you bum? These bums, man. Let's go. Let's go. Hold on. Let's go. Bums. Now this is from Hinge. I had to look up what Hinge was. I never heard of it. It's a dating site. So this is they getting on Hinge, a dating site, begging, right? So here's Mary, the beggar, right? So I guess he liked Mary's video, and since he liked her video, she automatically, "Hey, can you pay for my nails, please?" XO. He said in exchange, right? Like, well, yeah. You're begging me off rip. What I'm going to get in return? since you want to be a beggar, what are you going to do? What are you going to do for your nails to get done? If you want to get disrespectful, we're going to get disrespectful also. That's what he's doing. He's already, let me tell you something. When dudes text like this, they already checked out. They already look at you as a low character. They already know who you are. They really are disgusted by you. And when dudes text, don't get it twisted. When men text back like that in exchange, right? 9 times out of 10, they already not rocking with you already. They, even if they thought that you was cool or whatever, soon as you send a text like that talking about, hey, can you pay for anything? They already checked out. If anything, the only thing they're going to do is maybe take you on a tizzy tour, but a lot of times dudes are just disgusted by this. So if he texts in exchange, it's already a wrap. It's already a Rizzy. So she said, I'll send you a pic when they're done. What? What? A pic of your nails. And he said, I would, but broke bees make me nervous. That's right. That's right. That's right. That's how you do them. Get out of here. Bums, man. Bums. Look at this one. Look. Bae, pay for my lashes. He saw it, left on scene, and she gets in her feelings. Could have just said no. Bum. She get into her feelings because he saw it and said, you know what? I'm good. I'm telling you, soon as dudes see that, they good. They good on you. So he left on scene and she couldn't take it. And then he hits a, I was finna text back, actually. I ain't heard from you in months. Could have said hey first. What did I say, black man? What did I say? They can't even say hello, good morning. It's, can you pay for this? Here's my Cash App link. They can't do any. It's always begging first. The beggars come out first. So he says that, and then she's you know, LMFAO, hey, they $50. You got me? Wait, they're $45. And then he says, now I can say no. She hit him with the day $50. You got me? Wait a minute. Maybe I should take $5 off. Wait, here, $45. This is bum activity. Bum activity. This is when you know that they're really scavengers. You know why? First of all, that's just $50, man.
Oh, let's skip ahead.
Then you're gonna pay up. No, they're lying. They're lying. Dudes don't be just going into their inbox wilding like that. A lot of them just go, and I'm not saying none do, but for majority of the part, a lot of these guys just go into the DMs and say, "Hey, how you doing, man?"
Yeah, but Rick or J Dub, and y'all help me out. You know, I've been a bachelor for fuck. God damn it, my wife's been dead. Oh shoot, my wife's been dead for I think it'll be 14 years come next May. And, you know, I was married for like 9 years before that. So, fuck. I haven't dated. God damn. It's almost fucking 25 years. So, I think I'm done. But seriously, where I mean, doesn't it matter where you're meeting these women? I mean, if you're not meeting these women at like the club or I don't know, what else what do young people do? The club, at a concert. Um, I mean, if you're meeting women at like the bookstore or the library or maybe even church, I mean, aren't you going to avoid some of these? Some of these. Plus, there's also the age factor. Um, the age appropriate factor. But even if you are young, I mean, there are places I'm sure where you might meet people that are of a higher quality. And I understand the hookup culture, the apps and stuff like that. But surely there's a way to avoid just, the hookups on Bumble or whatever the app might be. You might have to be more selective, I would think. So y'all let me know. Maybe I'm just naive. Yeah, I mean, like my son met his girlfriend through friends. It wasn't at least that's at least that's the story he told me. And I don't know that he's really the club kind of guy because growing up, like the small town, where he went to high school in, there really are no clubs, at least not that I know of. So yeah, all kinds of places like, I met my wife through my neighbor. Anyway, I'm not gonna, sit up here, old man. The thing that hurt my feelings more than fucking anything this morning, by the way, and I am gonna get around to showing some nightish clips, but the motherfucker called me an old man. It's bad when a 56-year-old is calling you an old man. That caught my attention. I'll put it that way. So we'll listen to a little bit more of this, and then we're gonna move on.
Name such a good morning. Oh, I like your photos, your pictures. That's how dudes usually start. Good night, and this is their response. And if you've been talking, this what bugs them out. This is what bugs dudes out. They've been talking on the phone, texting back and forth, and trying to fill them out. And then, when they say, okay, when are we going to get past the phone games, right? That means meet up. All of a sudden, 500 the hour? What? So we've been going back and forth on the phone, and all you've been out here is selling your struggle buns. That's what you've been doing. You could have been said that. You sell struggle buns. So that messes a lot of dudes up. Like, wow, because this is left field, and this is the reason why they would stay at the bottom, begging. It's a turn off. It's a turn off. And again, I don't want to hear dudes is thirsty. Look what these dudes are texting. The video, the clips that you done seen of the text, has any of them been disrespectful? No. A lot of times they already been talking. They get sideswiped with, oh, pay for my nails, pay for my hair, pay for this, pay for that. A lot of these conversations between, black males and these keishas, they're nothing sexual from the aspect of the male's part. All of a sudden they say, hey, let's meet up. Oh, here's the Cash App.
They're $400. And now I'm talking about this thing, and you're saying to me to,
Sorry about that.
I'm not finna do that.
I'm
not finna do that. Because now you're pimping me. So that was the fallout. And because I said,
let me go back to where we were. This is my bad. So let's finish this up, and then we'll move on.
On Tizzy tours. No, dudes be literally
What's
trying
up,
to
Brooklyn?
get, a date, literally trying to see if they can, find some common ground with said Keisha so they can, see if this one is a potential mate, potential partner, right? Which is crazy because if you don't already know it's finito for them, then you already lost. But for the most part, these guys be looking for girlfriends. They do, and then you got to start somewhere. You got to start somewhere. You got to start an interaction. You got to start somewhere. So they really be trying, and the first thing these Keishas do is hit them with the hit me with money. Bums. This is bums. This is bum activity, man. Bum activity. But anyway, salute the black men. I just wanted to show this. This is what black males are going through right now, dealing with them. It's always begging. That's why they checked out. A lot of brothers done checked out. And good for them. Check out.
Yeah, once again, doing the usual, I would just hope people start getting a lot more precise with their language. Well, Fred, actually, let's see if this is a counterpoint. Scott Galloway is, I know who he is. The one or two times I've listened to him, it's actually been Talking History with Heather Cox Richardson, my favorite female historian. But I am going to get more into his men and boys ideas. I would love to hear him and Tommy Curry get together. Fred, I haven't actually looked that up. If Tommy Curry and Scott Galloway have ever interacted, I would love to know that. But in the meantime, let's have a look at this. This is a lady. Again, I get some interesting things that come into my algorithm because of all the different interests I have. Yeah. What the fuck is he doing, Fred? Fred, you got carte blanche. Do whatever. I am just not gonna get myself concerned. This dude's bringing a knife or bringing moonshine to he's bringing moonshine to a wrench fight. So anyway, let's hear what this older lady has to say. And her name's Melanie Hamlet. I've never heard of her before, but she had some words about Scott Galloway.
Oh, poor men. They need a relationship. And if women don't marry them and date them, they'll murder you. If this man doesn't shut up, Scott. You don't know what you're talking about. You're not an expert. You're an economist. Shut up. I have been talking about this man for 2 years. And what fascinates me is that he is the expert somehow. Not I don't know. Laura Bates. She might know a lot about men. I don't know.
Well, you gotta be careful here because there is such a thing as behavioral economics. So there are people who actually do understand both the psychological side of it and the economic side of it. Now, from what I understand, he's a marketing professor, and marketing can be kind of heady. If you start looking at behavior and that sort of stuff. I don't know his professional or his academic background. I do know he teaches marketing at the Stern School, New York University's business school. So I would be careful. You might want to be careful. Now, maybe she knows more about him than I do, but the dude might be, a behavioral economist. So be careful there, Ms. Hamlet.
No, maybe, Bell Hooks knew a lot about men, cared about men, wrote a lot of books about men. I don't know. You can learn about women, class, race. You can learn a lot about women to understand men. The problem isn't we need
Lord.
to. What did he say? He
She
said
one of those.
we need to basically invest more in men. Are you forking kidding me?
Yeah, I'm not gonna be able to deal with this.
Oh, they need more help. Are you kidding me? They need to grow up. Grow up. Stop making us solve y'all's problems. You got to let go of your need for power and control and grow up. Do shit for yourself. I swear to God, nobody cares about women's mental health, but everybody cares about men's mental health. And if women don't care about men's mental health, they're going to kill you. So marry them. You marry him, Scott. You marry him.
Hey, does anyone think she might be one of Scott's ex-girlfriends or something? That's what I'm thinking. Maybe she was one of his students.
Yeah. You wouldn't marry your son.
He's got 40,000 subscribers.
And you're out here telling all of us that men need relationships. Yeah, we know. That's the fucking problem. God, I hate this man so much. And the thing is, every once in a while, he'll say something makes sense, just like Jordan Peterson used to do. Every once in a while, he'd be like, blah, blah, blah. And people be like, yeah. And then he'd say a bunch of crazy stuff, really anti-trans, anti-woman, and Scott Galloway has said a lot of sexist, racist stuff. Oh, I did like an hour-long breakdown of the man. I will try to remember to link that video here. But he's out here saying that men...
Well, I guess I do notice, was it Tommy Sotomayor? Who I'm just starting to get around to paying attention to some of Tommy Sotomayor's stuff. Again, same thing with DJ Hamp. They're not really my cup of tea, what they talk about. Because I'm not religious and I'm certainly not, even remotely interested in the Hebrew Israelites. Though I do have a good friend of mine who's a senior chief who I think the world of. This dude's like super smart and very successful. Once he got out of the Navy, he retired from the Navy. He's a Hebrew Israelite, but this dude is like a superstar. And I don't think DJ Hamp or this dude is a fucking superstar. He became a millionaire after he got out of the Navy. So there's nothing wrong with Hebrew Israelites. There is something wrong with ignorance and ignorant Hebrew Israelites. And the dude knows his Bible too. But anyway, I'm getting off the topic. I'm going to listen to a little bit more, but if she doesn't calm down here, we're going to have to move on. And if you'll notice, her dog in the background is pretending he's asleep. At first I thought, well, she killed her dog, but I think he's just asleep.
There's 3 pillars that make a man a man.
She needs some milk.
Protector, and procreator. He was like, let me think of something. P. What's the third one? They need to have more kids that they don't want to
No, she needs some Xanax.
We don't want your kids. We're embarrassed to date you. We're embarrassed to marry you. We're embarrassed to procreate with you because y'all don't do anything because of your entitlement and your selfishness. That is the problem. That's the fucking problem. Your entitlement and your selfishness, and you will not question masculinity. And he's all like, I don't think there's anything wrong with masculinity. Provider what? Debt, trauma, autoimmune diseases. You don't provide anything but extra labor, unpaid labor, trauma, and you're vampires. You don't. And he's all like, they should provide more. Sure. How do they do that? They got to stop taking. Why do they take so much? Because of their audacity. Their entitlement. God, they are kids.
Yeah, okay. I think I get the message. Let's let's see what else we got. So, there is a Shamika Michelle thing, which hey Fred, I posted Shamika Michelle. The title's interesting. I posted it on in the Facts Chamber. Anon might be interested because Shamika Michelle did a show called Can Muslim Women Lead? Breaking Barriers or Breaking Traditions. And the lady she's interviewing, that might be that one woman from Canada. I can't tell. I haven't looked into it, but might be someone. She might be interviewing someone Anon knows. So I actually have a couple of political videos, one from Big J, one from the amazing Lucas, and then Professor Zhang has something that Fred posted. And we may get into those. I want to look at Nightish's show because I should have taken notes, but I didn't. So I'm gonna have to do it off the top of my head. She seems more like a cat. Yeah. Well, her dog was pretending to be asleep. I have a feeling that he was pretending to be asleep so she wouldn't notice him. And I'm gonna guess it's a male dog. He probably that poor dog probably gets all kinds of abuse from her because he's a male. So let's go and look at
Now you
Nightish
pimping me.
stuff.
That was
And there is a portion where I hop up there and get yelled at by Nightish, and rightly so. But I will comment, and then I have a second shorter clip after this that I'm going to comment on. So once we're done with this, we may get into some Trump bashing. We'll see. I'm sorry, I can't hear you, JB. You saying something?
Why you gotta do that, Stanley?
Okay, I can't hear you. I guess your volume's down. Is that it?
I said, why you gotta do that?
Let me turn up your volume. And believe me, if you piss me off, I'm going to turn it down again.
No, I was just asking a question.
Okay, I turned it up. What do you have to say?
Never mind. Never mind.
Okay, that's even better. All right, so yeah, LA was up there, but I didn't really engage with LA. It was more CT on Hamp's panel that I had a problem with. And I don't know, maybe one of these days I'll go on DJ Hamp's panel, but I literally have, they talk relationships and stuff, and I don't really have much to say. And what I would have to say, it would just piss them all off, and it's just better not to make enemies. I don't know DJ Hamp. He has his thing, and I just don't want to go up there and be disruptive. He is a big dog. I'm just a little old man here.
So you calling yourself a puppy, Stanley?
No, I'm calling myself a little old man. Hamp is like, a big dog. I am not. And quite frankly, I will often tell people that they need to know their place. Same applies for me. I need to know my place. And it is not. It is not. It is not. It is not in that world, and I know my place. I know I know.
Yeah, you
I
gotta
know
know
where
when
I
to see it.
stand in this blackosphere food chain.
Yeah, you gotta know when you gotta sit in.
All right, so let's listen to this, and I am kind of interested in people like Fred and Dicapriono, J Dub, even Ryan to a certain extent. Beef and Brock, it's good to see you. Your reaction too, by the way.
About it. So I spent damn near $400, and now I'm talking about this thing, and you're saying to me to no, I'm not
Sit
gonna do that.
in, bitch. Sit
No, I'm not gonna do
in.
that because now you're pimping me. So that was the fallout, and because I said that now you're pimping me, that was Nidus is a liar and Nidus is this and I'm all this and blah 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 blah. See, that's the difference between me and these other motherfuckers. I don't be trying to destroy them. These motherfuckers
Fred,
be trying
I
to
did
destroy
see
me.
that.
The nigga music is lame. The nigga thumbnails is lame. The nigga himself is lame. I don't even know why y'all fuck with him. Have anybody in all this time they've been around me hear me say you shouldn't fuck with Jay Prince? I just think the nigga is goofy. I ain't never said don't go support that man channel. These motherfuckers be saying, y'all, why y'all fuck with Nightish? Have whole shows about it. Maybe I need to react to the shows about me. We'll be on here for days. Just type in no Ileanify. The hate. Now, this person is saying I did something to them the other day because I wasn't able to talk. There are no fucking crying in baseball. Fight back. Like these women is doing. They're not crying, they fighting back. It's happening in real time. They're not crying because Chaotic said all of the crazy shit. They're calling them girls, gay, said it as woman is motherfucking cosplaying a white woman. He don't really like black women. Listen to all this crazy shit. But what they are not doing is laying down and crying.
I give it to what's the chick that be on the Ryan page? The one that always cussing everybody out.
Oh, my ex-work wife?
Yeah.
PH Diva. She spend money and kick people off. She talks shit about them. She don't never bow down. So I don't understand why it's any woman in this space think that they voice not being heard. Who? Motherfucking Sugar Bum go to other people's channel and they so angry at her they want to completely dox her and do everything else. But do you see Sugar Bum gone? She's here right now today as Shiesty and as Sugar. Why the fuck can't you just stand up for yourself? Now, if you want me to do something extra, what do I get for that? Your royalty. If it's not me talking, you can talk over them motherfuckers, you can drop them. What more do you want? And let me say it in the Tyrese words. What more do you want from me? And then they be wanting to talk to me too much. LA, you've been around me for a minute. How do me and Truth always fall out? Because you want to talk too long, right?
I don't even talk about that, man.
How do me and Sin fall out all the time because you want to talk to me too much? Fuck your feelings. Keep that shit to yourself. You know, man, I got to go to work. And why are you making an announcement, nigga? Just drop.
Oh, my God, I hate that.
I've been saying that shit for 4 years up here. I'm going to leave the door open like Bruno Mars and motherfucking partner said, Anderson .Paak. I'll leave the door open. You're not trapped in here. I'm not jailing you.
I
take
just,
it how you want to take it. If you're offended by it, fuck it. Be offended.
Hit record.
Puerto Rican up north, yeah, we understand it in that way, being from the tri-state area. If Lex comes to DC, she gonna get a different response. If she goes south, even
I get a different response everywhere I go. A lot of it just comes off of what I look like. And
yeah, but in terms of what
I will say right now, I do not identify as black. I identify as mixed.
Don't hesitate. Keep it real. Keep it real.
No, and I am.
What I'm saying is that what Nay said is valid on the East Coast, but if you come to the South, they don't have the same.
Yeah, that shit is over with if you're in the South. They're gonna call you a white girl. Even
Yeah, okay. Well, this is where we're gonna start. Okay, dude, why is Knightish talking about how they're gonna identify you in the South? Have you ever been to the South? Dude, my father's side of the family, believe me, I've got some great aunts and my grandfather himself that are probably lighter than this girl. And they identify as black in the South. I mean, these are people who are actually deceased now. My grandfather died 50 years ago. Let's see, what am I, 60? Yeah, it would have been about 50 years ago. So I just don't this is really what's on my mind here. People just for some goddamn reason think that all black people think alike. And then you cannot even be from the South, but you will tell what black people in the South will think. That it's crazy that people just fucking assume because I'm black, I know what they're going to think if they're black in the South. No, they wouldn't think that at all. They would probably do the most American thing, which I also find annoying. What are you? Where are you from? I wish Black Americans, legacy Black Americans, people with deep roots in American culture and American history would fucking stop thinking that we all think alike and we're all predictable. If you're black but you're not from the South, how the fuck do you know? Hell, I'm from the South. And I would never say something like that. I think I have a good idea that people would just ask, well, what are you? So we as legacy Black Americans need to stop thinking that all Black people think alike. We can predict. If I'm from LA, I can predict how they're going to react to you in the South. I literally don't know how about crime or something up in Chicago. I'd have to ask someone from Chicago. And I told the story just a few minutes ago about and I'm prone to kind of tell people what I think they'll think. So I may actually have some bruises and some lumps and some scars from this same sort of behavior. We got to stop doing that. We can't assume. Black culture is not a monolith. All Black people don't think alike. And even if you're from the hood in LA is going to be different than the hood in Detroit or the hood in Atlanta or the hood in fucking Albany, Georgia. Albany, Georgia has a hood. We need to stop it. We sound silly. And we're just horrible at this shit. At least the people, the panels, the folks that I run across on YouTube, and I won't even say, people that I run across on YouTube are typical of, Black people out in the quote field. I know that as well.
You Puerto Rican and whatever, they don't.
I know who Outkast is.
What Jay Prince says, he's not the only one that thinks that way. I grew up with a bunch of people telling me, nigga, we don't know what you is. You just Samoan? Is you a Puerto Rican? I'm not none of that though. But that's my own people doing that to me. They did it to my mother.
Well, I guess I'm gonna be taking over for Stanley.
Oh, I'm sorry. You know what? I was on mute. I was saying to Fred that, the reason I know who Outkast and some of these groups are is they were the best of the best. So, I like good music. I don't really care that much about the genre. Good music is good music. Um, and I've got a brother who's 13 years younger. So, I mean, I have an idea, about some of this stuff. So anyway, we need to stop thinking that just because we're black in LA, we know what they're going to think down in the South. We don't. As a matter of fact, years ago, I have a friend of mine who is Somali. I'm pretty sure he was born, he's an immigrant living in the hood in Atlanta. And I have another friend who's Somali and she lives in Britain. Now, this lady who's Somali in Britain does not identify as black. The Somali who lives in the hood in Atlanta, definitely he identifies as black. So even, people who are, and it's funny because the lady in Britain, I don't think she was born in Somalia. I think she is first generation. This guy in Atlanta was born in Somalia. He identifies as black. She's British and doesn't identify as black. She identifies as Somali. So a lot of this is how you identify. And I'm at a point in my life, if this young lady with the the Latina background, if she said, "Hey, I identify as black," I'd probably go, "Well, hey, that's kind of interesting. It's kind of unique that you identify," but I'd have no problems with it. It's a construct in the first place, and I literally have relatives on my father's side. And my father's mother was really dark. My grandfather could have passed for white. It's just he had gray eyes, I think. So I've had both extremes, on my father's side of the family, especially. So I just don't, I'm pretty liberal when it comes, don't identify as Finnish. That would be, an outer limit. I'm even willing to give Rachel Dolezal a pass. I don't really care that she identifies as black. And she wants to do that. You know what? She has been head of the NAACP, and I never have. In some ways, she may be more quote black than I am. I would never think to even join the NAACP, let alone run a chapter of it. And she ran Seattle's chapter. That's kind of a major city. So y'all need to lose me. And I talk about race and culture, American race and American culture a lot, but you can lose me with telling someone that they're not black. Fuck it. If they say they're black, I'm willing to just let them be black. I don't really care that much about it. Y'all, it's funny. It's funny that, these black people are people like CT. Yeah, motherfucker, he's a racist. He's telling people they're not black when they identify as black. Among other, things that I just find odd and disturbing. They just need to, these people literally don't know enough about American history, culture, etc., to even be calling people who identify as black not black. Y'all don't know shit about race. And the funny thing is CT should know more than he does, and he doesn't. So anyway, what's up, Ryan? You there, Ryan? Oh, just lost him. He's in his car. Well, I don't know that you can be anything that you want, Brian, but things like, if you're racially ambiguous, why not? Be who you want to be.
They did it to my aunt. They did it to my is your grandmother Indian? What is she?
I'm like, Indian hot, what you mean? Woo, 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 or the dot? Because she neither one of them. She black. She just light skinned. But listen, Jay Prince had a whole. Let me get on big camera, because this is your own people doing it to you. Jay Prince had a whole string about albinos being white. He showed a dark-skinned woman and a dark-skinned man have this albino baby. And he said, that's a white man. Then when they had the little girl, he said, that's a white woman. In Africa, they said that them albino people got magic in their bodies. So do you know what they do to albinos in Africa?
Yeah, they
cut their legs off, they cut their arms off, and they keep it because it's supposed to be magic.
Shout out.
Sugar Bum, let me help you out because you sound mad. If I was mad, Sugar Bum, I cut this shit off. When I'm angry, I get away from motherfuckers. I wouldn't sit here and have this comment. This is actually me Karen. This is what me Karen sounds like. See, TMKC don't understand. This is love what I'm doing right now because I'm actually giving a fuck about what she's saying. If I didn't give a fuck, I wouldn't say shit. You know how many times Sin being here talking a bunch of shit and I just completely ignore her? And that's the thing y'all do. Y'all like to lie to yourselves. And we don't even know if Sugar Bum is a girl. Whoever that avatar was, we found out that wasn't her. But yeah, I'm not mad with me is get the fuck away from me. Mad to me is block you. The reason I stopped blocking people is because of Granville. Granville said, don't block nobody. So I don't block people no more. But I'm not mad at all. I'm just passionate when I speak. I just think it's cocky to come over here and talk to me like we know each other or some shit, like you my little sister. Even with the shit with my little sister, my little sister, my big sister, my daughter, the shit that they do, they don't need no defense. You'd be out of your fucking mind to be defending that bullshit. They savages.
Well, let me skip ahead a little bit.
And I know that a lot of y'all are savage.
Stanley, let me ask you a
thinking,
question.
Shit, this could be my.
What's that?
Yeah. What is the fascination with Jay Prince? Okay, I don't understand. It's just like beyond my comprehension. Why it's such a big deal.
I think some of it is that he brings numbers.
But why? I don't understand the fascination.
Wait, hold on. Why does he bring numbers?
When you say bring numbers, I mean he brings people from his show over to whatever.
Well, apparently he's a little bit of a cash cow. Like you bring him over there, and I think it's a mutual beneficial. I think he raises money, from people. I think shows raise money.
So it's like a Chenard situation. Chenard used to bring a lot of money in because people would kick him off all the time.
I guess so. But the thing is that I guess I could see if I could get JP over here, but I don't like cringe factors, and there's just some things I'm not going to do.
I don't think you should. It's not your cup of tea, buddy.
No, it's not my daily cup of tea.
It's not. You're gonna. What are you gonna talk about? Literature? I mean, it's not.
I probably have a question or two, but my questions will probably piss him off.
Yes, I would agree. It's not your. It's different. He's a different guy.
It's not my shtick.
I don't know. I think CT's almost like.
Well, CT is somewhat of an entertainer.
Shock value, right? So,
Yeah, I think that He, much like John Galt, they actually believe that black people are basically terminally ill and cannot do better. And then the people, one of the things that I fussed at folks about is this idea that black people need to be policing crime, like black people excuse it, like, oh hey, if black people will go, well hey, if we had reparations, Carmelo Anthony did this, it's because of slavery, which is just a lie. A lot of cases, no one ever says that the murder rate is high in the per capita. If you look at the black demographic, nobody ever says that's because of slavery. It's really more the after effects of slavery, poverty, and that sort of thing. The way the inner cities are right now, a lot of that is a legacy of slavery. There are things, but I would also argue that today in the hood, it's really more because of Jim Crow than slavery. If you think about it, between the end of slavery in 1877, there was a whole Reconstruction period where there were black legislators in Washington. South Carolina had a ton of black representation in their state house. There was actually kind of a time of things looking really good right after slavery, up until 1877. Things were looking up, and then
Well, what about
then the 1876 election happened, and basically the Republicans are like, hey, it was neck to neck. Like it literally came down to the popular vote, and the electoral college wound up being a tie. So they had to go the next step and have the House of Representatives determine who was going to be the winner. And there was a bunch of horse trading. The Republicans basically said, oh, hey, look, if you give us the election, we'll pull the federal troops out of the South, because the South was occupied during Reconstruction. There were federal troops down there making sure that there weren't the Klan and other groups weren't running wild. And Republicans, like American politics, it always winds up working out. It's cynical. Give us the presidency because we want the power, and we'll take the troops out. You can just do what you want to do, with the black people down there. So they,
I don't think that's
essentially Jim Crow started shortly after the 1870 compromise of 1877. Where we are now, the redlining, the all that legal segregation and discrimination and all that, that's all Jim Crow. That's not really slavery.
But I don't think that's why there's the murder rate is what it is in these areas.
It's not a direct cause, but poverty does correlate with.
I think it's a factor, right? I think it's a factor.
Yeah,
No. I'm not going to even go as far as saying it's a factor.
Yeah, it's a factor.
Correlates. And by the way, it correlates in other demographics also.
Yeah, of course. That's what I'm saying. It's a factor. It's a factor.
So no one has been able to link a causal factor. It does correlate, and poverty was reinforced by redlining, especially.
You got to look at causation versus correlation, right? So, like, causation, correlation. I think it correlates, but it's not like there's multiple factors involved in.
I'm going to finish what I said.
Multiple factors. It's not just that. It's not just socioeconomic.
No one disputes multiple factors.
And that goes across the board. Why did Asians get
Okay,
convicted?
dude, motherfucker, you're not going to bulldoze me. What you'll do is wait till I'm done. No one is blaming it on any one factor. You can gish gallop all you want. There are a lot of correlations that came into being during Jim Crow. I think I feel comfortable in saying, had Jim Crow never existed, had Reconstruction been allowed to happen as it was happening, things would be a lot better off today. So
I've been in the back for like a half hour.
slavery was a problem. However, Reconstruction ending and Jim Crow beginning, I think we could tie that directly to how things are today. There was a whole time, almost 80 years, where blacks could not progress beyond what Jim Crow would allow them to do. Okay, you could have a great business in the black community, be very well off just during Jim Crow and in the black community with, say, a restaurant or something like that. One damn thing you weren't going to do was franchise that restaurant out into the white community. You were literally boxed in to your clientele. A lot of growth factors, a lot of growth was stunted due to Jim Crow. A lot of generational wealth lost because of Jim Crow. Bruce's Beach out in California, perfect example. The Bruce family had beachfront property, Manhattan Beach, California. It was prime real estate. And the city, literally, Manhattan Beach, literally went in and did an eminent domain and took the property from the family. Now, this was a resort. It wasn't just a couple shacks. It was a whole resort. Like, you know, people would come and vacation there. It was almost like the Catskills, you know, one of those things. There were, you know, bungalows. There were places for people to spend a week and, you know, at the at the beach. It was taken. I can't remember whether the family was paid anything at all, but for like fucking 60 years, this family literally lost generational wealth because
Was this in the 50s? Was this
so
the 50s?
they wound up giving the property back to the family, paying $20 million for it, and then I think the city leased it back, so there'll be income coming in. But you're talking 80 years of kids that could have gone to college and been doctors and who knows what. 80 years worth of generational wealth, progress, and, you know, education lost because of Jim Crow. And you can't get that back. There are people in that Bruce family who might even live in the hood. And you know, who knows how many people have gone to jail and, you know, what was actually lost in that 60 years that could have been corrected had the property not been taken in the first place. It's immeasurable. But that's just one example. That's just one example. That's just one example of people who could be in poverty today that maybe wouldn't have been had the generational wealth been generated.
Well, so you think that the crime numbers are just solely based on that?
Yeah, I'm not going to concentrate on crime. I'm talking about several different things. All I'm saying is that crime is correlated with poverty. And the one example I give of Bruce's Beach, a whole family for generations lost wealth because property was taken during Jim Crow. Who knows how many doctors could have been generated out of that generational wealth? How many politicians? Who knows how many more millionaires in other industries could have been spawned from that generational wealth, but it was taken. And there are people who are in poverty in that 60 years that probably wouldn't have been. Who knows one way or the other, but I'm willing to bet that, there would have been some good that could have been done with that generational wealth that was just outright lost. So if you are living in the hood, and you're in that Bruce family, who knows what could have happened otherwise. But if you're living in a high crime neighborhood because, hey, my family's poor because we didn't have the generational wealth, there are all kinds of permutations. There are all kinds of things. There are all kinds of counterfactuals. I just think that a lot of harm was done. A lot of things didn't happen just because of that one incident during the Jim Crow era.
Okay.
So that's the example that I'm going to give, and it's a researchable answer about
I'll just say that.
Okay, I don't need you to interrupt me. I'll let you know when I'm done.
All right, that's fine.
That is just a perfect example of one family that who knows where they would be right now. Even in California politics, who knows where they would be, but because of Jim Crow. And for people to go, the high crime numbers, you're going to blame it directly. No, I'm just saying that poverty correlates with crime. I'm willing to bet there's some people from the Bruce family who are in poverty that maybe wouldn't have been had things gone differently and Jim Crow hadn't happened. So that's what I'm saying. The rest, you can ask me about crime. You can ask me about all of that. I'm just going to keep referring back to Bruce's Beach as a very concrete example. And by the way, there are plenty other examples along the Sea Islands of Georgia and plenty examples if I took the time to go and research them just in my neck of the country.
I fully agree. There are many examples, but I will say that so if these are the cause, then poverty would be the cause across all groups: Chinese, Latino.
I don't give a fuck about the China. No, you're not going to get Gallup away from my example. I don't care about the Chinese. I don't care.
You gave one example.
I don't care. You can yell all you want
of a massive issue.
I have given you a concrete example that we can theorize off of in the legacy Black demographic. I don't care to spin off and talk about other demographics with a different history. Chinese,
okay, but if that's the cause, it would affect the Chinese and whites and Latinos.
Chinese, Asians have a different history in America than legacy Black Americans.
Well, they got a property seizure issue. That's for sure.
I don't give a shit about any of it. They don't have the same.
Also, the poorest group were the Asians.
Other groups who are poor do not fit.
You're not being scientific about this, man. Like, you're way smarter.
I'm not being scientific at all. How can I be scientific about something that can't be proven?
You can. So you said correlation causation, right?
What you want me to do is indulge you, and I'm not going to do it.
You're being disingenuous. Then you're not arguing.
If I'm being disingenuous because I'm not willing to step away from my very concrete and provable and easily understandable example of what happened in the legacy Black American history, I'm sorry if I don't want to talk about Asians. They have a different history.
What you're saying is because of this occurred. Causation, right?
Nope.
Not correlation, causation.
I literally said, and I walked you through this, poverty correlates to crime, and there are people in the Bruce family who probably were in poverty because the generational wealth was basically stolen from them, or the potential for generational wealth was stolen. They wind up in poverty, and poverty correlates to crime. That is not saying anything is causal.
Yeah. So, and I think that it's a factor for sure. We know it is poverty, obviously. However, the disproportionality is massive, right? For violent crime specifically. Just like it's
why are we talking?
massive for gambling crime.
Why are we talking violent crime?
Because you said you were talking about
crime? No, all I said was that poverty correlates to crime, and not just violent crime. It correlates to different types of crime.
Well, I agree, but in these areas, you're talking specifically about the crime, which is violent crime.
I'm talking about Bruce's Beach.
Well, you changed it to Bruce's Beach to say this is the causation.
I have changed nothing.
For
I
Baltimore City being a war zone.
I have not talked about anything else other than saying there are probably good examples similar to Bruce's Beach, because there's been a lot of property, heirs property and that sort of stuff that was lost in the Southeast.
Well, I certainly didn't get any of that.
Along the Sea Islands of Georgia and South Carolina. And I know this because my mother's side of the family is from over there. There are similar examples to Bruce's Beach. That's nothing to do with the ghetto or high crime or violent crime or anything.
But listen, so you're stating that it was that, and that's why there's this disproportionality, which is gigantic.
I'm not saying, other than the example of Bruce's Beach, I'm not spinning off a universal. I'm just saying it is a good example of generational wealth not happening because of a Jim Crow incident.
Generational wealth. And I want to see the generational wealth. Like, who the fuck is that?
Who knows how many offspring from that Bruce's family that wound up in poverty and had things gone differently? Shoot, who knows what could have happened? Generational wealth was lost.
It's generational wealth. That's why
a lot of people who might have had potential to be who knows what, they couldn't be for one reason or another. And I think Jim Crow caused a lot of loss of potential, way more so than slavery did.
I would say that Jim Crow definitely did that.
Almost a different animal from Jim Crow.
I'll go beyond that. Jim Crow was in some states in the South. It was in the North. They didn't have it, but they did have it.
That would be incorrect. Also, Jim Crow happened all over this country. Chicago. If you ever you haven't been around for a lot.
That's what I was saying, Stanley. You didn't let me finish the fucking statement.
Hey, dude, you getting upset really isn't going to do any heavy lifting here.
Well, I was just trying to say, it was
Jim Crow was not exclusive.
You're going to keep going.
It was not exclusive to the South. Is my only point. They may not have called it Jim Crow, but there were
that's my point. I made that point, and you cut me off.
All kinds of restricted covenants and redlining, all kinds of stuff going on up north. That, in my opinion, just comes under the heading of Jim Crow.
But I would argue that once this was done in 1960, whatever, that there's been a lot of fallback, right? Like I don't know if, based on the violent crime in my city, which is horrendous, why is this occurring when it wasn't occurring then, right?
Why is
so like it's become, the violent crime numbers have exploded, right, in the cities of our country. They were a lot more close when there was Jim Crow and shit, but now it's totally disproportional. Totally disproportional. I think you have to address that, right?
Well, you also, marriage rates, but the other thing you need to understand is it's really bad if you look at the Black demographic, but those numbers have gone up across the board. It's not.
I don't disagree.
Violent crime has gone up in the white community as well.
I agree with that. So
not at the same rate.
Yes, if you look at the whites and blacks were a lot closer with violent crime in the 60s, right? In the 50s, whatever it was, right?
If you want to make that comparison, that's fine. What I also will say is that if the rate has gone way up, and it seems to be coming down, but let's just say it went up because it is higher. We need to figure out what that cause is. If you
I think
blame
it's
it
rap. I think it's fucking rap.
if you blame it on Jim Crow, that's probably not right. If you blame it on black culture, that's not right either.
Don't you think it's rap some though? Like, listen, I'm gonna tell you right now. I listened to rap in the '90s. I did. Me.
I
Okay.
think
'80s. Late '80s.
I think it's a feedback loop. I think rap came about because of a lot of problems in these neighborhoods, and describing everyday life basically gave other types of people a glimpse into quote that life. I think it's a feedback loop. I think rap
listen.
has had influence on people who maybe otherwise wouldn't. You know how exposure to something can radicalize you.
Yes.
I can compare it to that. However, rap didn't just spring up, independently from real life. Art imitated life, and then life started imitating art. It
But
happened. It
let me
happened.
tell you something. Okay. When I was in 1989, 1988, right? NWA came out, and I it was cool because it was like anti everything, right? Here I am, a 14-year-old, 15-year-old white boy listening to NWA, and I'm like, this shit is awesome. Fuck the cops, fuck society, fuck everything, right? And I'm a rebellious teen. I felt like I wanted to go get a gack and shoot up the street myself, right? I didn't do that, obviously, but it very much was like, fuck yeah, fuck the police. And I would sing the song, fuck the police, right? It was very anti. And here I am, again, I'm a white boy from the fucking trailer out in the goddamn, well, in the, just outside of the city. But either way, like, here, I'm just some fucking white kid. And I'm with Easy E, I'm with Cube, MC Ren, who controls the automatic. Listen, I personally felt motivated to commit some crimes myself, right? That's my experience, and I think that other people probably felt the same way.
Wait,
Feel the
hold it.
same way.
When you felt like you felt like doing crime, were you still at home or were you out on your own?
No, I was in high school. I was like, I'm gonna go out and fuck some shit up. I really felt that way, right? And they had a song called "Fuck the Police." I'd be singing the "Fuck the Police,"
I
right?
remember "Fuck the Police."
Yeah, "Fuck the Police," right? And but I think for rebellious teenagers, and I mean white boys, listening to Eminem, right? It's very anti everything, anti society, anti fucking order, anti everything.
You want to blame it on rap. You do know back in the early 90s, which is when rap started getting popular. Tipper Gore, it was rock music too.
Yeah, it was rock, of course. That's right.
So, rap and other types of music, kind of came under that same scrutiny. And I know it has influence, but art imitates life, and then life starts imitating art at some point. It's kind of like a feedback loop. So I think there's something to it, but I don't think there's something to it to the point to where you start censoring art.
Well, there was remember that movie Colors?
Parents are there to, censor their kids.
Dude, look, also the movie Colors. Ice-T had a song, "I'm a nightmare walking, psychopath talking."
Okay, let me cut you off. Let me cut you off right here. Okay. Blacks need to come to Jesus and admit something's very wrong. Well,
who is this?
This is, God damn it, let me finish.
Oh, sorry. Okay, go ahead.
This is something that I'm about to fuss about. Crime is an American problem. Racializing crime really is the problem to begin with. Okay. When we start saying, oh, black people are responsible for black crime, shit's not going to solve anything. I think it's a racist point of view. That's like saying white people need to solve white crime.
Well, I think white people should stop white crime.
Mexicans need to solve Mexican crime. Jews need to solve Jewish crime. It's crime, and it needs to be deracialized. And saying black people need to fix the problem or black people need to admit something there's very wrong. I think everybody knows that crime is a problem. I don't think there's anything to admit. I think what people need to admit, black, white, and racist, non-racist, that we're not doing a very good job, and what racializing it hasn't worked. Treat crime as crime. I think crime is probably, like I said, more correlated to poverty. In expecting me, for instance, to worry about a murder in Frisco, Texas, fuck all that. I've never even been to Texas. Why would I worry about it? There are a bunch of people out in Texas who can worry about it. So, no, you and I will never agree that black people need to come to Jesus and admit something's wrong. When did black people say there wasn't a problem? That's that CT bullshit. And it's extremely racist.
I think it depends on where you are.
I look forward to someone hitting the link and coming up and argue this point so I can shit all over it.
I mean, I think that Kimmy makes a good point, though.
I think Kimmy makes a shitty point. That's borderline.
Yeah, but you can't apply the same stuff to like
crime is crime, Mr. Ryan.
But the tactics are different.
Racial,
right?
No, I don't think that the tactics are different. Crime is crime. Treat it as crime, not black crime.
So you think in a highly populated area, right?
Treat it as crime.
Remove the race conversation from it. In a highly populated area, your tactics are different than in a lowly populated area.
You know what? There are highly populated areas that are not black.
I totally agree. So the other thing is, if you have a known place where they deal drugs out of, per se, right? It might be in New Mexico in a Latin community. It might be the meth house in California, but the whites are, based on population condensed, based on the history of a place, and those tactics need to be deployed in different places. It's not a race thing. They have to adapt based on that. You know what I'm saying? Like you're going to tackle a meth den.
The other thing,
a meth den different than a
far off into nothing in particular. The other thing that I find disturbing that people can't seem to be able to realize is that the high crime areas tend to be very limited geographically. We know where the high crime areas are. Stop saying black people need to admit something's wrong. Okay, crime is a local issue a lot of times, just like
I think you should say high violent crime.
God damn it, Ryan, I do not need you to interrupt this.
All right, well, go ahead. Let me know when you're done.
Crime, these high crime areas are very limited geographically. They are urban areas. We know where those areas are. Stop saying black people need to come to Jesus and realize there's a problem. If crime is local, it's better to say the black people that are living in that city or that region or that area need to deal with it, not all black people. And when you say black people, I, being good at English, assume that you mean all black people. Because if you didn't, you would put some sort of qualifier on the term black. Okay, black people, I as a black person in Carroll County, Georgia, I don't need to be aware. I don't need to care about crime that's happening in Cabrini Green. And I know Cabrini Green, I guess that doesn't exist anymore. So I'll feel free to pick on it. I don't give a shit about crime in Chicago. Why should I?
Well, I agree with you there, but can I talk now or no?
Dude, you can talk anytime. I'm not talking.
Well, that's rare.
Well, you know what? It's a talk show. I am the host.
That's fucking rare. It's just for hours. I'm just sitting here, but I'm just kidding. But no, so look,
Okay,
I agree with what you're
again,
saying.
no, Kimmy keeps spouting stuff that's just ridiculous. She writes the high crime areas might be limited, but the death tolls are at an all-time high. Look at Chicago. I literally just said I don't give a shit. That is a Chicago problem that Chicago needs to deal with. If the crime is limited, high death tolls again. What does that have to do with me? I don't live in those areas. I assume the people that live in those areas are responsible enough to deal with it. And if they're not, that's a them problem. It's not my problem. And I won't be lectured about blacks need to come to Jesus. No, they don't. The blacks who live there need to come to Jesus. It is borderline insulting my intelligence to talk about all-time high crime rates in Chicago. I don't live there. Why would I care? Other than, no one likes to see humans suffer, but I'm not going to lose sleep over high crime rates in Chicago. Hey, Kimmy.
Yeah.
Hi, Stanley. I think that
Is she coming up?
yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Did you say she's coming up?
She's here.
I can't really see that well with this phone. I can't see anything.
Can
Oh, hi,
you hear
Kimmy.
me?
Looking at your phone while
Hi.
you're driving anyway.
No, that's what. Yeah, well, no, I pulled over for a while. I pulled over, so I'm driving again
So
now.
Stanley,
But
I
oh,
do
hi,
think it
Kimmy.
applies to. Hi, Ryan. I do think it applies to all black people because there are people who are doing the crimes, and then there's people who are making excuses like it's not happening when it is.
Okay, no, I don't agree that there are people making excuses.
Stanley, you're making excuses.
Okay. No, I'm absolutely not making excuses. I'm saying it's not my problem. The people in Chicago need to be dealing with it. Don't worry me with it because I don't live there.
Well, they're
That's
not dealing with
in
it, which is why the
that's
National
not
Guard is
in
going to go in,
Kim.
which is now
Kim,
everyone's problem.
that's
So we
not
all have
that's
safety
not
now.
Kimmy. That's not an excuse. It's a disavowal.
But it's everyone's problem when the National
No,
Guards have
it
to be
is
sent
not
in.
you and I are on the opposite sides of that argument. It is not everybody's problem.
Well, the National Guards are being sent in to deal with it because Chicago cannot
Okay,
take care of it.
the
Because
National Guard are being
because
sent to the National Guard are being sent to specific locations.
Stanley, if the black-led
Kim,
elected
we
officials
might as
in
well,
Chicago
Kim, we
were
might
able
as
to
well
take
not
care of
even
crime
have the argument.
and did not
We might
pretend
as
like it
well.
wasn't happening and make excuses
We
for it,
might
it
as
wouldn't be what it
well.
is now.
Hey, Kim, it is not everyone's problem. If crime in Chicago is high, it is a Chicago problem, not a Stanley and Carroll County problem. I want them to solve it, but I'm not going to lose sleep. They need to fix it. It is not a black people problem. It is a black people in Chicago problem.
And then you're trying to give a blind eye to what's happening
And
in
I'm
one
not
area. That's a statistical issue when it comes to violence amongst black people.
okay. Again, it is if the crime is high in Cabrini Green, and I know it doesn't exist anymore, at least I've heard
Right.
that. If the
Yeah.
crime is high in Cabrini Green, then Chicago needs to deal with the high crime in Cabrini Green.
And it hasn't been dealt with because
Stanley in
people
Georgia, while he hopes that the problem gets solved, is not going to lose 1 second of sleep over something that does not affect him. There's enough going on in my life. I'm assuming people in Chicago can deal with it.
No, because the Stanleys of Chicago pretend like it's not a problem.
There
That
is
is the
no
problem.
Stanley in Chicago.
there's people of your thought that think that crime is just it's
Well,
everywhere.
then
It's happening all
they're
over.
crazy. If you live in a high crime area and you're not concerned about it, well, that's a whole different kettle of fish.
So
You
are you
need
not
help.
concerned? Are you not concerned
No,
about what crime looks like statistically amongst our group? Does it
no,
not concern you? That doesn't concern you.
nope.
Okay.
Why should it? Can I fix it? No. Am I even held responsible to fix it? No. I don't even live anywhere near the state. Why would I be responsible for it?
I think what you're doing is what a lot of people do, which makes crime worse. You're
And
just
you
turning
know
a blind
what?
eye to it
A lot
and
of
act like it doesn't
people, a
happen because it
lot of
does not
people,
involve them
hey,
directly.
hey, a lot of people are right not to poke their nose into something that is a local issue. Okay, too many fingers in the pie from across the country, that is just chaos. Let the people in Chicago fix the Chicago problem.
Okay, let's take it closer to home for you. Wasn't there a series of home invasions
So
that happened in
so
Georgia?
you're moving the goalpost?
But what group was behind that?
Okay, again, if I can fix the problem in my local area, if it were happening in my local
I'm not
area,
asking you to
I would
fix it. I'm asking you to acknowledge that there's a problem.
okay. You're
You
just
said we have
gonna
a
lose the
problem.
argument. You're having to move goalposts, Kim.
I'm not, because that's been my what I said from the very beginning. Like we have to really look at
No, we
ourselves and
do
say,
not.
look, something is wrong.
There
Something
is
is very
this
wrong
is
here.
not there is no such thing as black crime except people who want to racialize everything.
So you won't admit that there's a problem amongst black people
Oh,
with crime.
there is a crime problem in high crime areas, and those high crime areas need to be fixed, but it's not something I'm that concerned about. Other than the human misery, you don't want to see people suffering needlessly, but other than praying for them, that's all they get from me.
I think I see no, because there's crimes that take place that are not in high crime neighborhoods, but it's still people that look like us that are doing it. For example, there was a young I don't know the rapper's name that the young people listen to. I think it's NBA somebody, and he had a concert in Texas. And when everyone came up from the concerts, their windows were broken in on their cars, and a lot of items were stolen. I mean, car after car after car after car was broken into. It wasn't a high crime area where the stadium was, but guess who was behind the crime?
Who?
People that look like us.
No. Once again, I'm not as racial.
The
as you are.
YNs did
They were
that.
they were not people like us, Kim.
I didn't say they were like us, so they look like us.
Do they? Do they really look like us? That
But I
sounds
do
that
think,
sounds mighty racial to me.
but
Just
yeah,
because they look like us, I thought all skin folk weren't kinfolk.
now you're changing the goalpost. You just can't admit that there's a
I
problem.
know. I'm not moving the goalpost. I'm telling you, there is no goalpost to move. Okay, it happened in Texas. I've never even been to Texas. That
Right.
they were fellow kids or whatever who had African heritage.
So
I don't
now the
feel
concert was a
I
tour. So
don't
the
I
concert was
don't
supposed to come to
I
Atlanta.
don't
The
feel
State Farm
I
Arena
don't
canceled
feel
it because they
one
didn't want
bit.
the criminal activity
I
that was
don't
associated
care.
with it.
I don't care.
Don't you see that, Stanley? That's a problem.
It's a problem, but it's not my problem.
No one ever said it was your problem.
Okay,
The
well
problem
then
is you're
it's
not
a problem.
acknowledging that
We
this is an
agree.
issue.
We agree that it's
You
a
want to
problem.
generalize it like it's everyone's
Okay,
crime
no.
is everyone's
Kim,
problem. Like
what you want to do is make people responsible for something they're not.
I'm
Okay,
not doing that.
that some black kids in
I'm trying to get you
Texas.
to acknowledge that this is
Okay,
not just happening in
Kim,
small pockets around the
Kim,
world. Like
you're not Kim. That a bunch of kids in Texas did crime. I'm sorry to hear it, but it's a Texas problem.
Not
It's your
really.
parents' problem. I don't understand why you can't understand that I'm not going to get.
Stanley,
I'm
it was
not
a
gonna lose.
tour. The tour
Okay,
was moving to
Kim, I
Atlanta.
don't
The State Farm
understand why
Arena
you
canceled
don't.
the show because
I
they didn't want
don't
the violence
understand why you have to gish
happening in
gallop.
or around their
Why
party.
do you have to gish gallop
Most
this?
arenas would never do that. You think they want to refund
I
that much
don't
money to
care.
people?
So what?
That's to show you the magnitude of the issue.
It is not. There is no magnitude to this issue. It is literally not a big nationwide issue.
All right, Stanley. I just can't, you're just
It's
not
not.
going to admit
It's
it, but
not even.
but
It's
everyone
not
else is
even.
watching the same
And I
movie.
know.
Everyone else is
I know
watching the
you
same
want to
movie.
say, "Oh, it's a black culture issue." No, it's not a black culture issue
It
either.
is a black culture issue. I'm sorry.
It is not a black culture issue.
All right. A lot of comedians will say like there's like black crimes and white crimes.
In Texas, black culture in Texas is different than black culture here
So
in California.
the State Farm Arena was so scared they had to cancel it and refund
Oh,
everyone
you
their
mean the
money.
one in Atlanta?
Yeah, they canceled the
Hey,
same
thank
tour because
God
they didn't want the violence.
Hey, they have my utmost support for canceling it. Can't commit crime. It's something that's not happening. I fully support their action. If it's dangerous, why do it?
I mean, you think they would cancel a Taylor Swift concert or Kid Rock or whoever else? They wouldn't. Even Eminem, they wouldn't cancel.
If there's gonna be high crime, apparently Swifties don't commit a lot of crime. You're breaking up a little bit.
Nightclubs, they didn't want to. Some nightclubs, they would not play hip hop and rap music
You know
because of
what?
the type of violence that it would lead to.
If the nightclubs are high crime areas, they need to shut them down.
Well, Stanley, you're a very intelligent person, and I think it's just sad that you just want to not admit that. But we're all watching the same movie. We all see it, and we all know it's a problem.
You're an intelligent person, and it surprises me that you actually think that all black people are responsible for closing down the State Farm Arena because
that's sad. That's sad, Stanley.
Okay. It is.
I don't think you get it.
It is sad. It is sad that you are so racist that you think all black people are responsible for black crime. It's sad
Stanley,
that you think.
I remember going out in the 2000s, going to really nice nightclubs, and those clubs would not play hip hop because they did not want the crowds that are associated with violent behavior going there.
Hey, I am not on that Republican plantation where all the slaves are all the slaves are held responsible because one slave escaped.
I'm telling you, it's the people like you that if you were the mayor of Chicago, you would act like there's no problem. It's the people like you.
If one slave boy steals the pie, are you gonna hold all the slaves accountable?
I mean, they used to, but I'm telling you, if you were an elected official and your job was to solve crime, you would act like
if I were an elected official, I would be responsible for stuff that happens in the region or the area, the city that I was elected. But if I'm an Atlanta elected official, I have nothing to do with crime in Chicago. I'm responsible for Atlanta.
I just don't think you take public safety seriously because you're going to deny that it's happening.
No, I take public safety probably more serious than you do.
I mean, given that you are a veteran, I would say
I have sense enough to know. I have sense enough to know that public safety in a specific region is for that specific region to deal with. Okay, public safety in my small Georgia town has nothing to do with what's happening in downtown Chicago.
But here's another reason why it's a problem for all of us, because when these things happen, the optics are terrible, and no one feels comfortable
Okay,
around
I don't
this.
give a I don't care about the white gays. If the B-Braves of the world think that all black people commit crime or they're responsible for crime, hey, he's a fucking redneck. I don't care what his opinion is.
Well, I'm not talking about his opinion. I'm talking about how it makes us
Well, I
look and
think
the fact that people feel unsafe
all
around us.
people, all people who think that black crime is a black issue or that there's even such a thing as black crime, they're all B-Braves to me.
So let me ask you a question. Do you think people feel safe and comfortable around black people? Be honest, Stanley.
I, all the people in my neighborhood feel safe around me. I don't care. I don't even care that all. If you're white and you don't feel comfortable around me, then don't be around me. But all the white people I know, and by the way, there are black people who don't feel comfortable around black people as well. What about them?
And I think for me personally, it affects me because I find myself like going out of my way to show
You
people
live
that
in a
I'm
big
really not
city.
like that. I'm really not like the rest of them. You
You
know?
live in a big city. I might be more concerned if I lived in New York City about New York crime, but I don't.
I'm not really, that's not what I'm saying because I think generally I'm okay. But what I'm saying is that when I see people that don't look like me, I go out of my way to prove to them that like I'm not like what you think the
See,
rest of us are.
see, I don't care that much about the white gays. I'm not. Well, if you, as a matter of fact, I don't know if you've heard this particular theme song. I've got two opening theme songs, and one of them actually say, and I want you to hear this because it's real short. I address the topic of going out of the way to make people feel comfortable. I don't really care, and to be honest, I never really have. Um, and I went to school with white kids. You either know who I am or you don't. People feel uncomfortable around strangers, especially if you're kind of in unfamiliar territory.
No, especially if you're black.
Human,
Let's finish that
it's
sentence
kind of a
accurately.
human thing.
That's not a human thing,
So
Stanley. See, that's what you're doing. That's a problem. It's not a human thing. It's specific to a group of people.
no. Anytime you're in somewhere that you've never been among people that you don't know, you're going to be uncomfortable. Even if you're white and in a white area and you're not from there, especially if it's like you're a city, I'm going to use some terms here that are a little horrible, but if you're a city white and you go out to the redneck white area, you're going to feel uncomfortable. Have you ever seen Deliverance?
So let me summarize what you're saying.
Have you ever
Let me
seen
know something.
Deliverance?
Let me summarize what you're saying. You're saying that it's not that people are uncomfortable. They don't feel safe and they're uncomfortable around black people. It's just that we're strangers and we don't know each other. That's what you're saying.
Pretty much.
Okay.
I mean, if people know the black people, why would they be uncomfortable?
Okay, Stanley. I think that's where I rest my case because
Okay,
this is not
you
going to
have
go
no
anywhere.
case to rest. You have
Oh, I
not
sure
proven
did.
the point you think you've proven. Bottom line
I presented
is
my
that,
case. I laid down a good
there
argument.
is no one black
And
culture.
you're being a Roy
There
Lightfoot right
is
now. You're
no
just
one black
blind to the
culture.
bullshit.
There is no black culture for everyone to feel responsible for. There are multiple black cultures. There are cultures within cultures in all cultures. Number two, this credit, I need to be a credit to my race bullshit, died out in the 70s. It is not my responsibility to make white people comfortable around me if they're not comfortable. I'm not going to go out of my
But it
way.
is our responsibility because look
This
at
is what
it is.
no, it is. Okay, well, then that's the fundamental difference between us. I don't think it's my responsibility, and I literally never have. I'm 60 years
It's
old.
all of our
There's
responsibility
never
at this point because the people that
Kim,
look like us have done too
Kim.
much and have
I
gone too
grew
far.
up, Kim. I grew
Consistently.
up,
Consistently.
Kim. I grew up in the deep South. Went to white schools from seventh grade all the way up to college and beyond. went into the Navy, and I was generally the only black officer on my ship. And I never
You're
felt
talking about a
need.
time when, in general,
And
black
I
people were doing
don't
a
know
lot
why
better
you have to
than now.
interrupt me mid-story.
Go ahead.
I literally have spent most of my life in situations where I was one of very few blacks, and have literally never felt the need to make white people comfortable.
You didn't have to back then, Stanley, because at that point,
What do you
black
mean
people were
back
doing a lot
then?
better than now.
Dude, Deep South in the 70s, it was way more racist than it is now.
And black people were not as threatening as they are today.
Kim, I don't know. You need to read more books. White people have been afraid of black people since black people were slaves. Slave revolts, Nat Turner, white people were definitely afraid of black people.
If that was the case, they would have never enslaved them.
Okay, it's not a matter of case. It's literally a matter of history. Just go read some Thomas Jefferson on the topic. Especially ever since the Haitian Revolution, what was it, like 1809 or something like that? Dude, white people in the South especially have been afraid of black people since day one.
That just doesn't make any sense.
Why do you think they didn't want black people to read and write?
If you think logically that doesn't make any sense, would you entrap something you're afraid of?
Okay,
If you're afraid of snakes, would you cage it? Would you cage it and keep it?
You don't know American history. I'm very sad.
Stanley, a lot of your so-called American history has been recalled and pulled from bestsellers lists because it was bullshit.
American history.
Come on now.
You literally talk shit and don't know American history.
Stanley, you trust too much. I can say that. You know how much books on
all
American history was
I
stripped
have to say,
and pulled off a bestsellers list because it was all lies?
That black people
Would you
are more
entrap and keep
threatening
something that you're afraid of?
2025.
It's just not human nature.
You are displaying your ignorance, Kim. You don't know what you're talking about.
There's no way in the world you're going to keep something around you that you're afraid of. That doesn't make any sense.
That's not the point I'm trying to make. The point I'm trying to make is really your point. If you are in a local specific place, you want to make that place as safe as possible. It is your responsibility to make the area around you safe, not mine. That's exactly my point.
And my point is you're acting like Lori Lightfoot and you're not concerned about public safety or perception.
Okay, you're trying to make me responsible for Lori Lightfoot, who is mayor of Chicago. I've never even been to Chicago.
It's okay. I mean, like, I can't make you in that.
I know it's okay. I am not responsible for places I don't live, have never visited. Shit, the only person I even know from Chicago, it's blacks and HB. I don't even know that many people from Chicago.
I'll just leave you with two thoughts. Why are people not comfortable around blacks? Well, just why?
Who cares? You need to ask them. Those are thoughts that I won't even think about. I don't care if people aren't comfortable around black people.
And why do, as a minority group, why are we the leaders in every negative statistic, including crime, in this country?
Again, that is a concern because I'm a member of that group, but it's not a big concern. I don't spend time worrying about why blacks can't read. I don't spend time worrying about the crime rate in inner city Chicago. Never have.
That's very selfish, Stanley, but it affects all of us.
I literally, I spend my days fascinated at all these people who want to talk about black culture and don't even understand what black culture is. If you think,
why do you think so many people are just talking about it?
If you think the only place that black culture happens is Allstate Arena during rap concerts in Atlanta, then you don't know.
No one said that, Stanley. You're
I don't know why I can't get a sentence out. Again, if you think Black culture is a rap concert at Allstate Arena in Atlanta, then you're
No,
selling
see,
Black
I'm gonna shut that
culture.
sentence down because
You
you're
are
reaching and
selling Black culture way
you
short.
gaslighting right now, Stanley. You're a
I
gaslighter.
argue, you have no
That's
clue what Black
manipulation at its
culture
finest.
is. If you think Black culture is nothing but rap music and basketball, then you don't know what Black culture is.
No one said that, Stanley. But just think about why
Oh,
are people even talking about
I'm
it?
taking,
It's a
I am
problem.
inferring it. I'm inferring it from the questions you asked me.
It's a problem.
It's your problem, not mine. I suggest you stop worrying about stuff you can't control. You'll sleep better.
Also, my pillowcase is cold, okay?
So let's see, Fred. Let's see. Fred says, ask all the female teachers. Well, Fred, I will argue that in Georgia, at least, you have to be afraid of all kinds of different students. There are guns in schools, and there are all kinds of kids shooting up the schools. I feel sorry for teachers and afraid for them. It can be a dangerous job these days. But anyway, let's get back to this nightish video. There was a part that I can't seem to find where I actually appear on the show. And I can't seem to find it. I wasn't on there for long, that's for sure. No, maybe I brought up the wrong one. Let me get rid of this and find that other clip. Maybe I brought up the wrong clip. Maybe it's this one.
For a fact that the black dick is good.
Oh no. I don't know. I'm gonna have to go back and find the part I was looking at. We'll just play
For a
this.
fact
I'll just
that
stop
the
it.
black dick is good. I know y'all want it. I know y'all fetishize about the black dick, but stop having kids with degenerates. Stop. JP got another woman after all of the shit that happened.
To take somebody wrench.
Huh?
To take somebody wrench, how much do I have to pay? If they got the small wrench, how much do I have to pay?
It's the same price as a wrench.
Skip over this.
Other cultures don't do this. When white people act the fool, which they do, they don't say it's because I am tired of this culture that takes no responsibility for behavior. Other cultures don't do this. When white people act the fool, which they do, they don't say I have post-traumatic Viking syndrome from when the Vikings raided my ancient village and raped and pillaged it. See, I don't hear that from hunkies. But see, every time some Negro commits a crime, oh, it's fine that he killed 3 people.
Okay, CT's doing that same bullshit that Kimmy did, pretending that all black people are responsible for crime in neighborhoods they don't even live in, and that they make excuses for it. I don't know. All these people constantly say shit like this, but they can never, I've literally never seen a concrete example of some black person blaming a murder on slavery. This is all bullshit, anti-black rhetoric. And I'm so glad that people are afraid to bring that shit up to my panel. Keep it over on CT's panel or wherever. You can be free to be absolutely a nutcase. This is like the nutty rhetoric. And Fred wants to talk about. He says, ask the female teacher why the kids can't read to that big forehead white lady's point, ever since there are more female teachers, the reading numbers have been down. Well, two things, Fred, and I can only talk about my own personal schooling. I've literally, from first through eighth grade, only had one male science teacher. The rest were all female. And I guess you're going to argue the point. Well, that was back in the old days, dude. Teachers have been primarily female ever since public education came into being in the United States. And if you want to keep down this, kids can't read because female teachers, which I think is a bullshit point. I think it's parenting. Kids shouldn't be learning how to read in school. They should already know how to do it when they get to school. And then the other thing is why if I'm going to follow your logic, then it's females' fault that people cannot figure out that people just make up shit about there being a black culture and black people making up excuses for crime in the hood. Most black people don't even live in the hood. Why would they even be making excuses? And I need someone to provide me with a concrete example of someone on YouTube or wherever it might be that are going, the murder rate is high because of slavery. I look forward. The murder rate is high because of Jim Crow. I've literally never heard anyone say that. I've never heard anyone connect those dots. And frankly, I'm tired of people just making shit up. CT makes shit up. Apparently, Kimmy makes shit up. What the hell? Black people making up excuses for black crime. There are all kinds of problems with that statement. Since when did crime acquire a race? Somebody help a poor old man out with that one. No one said, well, dude, if you're making excuses for crime, that assumes you're responsible for it. Why would you make excuses up for something you're not responsible for? Which is actually my point. So which is it? If people are making excuses, then they feel some form of responsibility. And I'm saying you shouldn't make excuses. Not that anyone does. You shouldn't make excuses because you're not responsible for it. Unless you committed the crime, or maybe you were the parents of a criminal. There may be circumstances when, it's legitimate to feel kind of responsible for something. But me sitting on a YouTube show in the sticks here in Carroll County, Georgia, nope. You're gonna have to go a ways to make me even care about crime in Chicago. I will care about it when I move there. Yeah, that's interesting, Fred. I don't know whether it's a Savannah thing or something like that, but you had more male principals maybe at some point in time. Now I never had until I got to high school, and it was an all boys school. So that's why we had, probably more male teachers. We had quite a number of female teachers, but we did have priests who were teachers. The headmaster and the assistant headmaster were male, which is, would make sense. It was the opposite at my sister's school. It was an all girls Catholic school. And I think I'd have to ask her. I'm sure she must have had one or two male teachers, but the principal, assistant principal, most of the teachers were female over there. But even my mother was a public school teacher. My sister's a retired public school teacher. Most of the teachers, because we had a lot of teachers who lived in my neighborhood growing up. I literally could not name you a black male teacher that I know of who lived in my neighborhood. And we had a lot of teachers and librarians. in my neighborhood growing up. There weren't a whole lot of male teachers, and I think that teaching, at least where I grew up in Savannah, it was kind of considered a female thing. Like a male teacher probably would have gotten a couple second looks. Like, why aren't you out, working on a railroad, or why don't you have a more masculine job? That's always the impression that I got. Now, college professors, maybe out at Savannah State or something, being a male college professor would not carry the stigma that being, say, a male elementary school teacher. Now, if you were a coach or something like that, there were plenty of coaches who might teach history or something like that. But like, just regular old history, English, straight line, non-coaching teacher. When I was growing up, didn't have many of them, if any. I couldn't name you a male teacher other than my 7th grade science teacher, who, should have been a character on Sesame Street. He was a goofy white guy, Mr. Tatum. Oh, is that right, Fred? I literally don't know. And again, this was back in the 70s and 80s when I was in, K through 12. I don't know of any male retired Black high school teachers. I'm sure there were some, just not in my neighborhood, or, as far as I know, my parents didn't have any friends that, that fit that description. You know how married couples hang out with other married couples. Kimmy says I'm making excuses. Stanley, you can make an excuse because you think it's racist to say that there's an issue with blacks in crime. Kim, I'm saying that the Black demographic does have a crime problem. Okay, but if you actually look at it, in Medium Man, I did a clip from Medium Man talking about crime in the Black community. It is a very small percentage of Blacks who commit crime. It is very racist to take a very small number of people who commit crime who happen to be Black and blame all Blacks and say they're making excuses. It is a very small geographical area that is considered Black in high crime. It is racist to blame the problems in that small geographically limited area on the whole of the Black community across America. It is racist. And I'm not going to back down on that point. To me, it is apparent. It is glaringly apparent that it is a racist position. Fred, both my sister and my mother were public high school teachers. In my neighborhood, there were a lot of public school teachers, just like my mother. There weren't very many. I don't know of any Black male public school teachers who weren't coaches of some sort. The football coaches, yeah, but like an English teacher or a social studies teacher, I don't know of any Black male. When I was growing up, and I lived in an all Black neighborhood, and there were a lot of teachers and librarians who were professionals who lived in my neighborhood. I don't know of any who had husbands who were teachers. There were some principals, and you know what? The principals may have started out as teachers. I didn't think it through like that. But when I was growing up, I couldn't name you a Black male teacher who was not a coach. What's up, Speak Radio? So anyway, to CT's point here, Blacks being responsible for the high crime rate in the Black demographic, I think that's retarded. I think it's retarded and racist. And CT, I think, is a racist. And it's nothing I've not said to him before.
Because he has post-traumatic slave syndrome. He was a victim of Jim Crow. He has epigenetics and is passed along. See that.
Now, I hope CT's being either sarcastic or hyperbolic here. I've literally never heard anyone blame any crime on slavery or epigenetics or anything like that. He's making this shit up, trying to be funny, and it is ineffective. And thank God he keeps that shit on other people's panels and doesn't bring it to mine, because I would just fucking skewer him.
That's why, man. That's why I bowl a perfect game when I talk about niggas. I have to do this. I have to be the Negro whisperer. My God, the universe has sent me here for this reason and this reason alone.
Oh, and Fred,
no other reason.
Look, I'm just talking about my life. I'm not saying they didn't exist. I'm not even saying they weren't prevalent. Maybe what I should say is my experience doesn't lend itself to even talking on the topic. I just never saw it. And I will also remind everyone that 1st through 6th grade, I went to an all-black Catholic school. It was Catholic, but it was all black, and there were no male teachers there either. They were all either nuns or black female teachers. We had a number of them. As a matter of fact, in 6th grade, I had 3 nuns who were white, and I had 3 black women who were teachers, 3 and 3.
To be on this planet, but to constantly remind you blackies, hey man, he committed a crime not because of some slavery shit, because he's a fucking criminal. He needs to be buried under the damn jail.
First of all, you go between calling us blackies, the niggas.
Ma'am, I'm black. I can say that.
You just go back and forth.
Rappers call you niggas all damn day.
No, I'm just saying, but you're trying to sound like politically correct, and then you kind of bounce back into.
I am not trying to sound like politically correct.
I'm trying. Address the points. Address the points. That's
go ahead,
not...
Big Black. You want to say? I'm sorry.
Yeah, because NWA said they had a whole song called "Wouldn't You Like to Be a Nigga Too?" Niggas. Wouldn't you like?
Okay, and again, I will go ahead and remind all concerned that black culture is not defined by rap music. I don't understand how we've fallen into this self-hating trap. Okay, I'm hearing self-hatred from all over the place today concerning what black culture is. When did we start hating ourselves so much? When did we fall into the same thing white people do? We, as Black Americans, should have a better idea of the facets, the nuances, and what Black culture is in general, as well as a decent idea of the history, and then put a little bit of savvy with numbers. Okay, if you sit here and you break the Black crime issue down, it is blown up beyond sensible proportion. If you look at it geographically, if you look at the people who do it, and you look at the recidivism rate, it is a per capita problem, mainly because it happens in such a geographically specific area or areas. And if you look at the per capita per 100,000, it is higher than the white demographic. But if you go and you break it down into actual numbers, you tend to realize that people are making this a bigger issue than it should be because of racism. Okay. Anything that's black is going to be blown out of proportion to fit a racist narrative that is fundamental to American culture. And y'all need to watch Medium Man. Maybe I'll replay that clip again. But the people who want to just shit on black culture because of the crime rate, y'all are just getting it wrong. And if you sit down and you think critically, it would help. And I'm going to just go out on a limb and say no one that I've talked to today has a clue about what they're talking about when it comes to black crime and black culture. You just don't know. And I don't care whose feelings it hurts. What's up, 12th man?
Hey, happy belated Veterans Day, Navy man.
Thanks. So what I'm doing here is just trying to talk some sense into people who seem to be anti-black and have fallen for a narrative that just allows them to shit on themselves and anybody else who's black. And then when a black person who has thought about these topics for decades, I've been reading about the black community since I was a kid. My mother was into history, and who do you think introduced me to Du Bois? It was my mother at a fairly young age. Booker T. Washington, shit, I was reading him in like first grade. It's not like I fell into this. It's not like, oh, in college, I took a couple courses and now I'm an expert. I've literally been doing it since I could, I won't say since I could read because, I did comic books and all kinds of stuff. But I will definitely say by the time I was in like 7th or 8th grade, it wasn't all comic books. Occasionally I'd be reading something. And then my parents were into museums. And just, we would go to all these places in Atlanta and New York City and Baltimore. My mother had a thing for museums and, we've been to plantations, we've been to Monticello, we've been all over these places. So, trying to get a sense of history. And then I had grandparents who used to tell stories. I had my father used to tell stories about growing up in South Georgia. A lot of this racializing crime. And it's a lot of young people. That's the other thing. You don't have a whole lot of older people. Well, you got a few, but it's a lot of young people who can barely speak English, let alone read a book, that are coming up with all this cockamamie shit. And we got people like John Galt and CT and Be Brave leading the charge into just blithering fucking ignorance. I don't get it.
Well, I didn't understand why it took them so long to discuss the N-word. Like, I know you don't like that word.
Who is they? Who's the they you're talking about?
The Gospel of Bob panel, which is what we're looking at.
I rarely watch.
They spent like 3 hours discussing the N-word.
Okay, well, most of the people I would imagine on that panel are pretty ignorant as well. If I were going to have any sort of historical discussion about the N-word, it wouldn't be on Bob's panel. Most of those motherfuckers don't read. So let's get back to this travesty. And I don't really care. I'm sure most of them pretty much know what I think about some of their ideas about race, culture, and politics. They won't be surprised.
No.
To be a nigga too. That's easy E and them. I don't know if that was
Yeah,
Appetite for
So
Destruction.
when you want to talk about black culture, NWA is your reference. Easy E is your public intellectual. Really? Is there any wonder why I mock some of these motherfuckers? I should do more
No,
of it.
you're not
Yeah,
wrong,
it got
Stanley.
I'm not what?
You're not wrong.
Well, I hope not after all these decades. I mean, people think I'm just talking bullshit. Dude, I've literally I've done it more probably since I was 40, or maybe let's just say maybe 35 and above. I've read a lot of history. Up until I was about 35, most of what I read was literary fiction and just fiction in general. And then as you get older, I guess you kind of tend to want to know, well, gee, how did I get here? So you start reading. I mean, I knew a lot about American history and Black history. Just, my mother, we still have that bookshelf of this shit. My mother probably had 1,000 books. Um, I grew up in a book family. But since I've been about 35, so that's 25 years just reading history and biography and things like that. I've spent decades thinking about it, and I'm not an academic or anything like that, but I have a fair sense of American culture and the history. And just, I cringe when I hear someone fucking quoting Eazy-E talking about crime in Black culture. It's almost embarrassing. If I'm going to be embarrassed, it's going to be the lack of knowledge that we have about American history. And I mean young Black people.
The whole song, all of this shit is saying nigga, 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 but it's rapping, I guess.
Dana, what's up?
I think Dana was up.
Yeah, I just have a quick question. Chaotic, are you a religious person at all?
Oh, that's a good question. That is a very deep question. I don't know. I don't quite know. What do you think? Yes, I would say
Doesn't
yes.
matter what I think.
I would say yes.
It completely matters what y'all think.
If you
1,000%.
Maybe you didn't hear my criticism, Slick Rick. I wasn't criticizing Eazy-E. I don't go looking to Eazy-E if I have a question about American culture. I'm criticizing the people who quote Eazy-E trying to make cultural points. Black culture, in quotation marks, is not rap. It's a facet of Black culture. Black culture is way more complicated than an Eazy-E lyric. That's my point.
Or NWA, for that matter.
Come on in.
It's always a treat when players.
Maybe this is where I get up on this panel. I think, I was showing the wrong clip, I guess.
Good morning.
Yeah. Hey, good morning.
Yes.
I've been watching off and on CT just make these people silent, and I cannot believe nobody's pushing back on him. What he's saying is just like be brave level direct. Literally nothing CT has said. It really doesn't make sense if you actually understand anything about Black culture, American culture, or any of this stuff. The idea that Black culture and their problems with the term Black culture, there are cultures, plural, not one contiguous Black culture. And the other thing is cultures don't control individual actions directly.
Yeah.
I have yet to hear anybody approve of crime that individuals commit.
Right. But let me ask you this right here. Do you think that the majority of us are law-abiding citizens and we try
The
to
overwhelming
avoid all confusion? We just, go to work and, try to.
Yes.
Okay. That's the silent majority.
And let me also, because right here, Nightish is going to get real pissed off at me, and rightly so, but I don't care. What the fuck is it that you go up to a panel and you express a point, and then all of a sudden you the host, and I guess he is the host, but wants to go off in a direction that you weren't even talking about? Okay. The silent majority argument is a bullshit argument when you're talking specific crimes. Okay, there is no goddamn silent majority. As a matter of fact, if you're talking silent majority and applying the concept to crime in the Black community, it takes off into the realm of stupidity that's almost stunning. It's stellar in applying the silent majority to a specific crime. And I suspect what he's talking about is something like what Kimmy's talking about. Dude, Black people do not make excuses for per capita crime rates because they don't have to, mainly. They're not responsible for it. Okay, and racializing just the term Black crime is a problematic term. Pretty much, I can't think of anyone in this CT, John Galt, Bob. I can't think of anyone that I even think is remotely smart talking on the topic of Black culture and crime. Literally, no one knows what the fuck they're talking about. I cannot think of one. And that's quite a statement for me to make, but sitting here thinking about it, even the people that I thought were kind of, okay in thinking about it, they literally don't know shit. As soon as you start talking about the silent majority, you lost me. And then it gets worse. Not too much worse, because I'm pretty bullheaded about where I want to take this conversation, and Nightish gets up in his feelings, and rightly so.
Let's stay here for 1 second. So that's the silent majority, right?
No, they're not silent. What are they supposed to do if they're busy working, dude? I couldn't. It wasn't a dumb argument. Just because you don't want to get it, level crime. That's a you problem, not a me problem.
Well, I'm not talking about day-to-day street level crime.
Okay,
What I'm
you asked
talking
about the everyday.
I know what I asked about, and I know exactly what direction I'm going in. What I'm saying is that what the larger society wants to do is put an emphasis.
See, what Nightish doesn't understand is that he may want to go in that direction, but I don't. Maybe I should have just said, well, you go in that direction alone. We're talking past each other. I don't give a fuck. There is no silent majority because the majority has nothing to be silent about. The silent majority is not committing the crime, nor are they responsible for it. What do they have to be silent about? If you live in a high crime area, maybe that's the silent majority he's talking about. If you don't live in that high crime area, how can you be silent about something that doesn't affect you? This fucking bullshit that all Black people in America are responsible for all Black crime in America is racist as fuck. And it saddens me that most of the people I've encountered today who want to make those sorts of arguments are Black themselves. You've been suckered into some fucking be brave level bullshit racist argument And you want to hold me to task for knowing that it's a dumb argument. Don't get mad at me because I feel free shitting on idiocy. As a matter of fact, I take great joy in it. And Ryan, you can swing in from the rafters talking about me making a dumb argument. I know better. I didn't want to go where you feel most comfortable talking about crime in a racist manner. Sorry, I'm talking Bruce's Beach and Jim Crow, and your dumbass wants to talk about crime in the Asian community. Why the fuck would I want to do that? I wasn't talking about Asians, and I'm not going to make the comparison because Asians in America don't have the same history. Save that bullshit for John Galt's panel or some panel that embraces stupidity.
On the minority that's allowed squeaky wheel. So
I disagree.
A lot of
it's not the larger. It is not the larger majority. It's people like CT who want to do it.
So CT owns Tubi and HBO and Showtime and local news.
See, here again, this is where I was just astounded. What the fuck does Tubi and HBO have to do with black crime other than fucking glorifying it? You look at media in America, of course they're going to want to talk about black crime. Where do you think stereotypes get made? On Tubi, in HBO, and the media in general. Nothing to do with what I'm talking about, and I don't want to talk about Tubi and stereotypes. Nothing to do with what I'm talking about. If crime is racialized, black crime, and I'm saying we shouldn't be doing that, well, why the fuck do I want to talk about HBO who racialized crime on the goddamn wire? They are a prime source of stereotyping the black community as everybody's like fucking I'm trying to think of the drug dealer's name. Who's the top drug dealer's name in the wire? I can't think of it right now. But bottom line is I'm not going to be sucked into that MAGA fucking plantation where all crime is black. Oh, the black community. Everybody's afraid of the black community because violent crime doesn't happen in the white community. Motherfucker, it's such a stupid argument. Crime is bad. Motherfucker, don't interrupt. Just wait your turn. Crime is bad in America in general. That it's worse in the black community, I don't know that that is a good reason to ignore crime in the white community. It's bad everywhere. Only the fucking racists want to pretend that violent crime is black crime. Apparently, if violent crime happens, some white kid shoots up a school, it's not white crime. It's trans crime. It fucking the stupidest goddamn arguments. Just fucking stupid arguments. And I'm simply, I was a fool to go up on Nidus's panel and start talking this shit because he wants to take it in a direction that I wouldn't even think to go. Why the fuck do I care about HBO and the racist shit that they spew? CT should be a fucking consultant for HBO because he's got a lot of racist views on crime in the black community as well.
And all the others.
So what does any of that What does any of that have to do?
I want to explain to you what it is.
Dude,
we should be able to have a conversation, Stanley, without you talking over me. I will be quiet when it's your time to talk.
Are talking.
I will be quiet when it's your time to talk because I want to put emphasis.
No. You know
I want to put emphasis on something.
And here's another thing. Okay, and I'm gonna take the blame for this. I should have said, nope, I don't want to go in the direction you want to go, because I have a totally different point that I'm trying to make, and Tubi and HBO have nothing to do with it. Silent majority, nothing to do with what I'm talking about, and there is no silent majority in the Black community. There may be silent majorities in specific high crime areas, but this fucking bullshit that people want to push was, Stanley, you should be responsible, or you should be concerned about the high crime in Chicago. You sound like Lori Lightfoot. Well, Lori Lightfoot was the mayor of goddamn Chicago, not Stanley Cross. Why should I care? It doesn't affect me. I'm assuming the people in Chicago should be responsible for the crime in Chicago. And no, it has nothing to do with me. And if the argument was, Stanley, they look like you, well, that's racist. I should be fucking concerned about the crime rate in Chicago because they look like me? Look, what kind of racist bullshit is that? I'm simply not going to buy in to the racist argument just because it comes from someone who looks like me. Not going to work. And I'm not going to buy into it. I will call it out every time. Don't fucking come and tell me I need to be concerned about per capita crime in the fucking Black community because I'm Black. Let Chicago worry about Chicago crime. What's up there, Mr. President?
Oh, what's going on, man? Look.
Oh, nothing much. Just sitting here crashing out about stupid shit.
Hey, look. Let's take them up on their offer. I can guarantee you whites don't want to be graded by their history like they want to grade Black people by theirs. I can guarantee you.
I know you don't.
I mean, about the Chicago situation. I always like that argument. I'm like, I don't live in Chicago, and I don't care about anybody who chooses to. Look, I have an uncle who lives in Chicago. Most of my family left Greenville, Mississippi to move to St. Louis, Chicago, Milwaukee, Atlanta, Dallas. And guess what? That's their local issue there in that state. I don't ask them about their local politics. I don't care about their local politics. I know Greenville, Mississippi politics is consistently stays fucked up. So I moved to a better area where shit works. And guess what? I had to better myself to move to a place where shit works. And we have to put it back on these individuals to look. Okay, 1970s and 80s, not a lot of chances for upward mobility. Okay, fine. You have kids, correct? You have this earned income tax credit that you get every fucking year. You could have been left that fucking place if you wanted to. But a lot of people's identity is held within these places. Like I have family who live in Memphis and Nashville and Louisville, Kentucky. Their whole identity is staying around that type of shit. Consistently. That's their identity. I can't be overly concerned with people who choose to do that. And I'm not going to be held responsible for other places that don't work. I don't care about that shit.
Kim, who is a dear friend of mine, and it's gonna seem like I'm beating up on her, but she knows how I am. She insists that no one feels safe around, comfortable around Black people. I'm like, so what? I mean, seriously.
Sounds like a dumb problem.
Well, she basically wants, look, there is a segment of whatever this sector of YouTube is where the argument is, hey, black people need to band together. We need to be like the Jews, or we need to be like the Asians and put our money together and all pull in the same direction. And I'm like, that ship sailed in 1964 at the end of Jim Crow.
And
Okay.
I would desperately tell you, the only people who want to put their money together is people who don't have any fucking money.
Well, you know, that is true as well. Why should you live in a neighborhood that's dangerous if you don't have to? I that's beyond me.
I mean, full disclosure, we made our community safe in Denver. It took a lot of planting. Well, it took a lot of getting people up out of there who didn't belong there.
Well,
First thing we had to do was get rid of Section 8 people from having their houses being out there. Had legislation for that. And then we had to clean up the people who was actually at home while everybody went to work. Then we had to clean people up for that. And then over time, you know, we just got people up out of there. And pretty soon we had
the thing, you know what the wonderful thing is about that story? And I wish you would tell it more. Y'all did more than just fucking get on YouTube and complain about it.
Nah, man. We took inventory.
It's ridiculous. You're literally the first person I've talked to in my life, not just on YouTube. You know, before YouTube, I didn't really talk about this stuff much, but you are literally the first person I've heard. Well, the community got together. We weren't a silent majority. We were a silent but lethal force in getting this neighborhood the way it is. Not a whole. I wish this. Is there a book? Is there a news story? Is there a video that I can show so I can stop hearing about silent majorities?
Yeah. No, I mean, we went in with lethal force. I was a bounty hunter at the time. We had some cops that got together, some judges and some prosecutors, and we got this fucking community under control.
Good.
You can't fight guerrilla warfare, especially people who are trained in it.
Well, I will insist to my dear friend Brooklyn Watson that if people don't feel comfortable being around black people, then that's a them problem. But I live in Carroll County, Georgia. Okay. The neighborhood I live in is it's out in the county, but it's an actual neighborhood. It is a very mixed neighborhood. You know, I can walk up the street and, you know, a black couple has a big ass cow pasture. You know, next door to them, there's a white couple with a big old cow pasture. It is a mixed neighborhood. And you know what? I kind of wound up here because I like the area. You know, I didn't even know the demographics until I, you know, lived here and interacted a bit. But the bottom line is, it is not my problem. Most of the white people who live around me feel comfortable. That's all that really matters. I cannot, and some of it's a function of age, but I gave up this notion that there is a coast to coast homogenous black culture, and you've got to basically be a credit to your race. That shit went out with Jim Crow. Okay, I'm going to feel bad. I'm going to feel, you know, hey, gee, I'm glad Carmelo Anthony isn't my son, but that's going to be the extent of it. I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time, you know, oh, that's black culture. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me that he did this. All kinds of things were being said. You know, they wanted to dig into his parents. Were they from the hood? You know, they moved, you know, the story was, oh, well, you know, they moved from the hood and they took that hood culture with them to Frisco, Texas. Well, Frisco, Texas, the area they live in is fairly, you know, affluent. So the story was, oh, they were ghetto people, and they moved out where they shouldn't have been in the first place because they was ghetto. They took the ghetto culture, to the suburbs. I don't know about any of that. I don't care about any of that. Why would people even spend time thinking about it? Just be thankful it wasn't your son, because those parents must be just going through hell. The family must be going through hell, other than praying for them or feeling bad for them. Gee, let me talk to my kids and talk to them about the cautionary tale, reinforce some things that they may or may not run into. That's the extent of it. It's not some grand um, um, meta tale for the entire legacy Black community in the United States. It's a racist point if you want to take it that far. And the thing that saddens me is it's mostly Black people that I'm aware of in this YouTube streets. It's mostly Black people doing the racist tropes. That part I don't get. And I'm from the South. I'm from Savannah, Georgia. I've never met as many racist Black people against Blacks than I have on YouTube. It's amazing.
And there's a reason for that, because to them, and it's a false assumption. Like I told them, I'll go back, but only to commit genocide. You don't want me coming back around to clean up this shit. It's going to be very few of you left. However, I will give you all the information and the tools so that way you can solve it yourself.
Yes.
And the information and the tools is something they're not interested in. They're looking for a turnkey solution. They're looking for everybody else to put in the Blackness so that way they can reach off the pot of Blackness. Like, look, MOT did this over here. How do we benefit over here? I'm like, we did this in our community because we wanted things to be fixed in our community. And we decided as ex-military people that, you know what, these people, they can't, it is unimaginable the level of things we can do to these people legally to get them the fuck up out of here. Like they have no idea. And it's like, you know what? Most of these people just needed jobs. Like, look, okay, this is what you got. Okay, no more selling dope. You're going to get 20 customers, and that's it. And then you're going to go your ass to the school, and then you're going to be a mechanic. Oh, well, I can't go to school. Show up there. You'll be able to get in class. We see you sitting out here where everybody's at work, and shit come up missing. We're coming right over here to you to turn over your little fucking shit. And your ass will get 20 years of fucking prison. Don't play games with us. We're trying to help you. I would accept that help and get the fuck up out of here. Next thing you know, got a job, got legal fucking money. That dude wasn't even selling that shit no more.
Well, the thing is, a lot of these people, if a lot of the people that are talking this, like this guy here, Ryan, who's a good guy. He's a day one from this show, but many Black folks have Black fatigue. Why?
They haven't done shit.
Part,
what do you mean? They haven't done shit?
You know what? Well, I think that Black fatigue is a racist trope in and of itself. If Black people have Black fatigue, well, that's because they're not thinking their way through some of these problems. Again, do you know who Medium Man is?
Yes, I can't. I can't stand these fucking people. I have very hatred and despisement of gender warriors in general.
Well, he actually had a clip about crime statistics in the Black community, and the way he broke it down. Part of the problem we have, and it is literally something that racists like, well, I won't even name them because you probably won't know them, but this per capita crime statistic that people basically use as the cornerstone of some of these Black crime tropes It's important, but it's not the only statistic out there. People can take these tropes and do what they will with them. If you take the number of black people in the United States and you basically look at the number of black people that are actually convicted of violent crime, it's not an overwhelming number. It's a very small number of people that commit violent crime in the black community, and these high crime areas are very limited geographically. And my argument is most black people don't even live in the hood. It's a high percentage compared to other demographics. Most black people don't live in the hood. Therefore, most black people don't even know what's going on in the hood on any given day. And to just act like CT earlier said that black people make excuses for black crime, that's not even an argument in my opinion. Most black people don't live in high crime areas. How would they know? Well, how are they making excuses for something they don't even know that's happening, other than news stories and statistics and stuff?
I think, especially a person who used to be law enforcement, I don't even care about crime statistics. At the end of the day, it's when you look at the crime statistics, they're talking about 1, 2, or 3 per 1,000 people. Per 1,000 people.
Exactly. That's what.
Okay,
yeah, the
police
per capita is per 100,000.
Yeah, most places, like Aurora PD in Aurora, Colorado, there's one police officer per 30,000 people. Okay, I mean it's a big city sprawling all over the place, but that's how many police officers there are there. So when they're talking about crime statistics, it's very minute. It's very minute. I don't think it's even worth bringing up, but they only use these crime statistics against black people. They never use corporate crime statistics against white people. Like, you can't hire a white banker because 98% of corporate crime happens through white people. See, that's never reported, and it's never presented that way. This is why you cannot have a white CEO of a company, because as a group, they're too fucking evil. And they believe in capitalism with no actual constraints. No one has ever said you can't hire a white person to be head of your corporation because their crime statistics are too high when it comes to white collar crime. Not even something that's even presented, but they want to present black people as that. And I'm like, look, most people who use those type of things, they really have nothing else to talk about. Look, they want to benefit from a society that they don't build. Okay, you're not going to make your own community safe. You're never going to participate in politics. You're never going to stop with the gender war bullshit. You're never going to move on to a different group of women that don't cause you problems. You're never going to stop unprotectedly having sex with problematic fucking women. Then nothing's going to fucking change. Everybody else has to put in all the work so that way they can benefit off of a corrected society. And I'm like, look, just move away from those people and watch their complaints stay the same. Dude, we've been here, what, 10, 15 years in the manosphere. People are still trying to correct unfuckwithable women. Still. No reason for it. I mean, it's like the crime statistics. We've been here 10 years. That is enough time to go get a master's degree. That is enough time to go through any union-based course to go from an actual starter person, journeyman, to an expert. If you have not got your shit together in 10 years, it ain't the manosphere. It ain't culture. It is individual. You as an individual have not maximized yourself within the environment, so they want to actually put it off on these other things. Oh, well, society ain't. I'm like, okay, great. Let's take that excuse away. Let's say that you have 100% access to clean black communities everywhere. Is that going to solve the actual issue of people not getting a job? Is that really going to solve bottom level productivity-based things, having a safe environment? Because to them, they want to wait till the system's perfect before they get started doing the shit that they're supposed to do. And you just have to separate from individuals like that. because it's always another excuse to hide behind before they actually get started with shit.
Right. Let me make a comment here. J Dub says per capita is racist, and I'm sure he's joking. But the bottom line, what I want to say is numbers, statistics, you have to give a narrative to statistics. Okay. They don't
always
generate their own narrative. It's not that per capita is racist. It's not that per capita is not useful. If you take something and turn it into a racist trope, then it becomes racist. Per capita is useful demographically or sociologically because it does tell you that there is a problem in the demographic that identifies, I call them legacy Black Americans, just to be different. Black Americans who have roots in American history, not just recent immigrants. There is a problem there, but all problems like this have to be put into perspective, and that all the per capita tells you is that there is a problem relative to other demographics. The per capita is not a judgment on a culture. It's not a judgment on individuals for sure. And I had somebody on a Discord like today say, well, women or people need to beware of all Black people because of per capita numbers. And I'm like, per capita really doesn't mean anything unless you compare it to other demographics. If
within the same group, it's only one thing. It's not all races. It's only one thing.
Well, no. What I'm saying is that if I just dropped down from Mars and I looked at the per capita number for violent crime in the Black community, it means nothing until you compare it to another community or some standard. The number itself means nothing until you compare it to another number. It's not a judgment on people. That's what I'm trying to say. Okay,
but here's another way to look at it. Okay, so let's look at high crime in the Black community. No one talks about the percentage of incest within the white community. No one talks about domestic violence rates. I'm talking about unreported and undeclared, because there are things that go on in white communities that is unreported and undeclared. Like, this is before they legalized actual marijuana in actual Colorado. The amount of people that I've seen walking around the white community or smoking weed out on their actual balconies, they knew I was a fucking cop. They didn't care. There's plenty of sheriffs that lived in that community. They didn't care either. But they would go off into the Black and Latino communities and actually go arrest those people, set up like DUI checkpoints and all that shit, when all that stuff would happen in their community, but they would never report it. They would never arrest people for it. They would never set up shop trying to characterize a certain level of area as X, even though we're talking about human behavior here. Like, Black people are no more have predilection than any other thing than anywhere else. But if it's allowed to be presented like that, like in other European democracies and shit, they would never allow you to categorize one group of people as that. They would not let you print that shit. They would never not let you get on TV and say that shit. But it's allowed here.
Well, I mean, that horse was out of the buggy back, centuries ago, or horses out of the barn. But the other thing in the presentation is the Black community. There is no Black community there, and not only that, but the high crime areas tend to be inner city. So, every city, every large city in the US has a high crime area. Why are you judging someone who lives in Carroll County, Georgia, by what happens in, inner city Chicago? Why would you do that? That doesn't even make sense. And it's more disturbing.
It's such a jump that you have to have them explain.
Well, you have to be a racist to do it. Okay. And there are plenty of Black people in my immediate, YouTube streets who are racist. They're the people saying, "Oh, well, the black community's fucked up because of high crime rates or high per capita violent crime." Like, where do you get that from? There's a problem, but you can't judge 45 million people by a high per capita crime rate. You just can't do it. The only way you can do it is some sort of prejudice.
But here's another thing. Being anti-black is the only way they can have a voice too.
Well, yeah, I think you're right about that.
Yeah.
It will bring in.
Anti-black is the only way they can have a voice. And look, most of this country, 13% of the population versus a grand number of people who want to see Stephen A. Smith say stupid shit about black athletes. Who want to see there's a lot of whites who want to hear that shit, and there's a lot of blacks who want to actually fulfill that job. You have to understand that, like, being one of these people is a highly compensated position in society.
Right.
Being one of these method actors, it is a highly compensated position in society, and they don't have to care whether it's true or not. It's just that we haven't created an actual environment like they did in the 70s, to where if you said a certain thing, you wasn't allowed back. You wasn't even allowed on TV. You wasn't allowed.
Yeah, are you old enough to remember Jimmy the Greek?
No. I'm 47, so.
Okay, yeah. You wouldn't remember it. Well, he's Jimmy the Greek is the one who talked about black athletes being really good because on the plantation, he made it. This is no. This is back. I want to say it was in the 70s. It might have been the early 80s. But Jimmy the Greek was like a color announcer. Mostly football. I think it was CBS, and he made that thing about, oh yeah, these athletes, they have the genetics for it because on the plantation, they were, all the work that slaves had to do. Dude, it caused an uproar. He was probably one of the first in my living memory that did something like that, and they got him out of there, and we're talking late 70s. They're like, ooh,
plantation buckitude, man. Okay. I get you.
Man. Oh man. And then it was Howard Cosell with his "Look at That Monkey Go." Oh
yeah. Nappy head hose or whatever, man. Okay, I got you. I mean, but
yeah, let me look that up. Jimmy the Greek.
Yeah, but like a lot of people, I know how bad it sounds, but we need to talk about it. Like a lot of people use this black bumpkinhood as a fucking token of gratitude of remaining fucking ignorant and not modernizing.
Yeah.
A lot of people are like, oh, this is where I started. I'm like, dude, you don't want to know where I started. I don't even talk about where I started because I don't expect anybody to live in those type of circumstances. Dude, I'd rather be here in modern America where we could just enforce standards and not escort people into bad situations that they're most likely not going to make it out of, white or black. But, kind of at the end of the day, it's just that there has to be a self-improvement aspect to the complaint process. You can't maintain the complaints and you haven't done anything to improve society. You haven't done anything to improve yourself. You haven't done anything to produce better children, better than your circumstances. Like, I don't want to hear from these actual, these entertainment clowns about politics and shit. Like, you don't even know what these dudes.
Well, yeah, I can understand that.
Yeah.
But, I just have, my biggest concern is really not so much the, I don't look to Stephen A. Smith or people like that as any sort of like intellectual leader. And part of it is I don't even watch those guys anymore. So, they're kind of out of sight, out of mind. What does concern me more than anything else is you will get somebody up on a YouTube panel who doesn't live in a high crime area, who is educated, and they literally will rail on the quote black community. And I'm like, why do you care? Why?
You don't even fucking
I
live
mean,
there.
I understand. Look, a lot of, I understand the Booker T. Washington. A lot of these black conservatives in particular have a thing for Booker T. Washington. While I appreciate it, you've got to understand that this is 2025, not 1925. Black people, we just, for better and maybe mostly for worse, but it is every man for themselves out there. And now there's some social engineering. They kind of wanted it that way, if you want to, put it that way, but it is what it is. Okay, while you're worrying about what the Asians are doing, or you're worrying about why can't we get together, dude, your kids can't read.
Yeah, I don't believe in that getting together shit.
You need to be worrying about your kids and making them, the best they can be to contribute. I just, if you are not, when you're on a plane and they're giving that safety briefing before takeoff, first thing they do is tell parents, you know what, you need to put your mask on first before you help your kids or anyone else. I want to use that analogy for some of these YouTube panels. Don't tell me about a silent majority or anything like that. Dude, are you taking care of yourself? Before you start worrying about crime in a city you don't even live in, how's your personal situation?
Yeah.
Are you taking care of you before you start worrying about Cabrini Green and high crime rates in a city you've never even visited? If the answer is you worry more about that, while your kids, are reading on a third grade level about to graduate from high school, then, why are you even on this panel?
Yeah, but you have to understand that there's a very specific problem here. And I know how it's going to sound, but we have a dumb nigga with microphone problem within the black community. That's the fucking problem. Like people don't know how to listen to reasonable people and act on reasonable information after it's over with. Like you have to present to these dumb niggas something I'm sorry for even saying that. You have to present an actual opportunity into a form of a fucking hustle for people to even stay engaged with it. Like a lot of people have this kind of no, they listen to so much poisonous shit with logic and reason canceling headphones, right? And then they listen to actual accurate information and they can't process it. That's a processing error, thanks to the septic shock that they deliberately put themselves in to remain quote unquote black. They have to remain black by not following simple directions. They have to remain black by not knowing how to organize with people. They have to remain black by not maximizing themselves within the environment. And that includes moving to a better environment themselves. And it's like, I'm not talking bootstraps here because Mississippi ain't got no bootstraps. You got to leave. You got to be able to do whatever you can to get out of that city. And then once you move somewhere else, you can get a job. And, you're going to have to work and educate yourself to get better. It's going to take 60 hours a week, one way or the other. Right? You're going to have to get a marketable skill that is not complaining about bullshit. That stuff's only going to work for a certain number of people, and it's going to affect a hell of a lot more people. But you cannot stay trapped in that area because it's going to make you madder and madder as civilized society and at people who've actually done something with their life. And that's what the problem is. It's just that people just can't come to the fact and say, you know what, I just don't know what the fuck I'm doing, and I need help with this. I'm like, okay, so what I do now, in order to help people, I do a content audit. I'm like, cool, let's go on StreamYards and show me your actual subscription to YouTube. I go through that. I'm like, you know what? I'll help you out in 90 days, but you have to get rid of these people in order to receive my help. I'll see you in 90 days. And guess what? You never fucking hear from them again. You want to know why? They want to maintain ignorance and pretend they want progress. But I'm not even going to waste my motherfucking time. I'd rather help other people in my actual own fucking community get it, rather than randos on
Right.
fucking online remain ignorant and pretend that they're fucking making progress when they clearly haven't. And they clearly have no interest in it. Like, they want to listen to it, and they want to take bits and pieces off of it. I'm like, if you take bits and pieces off of this plan that works, now you turn a plan that works into a plan that don't work. Right? And a lot of people are interested in staying where they are, and you have to be okay with these people are no longer part of my community. Like when people talk about Africa and Sudan and fucking Zimbabwe and shit, like, what the fuck does that have to do with me? I don't even live on the fucking continent, and I don't fucking care.
Right.
And you should not be trying to hold me responsible for what the fuck is going on there, because I could clearly go to West Virginia, rural fucking Indiana, and motherfucking Idaho and point out just as fucked up situations that they slickly and slyly claim that they're pointing out for black people. Like, I could do dumb shit like that for whites, but I don't give a fuck about that. Why? Because I believe in the equal protection under the law piece. Like, most of these people, they don't believe in equal protection under the law. They want promotion before they're ready. That's what it is. They want promotion to be put on top, to be put ahead of people before they're actually ready. And they haven't done the fucking work. And if you put somebody in that position, they're not going to respect the actual people who did work to actually get there. That's why I'm saying more stratification with black people is actually needed. Separate from these individuals who cannot get shit done, and leave them as one group of black people. Because guess what? Them whites left those whites on that homestead act land, and they went to the fucking suburbs. They didn't give a fuck
Well,
about
you
coming
know,
together with those people.
I actually, you know, in my old age, I'm 60. I've always been a little bit, you know, gun shy about, you know, social Darwinism. But you know, I've gotten to a point now to where, look, if you are in 2025 and you literally want to stay in a neighborhood, and I'm thinking of a specific person here, you can move, but you don't move because you think, hey, I'm being true to my black heritage, so I'm going to stay. I'm going to stay in the hood, you know, because, you know, and then you idolize. I don't know if you know who Jay Prince is. Jay Prince has been kind of the toast of the town. He's like a welfare dad.
Another fucking reptile that has no business being seen by anybody. Like I've seen some of this shit on like World Star.
This man is celebrated by people. Well, not CT so much, but there's a guy named John Galt, and you know, this basically there are people, and I don't think John Galt is kidding when he says that, hey, real blacks will stay in the hood. You know, they will stay in the hood, they will organize it, they will, you know, do all this stuff. But you can't be like, I don't read books, you know.
That's a dot
I know
after that.
Oh, dude, you know, people like Ock Nation, people like John Galt, CT. I love CT to death, but dude, I can never tell when he's just egging the ignorance on or whether he's actually contributing to it. But the thing is that if you
people of unlimited ignorance, man, that's what they are. They depend on, they live off of ignorant ass people who are incapable of making any type of move, and they become the vote of the voteless and people that ain't gonna try. And look, they think to themselves, they think being productive in society is trying to rabble rouse and sabotage shit, so that way they can force other individuals who are far more productive than them to come back and solve the issues in where they live at. And I'm like, dude, that shit has never been done. What you're preaching is a falsehood. No, like, look, I've never heard a doctor talk about my people our community, none of that shit. That's for broke motherfuckers. Broke motherfuckers use that my people, I'm gonna remain stupid and all that kind of other shit. Once you put significant work into an actual craft that is not entertainment or food production or fucking comedy or some bullshit, you're not talking about people shit. Unless you are trying to gather as many ignorant people as possible and you don't care about progress at all. And you have to leave those people as a separate group of black fucking bumpkins. Okay, leave the bumpkins fucking there. They're gods. Require any
You're you're breaking up a bit.
society. Oh, sorry about that. I'm going down the hill.
Oh, that's all right.
All right. So what I'm saying is, so what they want to do is they want to organize a community, and the community has already been fixed. That's when we'll get started. Like, no, absolutely not.
Well, I get the idea that somebody like a Jay Prince, he's not really looking to fix the community. He's basically saying that hey, I'm gonna sit here, and I'm just basically what they're saying is blacks can't do any better. The real blacks, the true blacks, are just going to give up. And hey, blacks are violent. Blacks belong on welfare, and we need to stop trying to be. CT's term is smarty-arty blacks. He's tired of these. He's tired of these smarty-arty blacks who are going to read their books and talk all these big words. They need to just be who they are, which is violent hood. And you know what? Put together your money and let's buy, I don't know, a food truck, or let's buy a shop. Let's buy a beauty shop, or let's buy a shop. Yes. Let's buy out the Koreans and sell extensions to our own people. That sort of thing. Yes. And I'm like, this has
been tried before. This has been tried before. Let me tell you how it ends every time. Once you get dumb nigga plus one, 5149, they will mutiny you out of your own shit the moment you build it, and then they'll fucking destroy it within years. And then they'll wait on somebody else to come fix the problem, and they'll fuck it up just like that. Listen, man, everybody who's talking this fucking economic communist bullshit, the people who don't produce, the people who fucking gave up, fuck them. They're not black. They're not black. They're not even American. Listen, man, I don't treat these people with no level of fucking humanity. Like, yes, it's very easy to go out here and create a bunch of fucking kids and like, look at us, we sick, boss. Like, no, dude. You were supposed to fix you before you even, because dumb niggas want to expand community before they got their own shit together. That's why they celebrate having access to women when they know damn well no person in their right mind should be allowing this person to procreate. Not a person who haven't done anything. That's crazy.
Man. Oh. Some of the stuff I showed a lady's video. She's a TikTok person. She was showing some clips of some of these guys basically just trashing some of these women who are on EBT and that sort of thing.
Yeah.
And they're like, hey, you know what? Now you got to come crawling back to me now that you don't have the EBT. These women thought they were, all kinds of feminists, but now that they don't have that EBT, they got to come back to me. And I was just amazed at I don't even know what to call it other than depravity.
I got a word for it. You ready?
What's that word?
Dumb nigga dependency. That's what it is. Dumb nigga dependency. Yeah. You can't have
all I have to say,
no community without a dumb nigga. Look at that, dumb niggas are back. It's like, no, dude, you're just gonna pick somebody a little bit more productive than you, and you don't understand the EBT system or process. 87% are women with kids and elderly. It has nothing to do with dudes sleeping on the couch, procreating a bunch of kids. It's just like they have a certain level way of thinking about how the world works, and it just doesn't work that way. And they want to maintain ignorance as well because they don't want to fix their own problems or move towards solutions. The solution is fix everything for me
Oh, but
first.
oh man, but I'll hear on some of these panels, well, you know what? Some of these guys act like women owe them something. Like, I'm a black man. It doesn't matter, whether I'm productive or not. I'm a black man and I'm due some respect. And
No,
I'm like, if you believe that women should be subservient to men who are leaders, well, why aren't you a leader? You're not even a leader. Why would any woman just owe you allegiance like that?
All right.
I just don't get it.
Let me give you the actual key to this conversation. If the women would accept them as they are as fucked up as they think. That's the key to the conversation. They don't even understand it. The answer is that close, and they can't see it.
Well, first thing I think is they're serious, right? Are you serious?
Man, look. Leave these dudes dig harder than a fucking arithmetic problem. Leave them motherfuckers out there. What we needed is less dumb niggas having kids and these women fertility window closing, and all of this shit dies with them. Leave the more reasonable
I think it's
people out there
it's
to
going to
solve
come
this
to
shit on
that.
their own. It's already trending in that direction. The thing is that they're trying to jumpstart a system that don't work by being the very thing.
Well, here's the deal, though. You'll hear these same people talking about, the marriage rates, and apparently black males aren't even having kids. In the black community, the legacy quote black community, we have a fertility issue as well. People aren't even getting married. Teenage pregnancy rates going down. It's already happening.
Yeah, but people counted reckless fertility and not fertility to completion as a result. Like dumb nigga, out of control nigga farm birthing. But that's what we considered as the birth rate. We never cared about how many people that actually did something in society. Nothing. We just considered the existence of people walking around with big stomachs and shitting out kids as the actual fertility rate. Like we never thought about the people who created a family. And like most of these dudes don't understand that how you get to be on child support is being with a woman that's gonna put your ass on it. So they don't dodge it. They want to be the next person complaining about the system that they already know about. And it's like, wait a minute. You want to recreate this broken system to hide the fact that they haven't done shit with their own life. You see, losing to a woman is the reward for them. They want to lose to women, but if women don't fuck with them, now you see what they are without the burden of fucking child support, without the burden of quote unquote white man. Now you see that these people are just not productive. All the excuses are gone. You don't even have a kid to quote unquote hold you down now. Now we see what you actually are. You're a person who wanted to keep this system going when you know it didn't work for generations. That's what they want. They desperately want the community, their style of community, to keep failing. That's what they desperately want. But it's not even needed.
Yeah, I don't get it. I just do not get it. And
even illogic and dysfunction has a pattern. You just have to notice it, say it out loud, and watch it actually unfold over and over and over again. People want the next best, greatest excuse to not take action. That's what these Jay Princes and these Jay Rillos and all these traveling dumb niggas do. they create the next best excuse for these individuals not to take any action. These people had never had any idea on taking any action anyway. It doesn't matter. That's what the gender war does. It gives men artificial things to complain about when they don't have a woman in their life to even cause most of these problems that are actually avoidable.
Right. I haven't seen Jay Rillo in a while.
She probably locked up or some shit. No, this shit runs out. I'm telling you, man, it's just like the super chat money run out as soon as the economy goes bad, which you see right now. Like the dumb nigga dollar also runs out when the economy goes bad, and you can't live off the collective dysfunction of people at some certain point. There are musical chairs. If you do not invest that money wisely, that shit's gonna run out, and you're gonna be down bad in some country.
Yeah. What's up, JB?
Hey, what's up, buddy?
Oh, nothing much. I figured you'd be passed out by now.
No, not just yet, but I think I'm gonna be.
Let me play this Jimmy the Greek clip. This is a walk down memory lane.
The story from Jackie Judd.
Within 24 hours of having made the inflammatory remarks, Snyder was fired.
CBS Sports today ended its relationship with Jimmy the Greek Snyder.
The popular betting man sportscaster got himself into trouble during a lunchtime interview about the significance of Martin Luther King's birthday. He said that blacks were bred to be superior athletes.
The slave owner would breed his big black to his big woman so that he could have a big black kid. See?
And Snyder said that's why blacks excel over whites in sports.
The black is a better athlete to begin with because he's been bred to be that way because of his high thighs and big thighs that goes up into his back.
Snyder went on, saying there's not much room left for, quote, the white guys in sports, except for a couple of coaching jobs. His dismissal seemed inevitable, given the widespread coverage and criticism.
I think his remarks fall into two categories. Category one is that they were racist. And category two, they were stupid.
Civil rights leader and presidential candidate Jesse Jackson placed a call to Snyder today, seemed to accept his apology with qualification.
Pardons life work should not be marred by one error, but it's an error that must be addressed.
Even former colleague Brent Musburger found Snyder's public comments astonishing.
I don't think the network was left with any choice in the matter. I don't think the network fired him. I think he fired himself. Make your kids into a picture of good health. Help them grow up looking like.
Let's see. Yeah, the rest of it's commercials. But the thing is that I don't know that he was that far off.
I don't think so either. I think if he would have talked to somebody beforehand, they could have cleaned up and got the same point across. I get what he was trying to
now
say.
this is back in the 70s. I mean, this is like, they're probably, I don't think, there would be some people crazy enough to be that raw with it. I'm reading a book. Actually, I'm not reading it. There's a lady online who has a YouTube site, and she's been reading a book chapter by chapter called The Slave Coast, which is literally about how slaves were bred. It's historically accurate. It's just, dude, you don't want to be talking about athletes and stuff like that. There's a better place and time to do it. And, doing it on camera on a major broadcast, it just wasn't the time to do it.
I mean, could you imagine a black guy taking that sort of tone toward the Holocaust or trying to explain that shit? Dude, they would have got you the fuck out of there with the quick.
He wouldn't have lasted. He wouldn't have lasted the interview.
No,
he would have shut down. They would shut down the interview.
Oh man, and it's like, look, if he had just one black friend, pull us aside like, brother, Do not say that ever. Like that shit's funny as fuck, but do not say that shit
Well, you
outside
know,
the conversation.
back he was basically Brent Musburger and Pat what's his name? Can't even think of his last name now. This is back, I'm pretty sure that was the late 70s, and these guys during basketball season, during the basketball playoffs, dude, they were gods. I mean, I used to watch them like back in the day. There weren't very many black broadcasters. I can't think of every now and again you might have a guest or something, but in the late 70s during the basketball, the NBA playoffs, there weren't very many black broadcasters, period. So there was no one
another type of way.
This might have been one of those times when diversity would have been an advantage, because he'd have been talking to some black guy would have said, "Hey, look, bro, don't be."
He would have shut the door, locked the door, closed the blinds, be like, "What did you just say?" like
the
bro,
hell is
I know you're
JB's
not
album?
about to come out there. I'm like, dude, this is going to affect black employment for the next 300 years. Do not go out there and say that. Do not.
Right. But it's a historical oddity now. He's been dead for decades now. But I somehow or another think.
But
well, I kind of think I could imagine CT saying something like that on his panel, to be honest.
I'm surprised you black.
Surprised what?
Well, some of them actually have. If you've been here long enough, you've seen a lot of them say worse things than that.
Oh, I have no doubt.
These,
and like I said, I'm in the middle of reading a book about that very topic. W.E.B. Du Bois talked about it in Black Reconstruction, not a lot, but he's not historically off, but there's just a time and a place, and that's what he got wrong. There's just some things you don't do at certain times.
Have to do that. You can't do that.
Yeah, I agree.
As an actual commentator on like and look, he ain't wrong. Look, and I'm sorry to say
that's the sad part
about it. In the same
it.
Position that they were in, you would do business the same way.
Right.
That's why it's so out of place for somebody who's not in a historical context or comedic context to talk about that, because those are the only two places where you could talk about things that's actually true and not get any flack for it. Comedy and actual history. But as a person to come out there who think, because you worked there for a while, you said some wild stuff on the air, you think you can get away with anything, but some things you still need to get a second opinion on, and something like that is
not only that, but people compare these major league sports leagues to plantations. There's some parallels.
They have the draft, which is
you just want to stay away from that race third rail when it comes to major league sports, if you can help it.
Listen, man, they have multiple slave drafts every year. Auction is kind of like
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Well, you've seen that that Dave Chappelle skit? The racial draft?
Yes.
It is so spot on, and it was hilarious at the time. It's still funny.
Oh yeah. And it's like, look, and that's the point of, like, people keep thinking that diversity is bad. Like, no, once you discuss this stuff together, it's no longer an issue. Like, if you raise whites and blacks under the same household with mother and father, regardless of race, they're not going to have those type of issues. Most bumpified, whether black, white, Native American, or Latin based, is going to have. And the thing is that we keep denying that part of America to even exist, because a lot of power isn't going to be distributed properly unless you have perceptibly two groups of people or three or four groups of people fighting among themselves who actually shouldn't be.
Right. Huh. I'm looking at this New York Times podcast. I might actually do this on the show tomorrow. The guy who was in charge of the Border Patrol in the news in Chicago lately. He sat down for a New York Times interview. We might listen to that tomorrow. I'm
Wow.
interested in what he has to
Like
say.
the actual Border Patrol czar, like the dude's in charge?
I don't think he's not ahead of the whole thing. He's you know what? He might actually be the Border Patrol chief. Yeah, his name's Gregory Bovino.
Yeah, he's in charge of the whole thing. Yeah, he's in charge.
Okay, well, he basically he was in Chicago and got in trouble with some judge, and the judge basically wanted to require him to meet with her daily, and that was overruled on appeal. And apparently he's leaving. He's heading out of Chicago. I don't know exactly why. He might have been a little too hot, but
no, because
I'm definitely going to sit down.
Illegal orders. And he was giving out illegal orders to actually.
Was he really?
Yes, he was giving out illegal orders, which is why he ended up in front of the judge in the first place. Look, this Supreme Court got hell to answer for after this term's over with, because this stuff is supposed to have arguments back and forth, not a decision to just overturn shit. That's not how the judiciary works with this shadow docket shit that they've been doing. But look, the National Guard has no authority to be on American streets. No authority. The chain of command is the following: local police, then a SWAT team / sheriff's department / whatever the first letter of your state is, Bureau of Investigations, then the National Guard, then the actual military. You can't start off with the National Guard. Like, the police didn't ask for this type of help or assistance. The police got pop the trunk equipment after 9/11. They can handle nearly any situation at this point. It doesn't even require the National Guard. I mean, but the National Guard are going out there and actually, egging things on and starting things with people. But what people don't understand is the National Guard cannot be sued, which is why he wants them out there, because you can't sue the National Guard. It has to be held.
Interesting.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. You can't sue the National Guard. You can't sue the United States military either.
Right.
And that's why he wants people out there who's going to abuse their power against the actual protesters themselves, because police are going. I mean, you can't hold them responsible on a federal thing, but you have to charge them on a local thing, and that's something that people are just not apt to do. They're not going to do that. But this is handled between the chain of command. But if the commander-in-chief is telling you that you can go out there and do whatever you want to these people, you're giving them legal orders, and everybody ain't going to comply with that shit. Because these people, after their National Guard, they have to go back to being civilians.
Oh, yeah. Well, I think that's going to wind up coming back to bite, because I've never been in the National Guard, but I've had people who work for me that were. And, that being away from home stuff within the contiguous United States, that'll mess with your head. I can remember being in the Navy, and if we were working up for some inspection or something, and the captain felt, well, you know what, your head's not in the game there, crew. We're going to go sit at Anchorage right off Virginia Beach. So, we'd be out there doing engineering drills or something, anchored out there, and you could hold up a pair of binoculars and just see the women on the beach. Dude, I can't think of anything more demoralizing than being within sight of home and not being able to get back there. At least when you're deployed overseas, your head's in the game because you got nothing else to do. You don't have you don't have anything to worry about, day-to-day home stuff. But I can only imagine, say, being, the Illinois National Guard and you're in Chicago
It's not
within
the Illinois
driving
National Guard.
distance of.
No. It's not the Illinois National Guard. They're
I
bringing
thought he
National
deployed to
Guard.
Illinois.
No. He's bringing National Guard from other places and putting them in
Okay.
Illinois.
Okay, well, maybe they said the Illinois. Okay, it was the Illinois National Guard that they wouldn't let him deploy because Pritzker.
Yes.
Yeah, I know. Hey, shoot, Georgia sent 150 up to
I
DC.
know. So did Texas, and a lot of these southern states did that.
Mm-hmm.
And those are the people who are actually out there, by the way. So there's no real reason to deploy another state's National Guard to a state where you're not even using a National Guard. So that's why all this stuff is unprecedented. Like all this stuff was covered in the Posse Comitatus Act in, 1787 or whatever. It told you how you can and cannot use the National Guard. But the only reason why the National Guard is out there is so that way you can't sue the people who actually broke people up. Now, the other police officers, they can be held to state charges and federal charges. But it looked kind of odd trying to pardon somebody federally. But if you can't even charge somebody federally, and have those people out there and they can, cover their names up and whatever, that's kind of different. And I just don't approve of those people being out there. I'm like, look, you want to harass people? Send your border patrol people out there to go harass people. Now, if somebody pull up on you, park the truck on you, and that's on you. But at the end of the day, all this stuff is unprecedented. It didn't need to be done. Chicago is still going to have its crime issues forever. As long as there are people who exist there, and I don't care. I mean, at the end of the day, if they can just walk across the border to actually Indiana, go pick up a gun and bring it back to actual this gun safe zone, then you're never going to solve the problem. So I don't know what to do.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's one of my problems. What is the end game? How do, whatever gains you might make temporarily, what do you do to make the gains permanent? And there is no solution to that. So I don't know what to think. I do know after last Tuesday that MAGA has a problem. And the other thing that MAGA has a problem with is all these layoffs that are happening due to AI. I was telling Ryan last week that it feels like a recession with all these people. Yeah, and just in time for Christmas.
Look, I am in the transportation industry, and let me tell you, no one's really asking for help. The post office isn't asking for temp workers. UPS just laid off 9,000 people. Amazon's about to lay off a whole bunch of people after the year's over with. And it's like, all these people about to lose their healthcare premiums about to go up.
Yeah.
Everything from the big beautiful bill haven't even hit yet. And it's like, okay, you got all this stuff is going to come together in a crescendo that's not going to be good. And he still has to win an election in 2026. I don't know what you're going to be able to look. I'm not on this side, obviously, but I don't see what the overall plan here is. I don't understand the result of the plan. I don't understand how this is supposed to
Well, I'm going to tell you, I suspect in conservatives, the more farther right reaches of the Republican Party, they don't need for government to work. They just need to.
Correct.
Well, yeah, they just don't need it to work. You break it so it doesn't regulate, and that's good enough. They just need it broken. And some of this stuff you're not going to be able to put back together again easily.
Oh, none of it. Yeah.
I think basically even if it winds up being an unorganized mess, that it's not working is the goal.
Correct. And
But the thing is it's bad for it's bad for business.
Correct. And that's why I say you should cancel all corporate subsidies at this point. And no matter what you say at this point, and when they start to complain, you gas up those F-16s and you let them know by going after their yachts first and dry dock. And if you keep complaining about this tax rate that's going to be super high, then we're going to go after your businesses. At the end of the day, we have allowed a coup to happen in our country because people didn't want to pay fucking taxes, bro. We got rid of America because rich people who can't spend their money didn't want to pay taxes. This money is sitting in accounts. People are just okay with people having $500 billion and not paying
Yeah.
people minimum wage. Like, we got rid of America over that. No other reason. Like, dude, it doesn't make any sense whatsoever. And look, you got to call these people down, and you got to have these trials, and you got to have these people up out of there. I'm sorry.
Right.
They came here to destroy our country, and they have to pay a price for it. People have to understand, bad and targeted policy is an act of violence. It sure the hell is. I don't know where these people get off thinking that snatching people from their actual families, people actually went through the actual process to get their immigration shit straight, and then you cut their stuff off in the middle of it and made them illegal, and now they've been here, had kids here, bought a house. How they supposed to just turn all that shit around and just leave? Like, dude, this is just chaos for chaos sake. And I don't think that there shouldn't be consequences for that. I think when you enter the government and when you destroy a government program so that way it don't work, I'm sorry, you're going to prison forever. And whatever party that you're a part of is going to be charged with RICO charges. If you've been compensated highly to destroy something that functions perfectly, your ass is going to jail. Yeah, you're going to jail. I'm sorry. China doesn't look. You mess up something in China, you know you getting executed. Out of here.
They're
Not
gonna
even a
mess.
question
They're gonna
about it.
mess you up.
Like, look. I'm like, look, man, you got a date with the executioner's chair. Yeah, man, you're gonna walk out of here and you're gonna walk into instant death. Period. And you got to start bringing actual consequences to personnel who work for corporate America who specifically want to destroy society. You have to put boot the ass of these people.
I was gonna show this right here. You know, the White House basically saying that October jobs and inflation may never be released. I'm like, what? It's like, these poor businesses, businesses tend to like stability, and you're just not going to get it, apparently.
They made a deal for tax cuts, but they did not factor in that there is no economy to which you can make money off of to enjoy those tax cuts.
Yeah,
If you
it's
destroy the market, your profit don't mean shit.
yeah, and I'm trying to figure out, being a businessman, how could you would think it would be like, this is not business friendly. I never thought that having a quote CEO as president would be unfriendly to business.
Well, we had a CEO before this. His name was George W. Bush.
Was he actually a CEO of something? He was a governor.
Yes, he was a business guy. He was a business guy, and that's what happened when you elect business people in. They protect their own specific interests. For him, it was oil. For Dick Cheney, it was oil. For Donald Trump, it's real estate. If you're in real estate, you're doing great. If you're not in real estate, you're not doing great. This is why you don't need capitalists in charge of anything government-based. Look, let me give you an example of how stupid people are. And Donald Trump is kind of going back in on this stupidity with this fucking $2,000 check from this supposed fucking tariff shit that didn't. Okay. Elon Musk had a whole infrastructure built for him for his shitty electric car. Now, his electric car is not better than Chinese-made electric cars at all. So we had a quote-unquote capitalist. We built a whole infrastructure for him. You know how he rewarded all those hundreds of billions of dollars? By turning around and fucking every person who he got them billions of dollars for to build the infrastructure for, and tried to destroy the very fucking government that gave him the sole source of electric cars in this country. You can't make up a story that's that mentally fucking ill, but it went down. in our country, and you still have people kissing his ass right today, talking about how this dude creates jobs and shit. Dude, this shit is fucking nuts. It's nuts. How people who don't benefit from capitalism claim that they're capitalists. It's nuts.
Trump is doing a wonderful job to me.
Oh, he probably is. If you knew what was going on. But look, if you don't have the burden of explaining his actual policies and the actual result, you probably would think Donald Trump is doing a good job. And you know what that does?
Probably too, and he is.
All right, so Stanley. So what actually happens when somebody says that? What they want you to do is rage the fuck out and then attempt to try to educate them on what Donald Trump is doing that is actually
Well,
bad.
don't worry about him. It's the moonshine talking.
No. It's just a what. Well, what you have to do is you have to educate others on how to actually respond to this actual information. So what it does is it actually makes you. No. I'm saying that you can't explain what you're actually saying. I mean, you could translate it as if you're too dumb.
Give me a chance. You just started talking.
Okay. So explain to me how did the tariffs? Okay. All right. So what I was saying before, was
But I can tell you this much: I'm the GOAT. Bang.
Oh, okay. Great. All right. So what I was saying before was that look, what they want you to do is educate them, and then once you educate them, they just walk away from the conversation as if you haven't said anything. So the only thing you have to do is not educate them and force them to make the actual explanation and point out the actual economists.
Trump made a lot of jobs go on, man.
Go on away.
He brought a lot of jobs here, buddy.
From what?
No, if cruelty is the point, then he's done the job well. But as far looking for,
he's done.
I don't even say. To be honest, I struggle to even find coherence sometimes. Especially with these tariffs where he kept flip flopping. You got the nickname Taco. It's ridiculous.
Trump is doing an excellent job
at destroying the actual economy. I agree.
No, he's making it better. If it wasn't for Trump, it wouldn't be going on good right now.
I understand it, Bizarro. Everything good, right?
Yeah, he's doing it.
No, me save Metropolis, right?
You said what?
What state do you stay in?
I just this time of the evening, we just kind of let him chatter on. He'll pass out at some point, or his phone will die.
He's trying to call me dumb, Stanley.
You know what? I suspect if he wanted to call you dumb, he wouldn't mince words. If he didn't call you dumb, he didn't mean to call you dumb.
Well,
all right. So the only thing I'm asking is for you to actually explain. If it shit, I don't apologize to people.
Just get on your knees and apologize.
What the fuck?
Shit, it ain't that hard, Bubba.
I don't apologize.
Yeah, I don't know. He starts getting those Snuffy Smith dreams. You're not old enough to remember a cartoon. It was a Sunday cartoon strip called Snuffy Smith. And it was about an old, back up in the holler somewhere, old dude who basically did nothing but drink corn squeezins all day. That's what they called it. And
you remember Pinky and the Brain?
You know what? That was my brother's time.
That's kind of new.
Yeah, I grew up. I'm 60. My brother's 47. So he would remember Pinky and the Brain. I remember when he was young, that was something they would watch. Oh, I remember the Pink Panther. That used to be a Saturday morning cartoon.
Yes, he did. That was the shit right there.
Yeah, it was pretty cool. But so far, the House is on the floor debating this bill that the Senate passed.
Correct, because
So,
the Senate
I don't
brought the
know.
House back in session by actually doing this.
Oh yeah, well,
Yeah.
you know what? I even if they weren't, it wound up being a chess move. They released a ton of Epstein material today, and that
Yes, they
lady
did.
from Arizona that had her swearing in delayed, she was sworn in as well.
Yes.
From what I hear, they kind of blindsided Mike Johnson. He didn't.
They did.
He had no idea this was going to happen, and I think it's hilarious.
Because you have to understand is that I don't disagree with that 7 or 8 Democrats who did what they did. It's kind of like with the Texas situation, because the point was to raise awareness. These people are fucking you over. Let's get ready for 2026. And look, if you want to sit out, and if you want your insurance rates to go up, because corporations want tax cuts, and every year, every year, if people have been paying attention since Obama, corporations have been getting tax cuts, and then they get concessions each year with the budget talk. Every year, they've been getting concessions and more concessions every year. There is no real reason to keep the government closed, to hurt all of these businesses in the middle of trying to prepare for the actual holiday season. It makes no sense whatsoever.
I agree.
Well, here's the other deal. The continuing resolution expires, I think it's the 3rd week of January. So we're going to revisit this, and then there's a promise. There's a promise that they'll have some sort of vote or something in December on the ACA stuff. So hey, you know what? If the Republicans decide to renege, we're going to be doing this again in January. I actually think the Democrats did the right thing, because it swung the pendulum back to the House, and it swung the pendulum back to Epstein. Trump has been holding meetings. He had a meeting with what's her name from Colorado, your neck of the woods. What's her name?
Yeah.
Damn it, what's her name? The one who was what's the lady's name? She's the congresswoman. What is it?
Lon Boebert. No, Lon Boebert.
Yeah. She was at the White House today. They're trying to sway her to not vote.
They are at her neck in her fucking district. Let me tell you, I live in Colorado. They are at her fucking neck. I mean,
really?
Because you're talking about white people, white rural Americans missing out on their fucking health care and shit, not being able to pay for their prescriptions. And those people are at her head. I mean, she shouldn't have got elected in that area, but at the end of the day,
she switched districts, right? She had to. Yeah, she switched districts.
She did.
She was supposed to win that district, but there was so many people in that race that shouldn't have been there. She kind of won out by just name recognition alone. So,
wow, yeah.
12th man, what's going on, buddy?
Oh, this is gonna get better. What's up, 12th man? Are you sober?
Am I ever sober, Stanley?
On occasion.
God damn.
Every now and then.
What is it? It's like, what is it, like 2 o'clock in Alaska?
Oh, we gotta get these comments, man. Let me get up out of here, Stanley. It was nice meeting all y'all. Y'all be nice.
Hey, man of tomorrow, it was great talking with you. I enjoyed it immensely.
Even though you called me stupid, salute, brother.
Yeah, we're not going to be up here too long. I can tell these two are going to wear my patience thin.
Speak, boy.
I can hardly hear you.
Turn your volume up, boy.
Let me turn his volume up just a little bit. He was over talking, so I had to adjust his volume down.
Oh, I see, Stanley.
You turned my volume down, Stanley?
Absolutely.
Oh, that's okay.
So let's hear what's going on here, and I'll be right back. I'm listening. I'll be right back.
To take over the
Just to pay for food and rent.
No.
Senators want a personal payout if law enforcement dares to hold them accountable. At every turn of this shutdown and fight for healthcare access, Republicans and the Trump administration have tried to inflict suffering as much as possible. For weeks, the administration held food stamps hostage. And even when some states comply with a court ruling to release full benefits, the president demanded that they be clawed back. Even when governors stepped up and said, we don't want people to go hungry, they ran to court, Mr. Speaker, to take $6.20 away from poor people. Who does that? Explain that to me. Who takes $6.20 away from a single mom or a hungry senior? That's the state of America today. Unbelievable. And here we are to vote on this. I will be casting my vote as a no. In fact, it will be a hell no tonight.
The gentleman from New York yields back. The gentlelady from Connecticut reserves. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to my very good friend, the distinguished gentlelady from Michigan and chairman of the House Republican Conference, Ms. McClain.
The gentlelady from Michigan is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Speaker. And God, I love the compassion and the passion on the other side of the aisle. You know, we're worried about taking money out of families. Well, you know what? Y'all can do the right thing and vote yes. If not, you're the ones that are taking money from needy families, not us, because yes means yes, we want to feed the families. We want to have SNAP programs. No means we don't fund those programs. See how simple that is? But keep on with the rhetoric. I mean, it's cute, but the American people don't buy it. So, I mean, listen, for the past 40 days, Democrats have inflicted needless pain on hardworking Americans. They stranded millions of travelers. They denied food assistance for hungry families. And how did they do that? When you vote no to continue funding, that means you deny food stamps for hungry families. No means no, you don't want to pay them. Yes, like the Republicans vote, that means yes, we do want to pay them. So, you know, they left our troops wondering when they'd get their next paycheck. And for what, Mr. Speaker? To use the American people as leverage. Don't take my word for it, take theirs. Leverage for more wasteful Washington spending. Spending that no one other than the radical left ever wanted. And to remind the American people, they wanted $1.5 trillion of their hard-earned tax dollars. But what did they get in return? They got nothing. They got nothing because Republicans refused to waste the American people's money. Not a dime for the radical climate change, not a dollar for tax-funded benefits for illegals, and not one single concession to the radical far left base. Millions of Americans whose lives were upended by the Democratic shutdown will remember this.
Yield the gentlelady an additional 30 seconds.
Thank you.
The gentlelady is recognized for an additional 30 seconds.
Thank you. The American people will remember who held them hostage for petty political reasons and who fought to put America first. So now that this shameful charade is over, House Republicans will continue our work on behalf of the American people. We will restore regular order to the appropriations process. We will continue to fulfill the mandate of the American people, and we will keep delivering results for American people, because that's what we're here to do for, not to play politics. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield. Thank you.
That's my kind of woman right
yields
there.
back.
Yeah, I know
the gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. Before we move on, members are advised to direct their comments to the chair and not to engage in personalities. The gentlelady from Connecticut is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the greatest honor, really, to yield time,
It's okay,
2 minutes
Bubba.
time, to the gentlewoman from California. The distinguished Speaker Emerita, Ms.
Stanley
Pelosi,
still
and I
loves
might
you,
add,
okay, Bubba?
probably the epitome of the best speaker that this nation has ever had, in addition to which millions of Americans have health care coverage through the Affordable Care Act because of Speaker Pelosi. And she's also Italian-American.
Always remember that
I
I'm the
yield.
GOAT.
And the
Bad.
grandmother.
The gentlelady from California is recognized.
Damn,
Thank you,
I
Mr.
didn't
Speaker. I
know
thank the gentleman
Nancy
woman for yielding,
Pelosi
Madam
was
Chair, and
Italian.
future chair of the
You
Appropriations
didn't
That's
know
Committee.
a
that?
new
Thank her for
one
her
to me.
leadership and her kind words.
That's not
I
nothing
take
new.
heed, Mr. Speaker, of your comment to address my
I've been
remarks to
knowing
you
that for a
and not to your
long time.
colleagues. So I can say to you, and perhaps you can tell them, either they don't know what they're talking about, or they don't care about meeting the needs of the American people. Did any one of them vote? Did any one of them vote to have eliminate
I
a
just
need for
don't
pre-existing condition in
understand
health care? Not one of them. Did any
why
one of
you
them
ain't
vote to
trying
say
to
if your
say
children
nothing.
get to be 26
You
until
know,
6 years old,
I
they have
don't
access
know.
to your policy? Not one of them. Did any of them vote
I
Shit.
couldn't
to
hear you,
eliminate
JB.
woman as being a
That
pre-existing medical
that
condition?
means
Not
you
one
need
of them.
to
The list
clean
goes
out
on and
your
on. Did any one
ears.
of them vote for the Affordable Care Act, which, Mr. Speaker, you can tell them was paid for? And then later, when we decided that we could extend the tax credits further,
Stanley
so more
must have to go
and
shit.
could have more access to care. Did
Yeah,
anyone
you
vote
might
for that?
have
No.
taken
So
shit,
they
JB.
all they have done is
Yeah,
try
he
to
went to go
eliminate
take a shit.
access to health care in our country. The public is catching on to them. You might tell them if a woman is born with a child that has a heart condition,
Well, that's what everybody's
what
worried
what they
about,
are proposing.
JB, is that
Father
the
gets a
government's
stroke,
going to
forget about it.
open back
If
up
you have a
by
sibling with a
that's
disability,
Thanksgiving.
they don't
Yeah,
care.
that's a
And
good
if you
thing
have
there.
your
Now
wife
I can eat
has
me
breast
some wild
cancer,
hog.
you've got big bills to pay because they want to take away health care, whether it's Medicaid to
I
tens of
can eat me
millions of
some
people,
wild
$1
hog,
trillion
maybe
for
some
Medicare
raccoons.
for seniors and people with disabilities, millions of dollars
Go catch me a
added
raccoon
to the
for
cost of
tomorrow.
families
I'm
for
going
access
to
to
eat
Affordable Care
turkey
Act. The list
dinner
goes
next
on and on.
week.
Either they don't know or they
Oh,
don't.
I don't do
I'll
that
say
type
one
of
more thing
stuff.
as a grandmother and mother.
You don't eat
How
turkey?
about the President of the
No,
United
I
States on
like
Halloween night
Gentlelady's
having
time has
a
expired.
Halloween party,
The gentlelady's
a
time has
Halloween
expired.
party, and yield the saying gentlewoman to 30 the seconds. Supreme
I
Court,
only
Gentlelady,
eat
please
15
don't
raccoons.
make
more
me
seconds.
feed the children or the poor people in our country. Going to the Supreme Court for that means cruelty is not even come close
Go
to the
back
word
to
that is
your
needed for that
mansion
kind of
and
behavior. The
shut
worst
up,
president for
Nancy.
children America
What
has
you
ever
say?
seen. I yield back.
The gentlelady from California yields back. The gentlelady from Connecticut reserves.
Eat me
The
some
gentleman from
raccoon
Oklahoma
and
is
put some
recognized.
peanut
Thank you,
butter
Mr.
on me.
Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to my very good friend, distinguished gentleman from
And
West
you know I
Virginia,
gotta
member
have
of
my
the
moonshine.
Legislative Branch Subcommittee of the Committee of Appropriations, Mr. Moore.
The gentleman from West Virginia is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to support the Senate amendment to H.R. 5371, which includes full funding for the legislative
I
branch.
might
I'm
go
honored to
make
serve
me
as the
some
vice
turtle
chairman of
meat
the
in a
legislative
minute.
branch subcommittee, and I'm grateful to Chairman Valadeo for his leadership on that committee. It has been a long road to bring this bill to the floor, a road that was made significantly longer by totally unnecessary Schumer shutdown that we've been living in. The bill before us not only reopens the entire government, but ensures that the House and its supporting agencies remain working for the American people. The bill invests in safety and security.
Stanley,
It increases
he must
funding
got
for the Capitol
diarrhea.
Police, provides support for security programs through the House Sergeant
I
at
know
Arms, and is
Stanley
tough
likes
on
safety
foreign
and
adversaries,
security.
including language I wrote.
No, actually, I was rolling out pita.
What type of keto, Stanley?
Pita bread.
Oh, that's some good stuff right there.
Pita bread.
Yeah, that's some good stuff right there. I be eating that
Yeah, I
with
made.
raccoon.
I made rolled out 4 pitas for dinner.
Oh, you
Nice.
making like a pizza or something out of them?
No, I'm probably just gonna make some chicken. So the pitas have pockets.
Yeah.
Just cut a little pocket in there and stuff it with chicken and vegetables.
And
That
then
sounds
smoker.
When I do mine, Stanley, I put raccoon meat in mine.
What?
You're gonna put the
Yeah,
chicken
Kimmy.
in the smoker.
Oh no. I'm either gonna fry it or just saute it. You know, I don't feel like dealing with the smoker. Usually I don't use the smoker unless, you know, it's like it takes like 8 hours to smoke stuff. And this is just dinner for
Yeah,
one.
I know.
Just get
It
you
does
some
take
raccoon.
a
Kim,
long time.
Kim, why would we not be friends?
What you do to her, Stanley?
Nothing in particular. No, I mean, Kim, we just disagree. I disagree with people all the time.
Don't treat her like that, Stanley.
Yeah, I'll save it for you.
No, well,
No,
that's okay, bud.
Kim, I know who you are. I'm not. Why would I be mad? It's just a political point. As a matter of fact, you should probably be mad at me. I can be rough with people.
You ain't lying. You be rough all the time, Stanley.
I'm gonna have to get me a new set of earbuds.
But JB
Gentleman from
ain't
Connecticut
going
Reserves. The
for
gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr.
Just
Speaker.
clean the earwax out of the ones you got.
Distinguished member.
No, I have an
Washington and
older pair that just does not like to hold charge. It's like 2 or 3 years old, so
time
I'll
for us
get
to-
another
Yeah.
pair for Christmas.
Just
I
get
have
you
two.
some Sony one, Stanley.
Well, no, I have 2 pairs. A newer pair that I much prefer, and this pair. So I'll get a new pair for Thanksgiving or something.
You want to borrow mine?
for Christmas.
And families, and much, much more. Mr. Speaker, as a member of the House
Yeehaw.
Appropriations Committee, the
JB will
responsibility of
send
funding
you
the
a
federal
cash
government
app
is one that I take very
so you
seriously,
can get a
especially
new pair.
in light of our nation's
Stanley
debt
not gonna
surpassing
take my money
$38
because
trillion.
it's white money.
The performative tactics that we have watched over the last 7 weeks have truly been a disservice to Americans. And my friends across the aisle should never have put leverage or politics over those people that they represent. But the most important thing right now is that we get back to work, making sure the federal government can provide the essential services that people depend on, and that Congress can continue working to pass full-year funding legislation, providing responsible federal spending and fund those essential services. Mr. Speaker,
My
we are
business
making
took a hit
significant
too,
progress with the
Stanley.
inclusion of these 3 appropriation bills,
I had to
but our
lay
work is
off
far
10
from
people.
over. I encourage all my
Did you
colleagues
now?
on both
Yeah.
sides of the aisle to support this deal, vote to end this unnecessary shutdown, and help us get back to the business of hardworking
might
Americans
bring 'em back.
across this country. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. The gentleman from Connecticut is recognized.
Because I'm not doing
Speaker, I
no
yield
work.
1 minute to the gentlewoman
Only
from
working I'm
Minnesota,
gonna do is
the
lift up
distinguished
this
ranking
cup
member
of
of the Defense
moonshine.
Subcommittee, Ms. McCollum.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, Donald Trump and Republicans control the entire government. For 42 days, Republicans shut it down. Why? Because they refuse to extend tax credits to help millions of Americans afford their health care. And if that wasn't
White
bad enough,
liberal women.
President Trump even
Oh my
withheld
God.
food assistance during the shutdown. Hunger should never be used as a weapon. The CR continues the Republican health care crisis. The Speaker's already said he won't hold a vote to extend the Affordable Care Act tax credits to reduce healthcare costs for Americans. So now my constituents are going to have to choose between heating their homes,
Excuse
feeding their
me.
families, or taking their children to the doctor.
That's gonna
It's a
stink.
terrible deal for the American people. Americans deserve an open and transparent government that works for them. They deserve access to affordable health care, nutritious food for their families. And that's what Democrats are fighting for. I wish the president and the Republicans would join us in this fight and share our priorities. I yield back.
Yields. The gentlewoman from Connecticut reserves. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you very much. Yield 1 minute to my very good friend, gentleman from Missouri and member of the Appropriations Committee, Mr. Alford.
The gentleman is recognized.
Well, thank you, Chairman Cole, for your leadership. Mr. Speaker, in the words of Yogi Berra, this seems like deja vu all over again. 59
How
days
original.
ago, I
Never
stood at
said
this
that.
very lectern debating the ranking member and a friend of mine, over the continuing resolution to keep our government open. On September 19th, we did our work in this body, but Senate Democrats chose to hold America hostage with the Schumer shutdown. Democrats in Congress, including the minority whip, shamefully admitted they were using the misery they inflicted on the American people as leverage to achieve their leftist wish list of demands, slowly twisting the heads of the American people in a vice. Tonight, I'm relieved to say the misery of the Schumer shutdown is on.
All right. Well, Speaker Johnson says House will vote next week on whether to release Epstein files. Speaker Mike Johnson announced to reporters on Wednesday that he will put a bill compelling the Department of Justice to release all of its Jeffrey Epstein case files on the floor next week. I guarantee you they talked to Boebert today. They're going to try and peel some votes off. Guarantee you they're going to sabotage it somehow.
Strong opposition of this deeply flawed bill because the American people deserve better. Since Trump returned to office, Republicans have created an affordability nightmare, a mass transfer of hard-earned taxpayers' dollars to billionaires. In my district alone, more than 350,000 people are facing skyrocketing healthcare costs or cuts to critical services. Republicans shut down the government instead of finding bipartisan solutions to keep care affordable and took a 7-week paid hiatus during doubling healthcare costs for working families, cutting off food assistance right before Thanksgiving, and letting Trump spend his holidays pardoning insurrectionists, enriching billionaires, cozying up to dictators, and building himself a new ballroom, all while taking food away from families in need. And now Senate Republicans want to reward themselves with a taxpayer-funded handout. Shameful, shameful, shameful. House Republicans should be here doing their jobs, not making life harder for working families. I urge a no vote.
Members are advised to direct their comments to the chair and not to engage in personalities toward the president. The gentleman from Connecticut reserves. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker,
Well, she didn't call him a piece of shit like she should have.
From Texas and Chairman of the House Budget Committee, Mr. Arrington.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, the Democrats rejecting a clean CR, shutting the government down, creating all the havoc, the pain and suffering for our fellow Americans is so obviously disingenuous. They never vote against clean CRs. Never. For 4 years under Biden, you all didn't reject one clean CR. Chuck Schumer in 44 years never rejected a clean CR. So, Mr. Speaker, what's it about? They say policy. They put forward a proposal, Mr. Chairman. They said it's about health care for illegals. They repeal work requirements for able-bodied adults. That's a 80-20 issue in this country. They put forward a spending bill of $1.5 trillion. That's twice the discretionary budget. Mr. Chairman, they'd be spending more money than we've ever spent outside of COVID. That's their counter proposal. It's not only disingenuous, it's unserious. So what's it about? It's about politics. It's about resisting and fighting and undermining Donald Trump. But here's the deal. They're not fighting and resisting Donald Trump. They're undermining the will of the American people that gave Trump the presidency.
Yield the gentleman an additional 15 seconds.
The gentleman is recognized.
They undermined the will of the people who overwhelmingly elected President Trump and gave him the mandate of the America First agenda. So you're not resisting us. You're posturing and placating the radical left. And you are holding back what the American people wanted, and that was a new direction for this country. I yield back.
Members are reminded to please direct their comments only to the chair. The gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. The gentleman from Connecticut is recognized.
Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from New Jersey, the distinguished ranking member of the Energy and Commerce Committee, Mr. Pallone.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want my colleagues to understand that when the Affordable Care Act was adopted, it was adopted for middle-class people who could not afford health insurance. They had no other option. They had nowhere to go. You just would end up without health insurance. I have constituents coming to me now crying because their insurance is going from $500 a month to $1,500 a month. That's an increase of $1,000 a month. Who can afford that? No one in the middle class. At the end of 2024 last year, during a Democratic administration,
That shit
the
got
number
all
of
over my
uninsured,
floor
the number
and my
of
walls,
insured
Stanley.
Americans was at a record high of about 95%. Democrats worked for that. Then Trump comes in, the Republicans in with their big ugly bill, and they make cuts to Medicaid, cuts to
That
hospitals and
Bernie
nursing homes,
Sanders.
and no funding to extend the ACA tax credits.
No, this
So
is
what's
the
going to
House of
happen? More
Representatives.
and more
He's in the
people
Senate.
have no health insurance. That's the bottom line. They will not have health insurance. And the Republicans don't seem to
You
care.
sound
But I
like
want you to know
Bernie
that the Democrats
Sanders.
care and will continue
I
to fight
ran
for you.
out of diapers too.
The gentleman yields. The gentlewoman from Connecticut reserves. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentleman from Guam, my very good friend, Mr. Moylan.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you to my
Guam,
friend from
Guam.
Oklahoma. Mr. Speaker, Guam is home to 3,372 federal employees, more than 43,000 SNAP recipients, and over 9,000 WIC recipients, and more than 20,000 veterans, all of whom have been impacted by this shutdown. If we continue to put politics over a country, my constituents will continue to suffer. Simply put, this gets us back on track, ensures funding for those who need it is in place, and turns the lights back on. This bill ensures that families receive the assistance they need, veterans have access to care, and our island is reimbursed for the sacrifice we made to keep federal programs running during this difficult time. I urge my colleagues to support this bill and to deliver for American people. The time for deliberation is when the government is open and people have the assistance they need. I reserve.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. The gentlewoman from Connecticut is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1
Put
minute
some
to the
D's
gentleman from
on that
Massachusetts, the distinguished ranking member of the Ways and Means Committee, Mr. Neal.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank the gentlelady. Mr. Speaker, the destruction that is taking place in America's healthcare system during these 10 months is unbelievable. They've eviscerated the National Institutes of Health. They've cut back on the Centers for Disease Control, billions of dollars from Medicaid for a tax cut for the wealthy. Wait till you see what's coming to America's hospitals after the next election. It's so contrived they waited until after the election to implement it. 24 million people are likely to lose health insurance if we don't implement these tax credits as suggested. The emergency room is going to be back in full force now because this is where people will go for their health care. All of this is taking place to justify a tax cut for people at the very top. And here's the real kicker. Our Republican colleagues of fiscal probity borrowed the money for the tax cuts. In 2017, it's $2.4 trillion. In the last tax bill, almost $4 trillion is borrowed for a tax cut for wealthy people.
Bounce that ass, baby, bounce that
Whatever
ass.
happened to the fiscal soundness that the Republican Party used to lecture everybody on? And I yield back the balance.
The gentleman yields. The gentlewoman from Connecticut reserves. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to my very good friend, the distinguished gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Muser.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank Chairman Cole for his leadership. Mr. Speaker, if this were a library, we would have the fiction side over there and the nonfiction side over here. The only thing that's not fiction, however, is their consistent criticism of the healthcare system known as Obamacare that they created. That's what this fight seems to be about. And that's the one end of things that is truthful. Today, Mr. Speaker, after 6 weeks of no pain, or excuse me, lots of pain and no gain, they're going to vote again to keep the government closed. They're going to vote again. They're whipping their votes so they would not be paying federal workers. They won't be funding essential programs like SNAP and undo the chaos at our airports. Okay, I spent the last 43 days in my district talking with these groups, talking with SNAP, talking with Head Start, seeing their pain, realizing it, understanding it. Some of my colleagues did the same, but shockingly, they're still going to vote to keep the government closed and keep this funding from being delivered. It's time to fix the damage the Democrats have caused. With this vote tonight, Republicans will restore SNAP payments. We'll get TSA and air traffic control.
Yield the gentleman an additional 15 seconds.
And you know what, thank you, Chairman. And you know what, Mr. Speaker? Yesterday was Veterans Day. Veterans didn't fight for the red. They didn't fight for the blue. They fought for the red, white, and blue. Maybe tonight we can lead. We can follow their example. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. The gentlewoman from Connecticut is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from Washington, Ms. Del Bene.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you,
Hey,
Mr.
Stan.
Speaker. This bill fails to address the fundamental needs
Yes,
of families
sir.
across our country. Americans have made it
You
crystal
know-
clear
you
that
wanna know
affordability
something
is their number
that
one
I just
concern.
thought of?
President Trump and Republicans
What might that be?
I told her I can't bounce with it without using my hands with it.
You can't what?
I told her I got to use my hands while she bounced because the motherfucker kind of heavy.
Okay.
promised to lower costs on day one, and that's been one big broken promise. Healthcare premiums are skyrocketing because Republicans refuse to extend the ACA tax credits, causing healthcare costs to go up for everyone. Over 4 million people will be forced off their coverage next year because it's too expensive. This is on top of soaring prices for food, energy, and housing. It's unacceptable for the wealthiest nation in the world. Republicans who say they support affordable health care should be standing up for their constituents rather than following in line behind President Trump. I'm going to keep fighting for affordable health care and lower costs. The American people deserve better. I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields. The gentlewoman from Connecticut reserves. The gentleman from Oklahoma is
Can't
recognized.
afford
Thank you
my
very much, Mr.
food.
Speaker.
I
Mr. Speaker,
can't
I yield
afford
90
my
seconds
house.
to my very good friend,
What
the
can
distinguished
they
gentleman from
afford?
Texas, Mr. Gooden.
The gentleman is recognized.
Jesus
Thank you, Mr.
Christ.
Speaker. Throughout this sham and
Free
shame of the
health care for
shutdown, we've heard
everybody.
so many lies from the Democrats. And over the last 45 days, and especially the last 45 minutes, I've heard them say this is an evil bill. Republicans don't care about the disabled. Trump is the worst president in history for children. They've said that Republicans are to blame for the fentanyl crisis.
okay.
Republicans shouldn't take photos with veterans. January 6th, of course, they mentioned that. Republicans are corrupt, and they've said that Republicans are starving kids. What they haven't said is the one thing that this bill does, which is open up the government. Not one Democrat is getting up here saying this bill opens the government. So let me remind them and my colleagues and the American people, this bill
JB,
opens the government tonight.
Maybe
And the
they
American people
should ask
Republicans to thank
themselves
for
why
ending
they
this
can't
shutdown and
afford it.
opening the government. I urge a yes vote. I am proud to vote yes, and I am so disappointed in my
I'm
Democratic
worried about
colleagues
getting my
because
rights
for the
all
life
right
of me,
now.
throughout my time in the House, I've heard them talk about how
Yeah,
wonderful
well, you
it
know
is
what?
to keep the
I've let you two monsters natter on. This motherfucking Trump is building a goddamn ballroom while the government is
with
shut
that,
down.
Stanley?
Oh, hey, you got to talk. Now I'm going to talk, son. I don't want to hear any bullshit about a motherfucker who's building a fucking ballroom where none was asked for. Nobody fucking asked him to tack on a piece of shit ballroom to the people's house. The motherfucker thinks he's
Gonna
the
be
king.
very
Okay,
nice
dude. Hey,
ballroom,
I'm talking, son. That means I should be able to talk without interruption. Y'all have nattered on about this fucking piece of shit president, and now I'm going to speak on the topic. Nobody asked for a ballroom. This is what trailer trash does when they get a little bit of power. They just knock down a perfectly good East Wing, and they tack on like a fucking space where he can sit and watch NASCAR and do a bunch of square dancing.
But
While the
he got
government
it there.
while the government is shut down, no doubt. So don't talk to me about priorities and who can feed what and all that bullshit. The motherfucker's building a ballroom onto the White House. 250, well, not quite 250 years, 200 years, 225 years without a goddamn ballroom in some fucking senile fat tub of lard with a bad haircut decides he wants to dance. It's shameful. This motherfucker has turned the White House into a double wide.
Well, can I respond
Government
to
open,
that?
and that a shutdown is so bad.
I'm
it
not
can never
interested
happen.
in
And
your
tonight They won't
response.
even admit
Well, we
that
got
this
to
bill
dance, Stanley.
opens the government, and this is what we need for this country tonight. So I urge a yes vote, and I yield back.
Thanks for
The
all the
gentleman yields.
fine
The gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. The gentlewoman from Connecticut is recognized.
Drink our
Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Barragan.
The gentlewoman is
Does
recognized.
she have a
Thank you,
green
Mr. Speaker.
card?
Oppose the Republican spending bill that makes health care more expensive for hardworking
What you
Americans.
say, boy?
The Republicans were on their 7-week plus vacation. All our constituents were receiving notices of premium increases. A constituent of
lay right
mine,
there.
a
I'm not
lifelong
finished with
educator,
you.
has been told that her premiums will jump from $380
She might not
to
have
nearly
a green
$1,000.
card.
Meanwhile, Trump and
JB.
Republicans
You
can
got
find
a
money for a
green
fancy
card?
ballroom. They can give tax breaks to billionaires. And they even included millions
Does
of dollars
she
in
have
cash
one?
payouts in this bill for 8 Republican senators. If anyone
don't
else
know
in
why
government
Stanley's
gave
so
themselves
mad at
millions in
Trump.
taxpayer
I
money,
just don't get
they
it.
would go to prison. But for Americans trying to afford health care, not $1 in tax credits. House Democrats are united against this corrupt bill and will keep fighting to protect America's health care. I urge my colleagues to reject this bill. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The
Keep
gentleman,
funding
the gentleman
Obamacare.
from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you very
Fuck
much, Mr. Speaker. I yield
Obamacare.
myself such time as I may consume. Mr. Speaker, it's been an interesting debate. Frankly, as a couple of my colleagues have suggested, a lot of the rhetoric on the other side hasn't had much to do with the legislation in front of us. My friends chose all on their own to shut the government down 43 days ago. During that time, soldiers have had to worry about getting paid. The only reason they were paid is the President of the United States managed to pull a rabbit out of the hat twice, or we would have military families completely unpaid. We have our air traffic controllers. Most of us flew here today or yesterday or in recent days. They're keeping the skies as safe as they can, but they haven't gotten paid. We're in this Capitol building. We're under the protection of the Capitol Police. They do a splendid job. They keep doing their job. They haven't been paid. We have people that are desperate need of some of the services that this government has promised to give them. SNAP and WIC, that's at risk unless we pass this legislation tonight. So we can have all these debates about all these other issues. As a matter of fact, my friend, the Speaker, his counterpart in the United States Senate, the Majority Leader, and the President said, when you open the government, we'll be happy to talk to you about some of these issues. But you're not going to shut down the government, punish the American people, put people's lives at risk, and think we're going to sit down and negotiate with you under those circumstances. That is not going to happen. We told you 43 days ago, from bitter experience, government shutdowns don't work.
Let me tell you how
Never
useless,
the objective.
how useless this debate is. If they go ahead and stop this debating and just vote on the bill, this is all performance for their constituents, for the camera. If they vote for the Senate bill, Democrats will have gotten everything they want. There will be a vote on the ACA rate hikes in December. The CR, because they're voting on a continuing resolution, not the full budget. If Republicans can't deliver on the debate over the Affordable Care Act, then the government shuts down. I think it's January 21st or something like that. So essentially, the chess move that the Democrats just made has forced a vote on the Epstein files. Next week, the Congress will be voting on releasing the Epstein files. It wouldn't have happened if the government was still shut down, now would it? we got the deciding vote on releasing the on having the vote to release the Epstein files sworn in today. Good job, Democrats.
Oh,
we done just
Stanley, you
getting down
mean
that
that
road.
I didn't ask for a response.
You
I'm
mean
just
that
telling
woman that couldn't even,
I didn't ask for a
she can't
response.
even
I'm
speak
just telling you
English.
though,
See,
Stan.
y'all just think you're just gonna fucking squawk now that I've decided to chastise both of you. Good job, Democrats. We already know that Donald Trump knew about some of the behaviors of Epstein because the Democrats released a couple emails today. Your president is a perv and needs a full reckoning. So y'all just fucking natter on about which congresswoman has a green card and all that shit. Keep rooting for the perv. It's impressive.
Trump ain't no perv, Stan.
And once again, I'm not interested in your response.
Not punish the American
So you
people.
think you can
A
just
no
talk
vote on
without
this
me
again means
responding?
soldiers and military families don't get paid.
You
A
hear
no
me,
vote
boy?
means that people in need are snapped and
Listen
whipped.
to
Stanley,
Massa,
you
boy.
think
I'm
you
No
can
talking.
vote.
take a
People that
president down
allow
that
us to come here and debate and work
Yeah.
Are
won't
you a
get paid.
fool?
I go down the list, of course. It's pretty simple. This is a vote
I'm
about
a
two
raccoon.
things. Opening the government of the United States, which you willfully tried to shut down.
Stanley, you don't want to talk about that, do you?
In this chamber, but some of your colleagues, using arcane Senate rules,
You think
did
you know it all, Stanley.
finally came to their senses. You ought to
But
pay
you don't
attention
know
to it.
shit.
They said enough is enough.
You don't know nothing,
Reopen the
Stanley.
government. I would urge my colleagues to do that.
And you're
today.
starting
I
to
hope
piss
it's done
me
in a
off.
bipartisan
This
way. With
moonshine
that, I
starting to
reserve
kick
the
in,
balance of my time.
and
Mr.
I'm going to
Speaker.
go ballistic on you,
Gentleman
Stanley.
reserves and members are reminded to direct their remarks only to the chair. The
You
gentlewoman
don't
from
want that, do you,
Connecticut is
bub?
recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentlewoman from Massachusetts, the distinguished
I'm
Democrat
sorry, did you
Whip
say
Phyllis
something?
Clark.
The
I
gentlewoman is
said
recognized.
you don't want to
Thank
talk about none of the stuff I just said, but you making me mad, and I'm going to go off on you, Stan.
Well, no, I'm not interested enough to talk about what you just said, whatever that was.
Well, shut
Do
up
your
and listen to me then, Stanley.
and
Let me make my point.
your worst. I want you to go ballistic. Please go ballistic. Don't bother talking. Just go ballistic. I'm waiting. I didn't think so.
Well, Stanley, I'm
Hey,
waiting
to
on.
go to JB, to go ballistic, you gotta have a fucking stable phone, motherfucker.
What do you
Your
got
phone,
on
your
Trump?
phone,
You ain't
your
got
phone.
nothing.
JB's phone won't even let him go ballistic. The phone lets you down. What do you have to say, 12 man?
Billionaires hung out with billionaires. Big deal.
I have no goddamn idea what you're talking about. What do billionaires have to do with this again?
Well, Epstein was a billionaire.
Okay, who
Trump
gives a
was
fuck?
a
Nobody
billionaire.
cares about any of that. We care about the perversion.
Like
Are you
what?
saying the billionaires were perverted?
No, I guess they could
Okay,
have
then what
been.
are you saying? I was talking about your pervert president. You want to talk about billionaires hanging out with
You have
billionaires.
some proof that he's a pervert?
Yes.
No one else has it. Let us know.
Well,
Justin.
her name would be E. Jean Carroll, the lady that won that, what is it, $50 million libel suit, or the $50 million I think it's $50 million civil suit, where he has been accused of found liable for SA. So yes, I have proof. SA is perverted, isn't it? Only perverts do stuff like that, right? I'm sorry, I didn't hear
I'm
you, 12
not
man.
even sure what that is, then.
Okay, well, 12 man, if you're not sure of what I'm talking about, then why don't we just listen to these congressmen talk? Because you're not up to speed, and I don't feel like talking about your pervert president.
God damn,
He's
Stan.
been convicted.
Provides
Get
a
on
$1
your
million
ass.
jackpot to 8 senators. It
You
fails
hear
to
me?
protect Congress's power of the purse.
Watch
I
how
Dude,
you
encourage
talk
of
about
course
my
I'm not
colleagues
going to
vote
let
no,
you.
and I
Dude,
have
I'm
the
not
honor of
interested in
yielding
what you
1
have to
minute
say.
to the gentleman
You
from
need
New
to
York,
listen,
our
boy.
distinguished Democratic leader,
No, I don't
Trying
need
to
to
Mr.
teach you
listen.
Hakeem
something.
Jeffries.
Obviously, I don't need
recognized.
to listen.
Thank you,
I'm
Mr.
trying
Speaker, and I
to
thank the
teach you
distinguished
something.
gentlelady, the top Democrat on the House
But what you
Appropriations
gonna
Committee for
do?
yielding
You can
and
shut
for her
up
steadfast
while
leadership
Who you
on behalf
the
of
talking to,
minority
Stan?
leader.
countless
I'm
hardworking
talking to you,
American
bitch.
taxpayers in the
Bitch,
great
don't
state
tell
of
me.
Connecticut and all across
Well, if
America.
I can't tell you,
Mr.
I'll
Speaker, I
just
rise
make
today
you,
in
you
strong
bastard.
opposition to this woefully inadequate spending bill that fails to decisively address the Republican health care crisis and fails to extend the Affordable Care Act tax credits for tens of millions of Americans.
Womp womp.
Mr. Speaker, before I say anything further, let me say to our men and women in uniform, to our active duty troops, to our hardworking federal employees, to our civil servants,
Stanley, you
to
a
our
pussy,
TSA
Stan.
agents, to our Capitol Police, to our staff here
Yeah, well
in the
then
House of Representatives, to
you're
our air
getting
traffic controllers.
manhandled by a
Thank
pussy
you for
then.
your service. Thank you for your
You a
sacrifice.
pussy.
Thank you
Your
for the work
pussy
that you
leaking.
do on behalf of the American
Bitch,
people each and every
I
day.
can bring you
And it's our
up to the
promise
panel. I can
to
drop
all
you
of
off
you
of the panel. So a
that we will
bitch,
continue
a
to work
pussy,
hard to make sure
is
that you
just
are treated
toying
with the
with you
dignity
back
and
and forth on
respect
this panel.
that you
Now,
deserve.
who's the pussy now?
In a year in which the Trump administration has
You?
gone after hardworking federal employees relentlessly, including firing more than
I bet you all
200,000
wet and shit
federal
right now, ain't
employees prior to the start of the Trump Republican shutdown. Republicans control the House, the
you? You
Senate,
don't
and the
never want to
presidency.
have a real conversation.
Donald Trump and Republicans made the decision to shut the government down. The longest shutdown in
You
American
said
history.
Hakeem
Would rather
Jeffries,
do that
motherfucker.
than provide health care that's affordable to working class
Stanley's a
Americans,
pussy. He
middle
don't
class
want to have
Americans,
no real
and
conversation.
hardworking American taxpayers.
He all wet
All across the
over
country,
there.
I'm certain
You
that
need
there
a
are people
tampon, Stanley.
in America asking the question, where do we go from here? House Democrats have a simple answer. We will continue to fight to lower the high cost of living. House Democrats will continue to fight to address the healthcare crisis that Republicans have created. And House Democrats will continue to fight to extend the Affordable Care Act tax credits for tens of millions of Americans. This fight is not over. We're just getting started. We'll fight today. We'll fight tomorrow. We'll fight this week. We'll fight next week. We'll fight this month. We'll fight next month. We'll fight until we win this battle for the American people. That's our commitment.
Yeah, right.
As House Democrats. And there's only two ways that this fight will end. Only two ways, Mr. Speaker, that this fight will end. Either Republicans finally decide to extend the Affordable Care Act tax credits this year, or the American people will throw Republicans out of their jobs next year and end the speakership of Donald J. Trump once and for all.
Stanley,
that's
you
how
got
this fight
dick
ends.
in your mouth, you don't want to talk.
Mr. Speaker, during this painful Trump Republican shutdown, what we've seen is two different philosophies in terms of how to govern for the American people. The Democratic Party philosophy is clear. We are ready, willing, and able to find bipartisan common ground anytime, any place, to enact spending agreements that actually make life better for the American people. But in order to do that, we need to have partners on the other side of the aisle who are actually willing to find a bipartisan path forward. But what we've seen from Republicans from the very beginning of this presidency is a my way or the highway approach. That's been the Republican philosophy. Jam your extremism down the throats of the American people. That's what we've seen from day one of this presidency. That's the reason why the government has been shut down
by Republicans and Donald Trump for the longest period of time in American history. What have we seen from Donald Trump and Republicans during this shutdown? A consistent unwillingness to actually find common ground in order to make life better for the American people. Donald Trump, during this shutdown, found the time to play golf week after week after week. Donald Trump found the time to pardon serial fraudsters like George Santos and Rudolph Giuliani. Donald Trump found the time to meet with the Chinese Communist Party. Donald Trump found the time to destroy the East Wing of the White House. Donald Trump found the time to extort $230 million from the Department of Justice so he could line his pockets. Donald Trump found the time to bail out Argentina with $40 billion. Donald Trump found the time to rip away SNAP benefits from 42 million Americans. Mr. Speaker, these extremists are not like us. They're not like us. They have zero interest in fighting hard to make life better for the American people. Their philosophy, my way or the highway, our response, get lost. We're going to continue to fight hard on behalf of the American people.
Yeah, right.
In the midst of a healthcare crisis and a cost of living crisis that is very real, despite what Donald Trump, the leader of the Republican Party, has to say. He claims there is no affordability crisis in the United States of America. But why would anyone believe anything that Donald Trump or Republicans have to say on this issue? Because throughout 2024, before the election, Republicans in the House and in the Senate and Donald Trump on the campaign trail spent all of their time saying that costs were going to go down on day one.
He's dumb.
But costs haven't gone down. Republicans haven't done a damn thing to lower the high cost of living. Costs haven't gone down in this country. Costs have gone up. Inflation is on the way up. Housing costs out of control. Grocery costs out of control. Electricity bills out of control. Healthcare costs skyrocketing out of control. And in the midst of this affordability crisis, seeing this, Democrats said, we've got to fight to make sure that we extend the Affordable Care Act tax credits so that tens of millions of people, working class folks, middle class folks, people in rural America, working class America, small town America, the heartland of America, black and brown communities all throughout America don't experience premium increases that in some cases will go up by $1,000 or $2,000 per year. In many cases, month after month after month, $1,000 or $2,000 per month, tens of thousands of dollars per year. Unacceptable in this country, the wealthiest country in the history of the world.
Sure it doesn't go
and this is in the midst of a Republican healthcare crisis. Republicans enacted the largest cut to Medicaid in American history, ripped health insurance away from 14 million Americans. As a result of Republican policies, hospitals, nursing homes, and community-based health centers are closing all across America, including in rural parts of this great country of ours. And now, because of Republican refusal to extend the Affordable Care Act tax credits, tens of millions of Americans are at risk of being unable to afford to go see a doctor when they need. In this country, the wealthiest country in the history of the world, it can't be the case that healthcare is simply a privilege for the wealthy, the well-off, and the well-connected. Mr. Speaker, that's the Republican perspective. We believe as Democrats that healthcare has to be a right, and a right that's affordable and available to every single American in the United States. That's what this fight is all about. And that's what the fight will continue to be about as we move forward. Many of my Republican colleagues have suggested that they want to deal with the healthcare affordability issue, that they want to address the Republican healthcare crisis that's devastating people all across this country. Well, we have an opportunity for you to do so. There's a discharge petition connected to legislation that House Democrats have introduced to extend the Affordable Care Act tax credits for 3 years, because we believe that working class Americans, middle class Americans, and everyday Americans deserve the same level of certainty that Republicans always provide to the wealthy, the well-off, and their well-connected donors. Working class Americans deserve that level of certainty. So join us in extending the Affordable Care Act tax credits. It's not too late. We're in the midst of open enrollment, but the tax credits expire on December 31st. And we will stay on this issue until we get this issue resolved for everyday Americans. Mr. Speaker, as I close,
You understand what he's saying,
I've had the
dummy
opportunity, as many of us do, to serve in the United States Congress with legendary figures, too numerous to mention. Legendary members, of course, Speaker Emerita,
Is that pea brain that you
Nancy
got?
Pelosi, Steny
Understand me,
Hoyer,
Stanley?
the great Jim Clyburn, Maxine Waters, Elijah Cummings, Charlie
Might go ahead and
Rangel,
start calling you Shawanda,
our own
Stanley.
Marcy Kaptur, the longest serving woman in the history of the United States House of Representatives. We've all had the opportunity to serve with legendary members, John Dingell, too numerous to mention. But one can't call that role without calling the name
John
of the
Dingell.
great John Lewis. I had the distinct honor of serving with John Lewis for several terms. Many of us here in the House of Representatives did. I'll never forget, on my first day in the Congress, I had the opportunity to meet John Lewis for the first time in person. And he called me over to see him on the House floor, and he just asked me a simple question. He said, "Are you the new guy?" And I said, "Yes, sir, Mr. Lewis, I am." And he said, "Well, we're colleagues now. You don't have to call me Mr. Lewis, you can call me John." I said, "Yes, sir, Mr. Lewis, I understand." And then he said to me, "You're from Brooklyn, right?" Now, Mr. Speaker, I got to be honest, I was tempted to say, Brooklyn is always in the house. But instead, since my mother raised me with some sense, Lenita Jeffries, I said, "Yes, sir, I'm from Brooklyn." And then he said something to me that I've never forgotten. He said, "Well, I hear some positive things about you from your predecessor, but Washington, D.C., young man, can be a rough place. So I don't want you to get into any trouble unless it's good trouble." And I just wanted to stop by on the House floor to make sure it was clear to the American people that the spirit of John Lewis lives amongst House Democrats, and we will continue to get into good trouble to make their life better. That's our commitment to every single American all across this country, from this day and for every day moving forward. And it was John Lewis who said to us that ours is not the struggle of one day, 1 week, or 1 year. Ours is the struggle of a lifetime, and maybe even many lifetimes. And each one of us in every generation must do our part. Mr. Lewis, we love you. We were blessed by our opportunity to serve with you, and House Democrats are here to do our part. We're in this fight until we win this fight for the American people. I yield back.
What you got to say about that, Stanley?
The gentleman yields.
He speaks English.
Members
better
are
than you.
reminded to refrain from engaging
What'd
in
you say,
personalities
fucker?
towards the president. The gentleman.
I'm sorry, what?
What did you say?
I said he speaks English better than you. That's what I
Why you
had
got
to
a
say.
problem with me, asshole?
I'm sorry, why, what?
Why you got a problem with me, asshole?
I don't have a problem with you.
Well, shut up and can keep on going. Be a good
Yeah,
boy.
I tell you what, that moonshine puts a whole lot of courage in you, but it doesn't improve that English.
Keep on going, asshole.
Yep.
Stanley,
I will do that.
piece of my
I will
mind.
do just that, you back asswards country fuck.
Mr. Speaker, we all know why we're here. House Democrats voted to shut the government down. It was 54 days ago when we had that vote, September 19th. And since that time, Senate Democrats have voted 14 times to close the government. Republicans voted a collective 15 times to open the government for the people, and the Democrats voted that many times to close it. And then they admitted, many of them, and we can name them here, but I'm not going to take the time. They admitted that they were using the American people as leverage in this political game. They knew that it would cause pain, and they did it anyway. The whole exercise was pointless. It was wrong, and it was cruel. In mere moments, I want you to watch the board. They're going to do it again. I'm going to guess for you that most of our Democrat colleagues are going to vote again to close the government, again to take food out of the mouths of families that need it, again to deny pay to federal employees, again to stall flights and cancel airlines and do all the rest that they've done. But we are not going to let them succeed in that gambit. And that's right.
You talking to me like I'm crazy or something.
While the Democrats keep voting to shut the government down, Republicans are going to vote to open it back up. And with that, we're going to get the American government running again and working for the people as they deserve. I'm going to close with this. You know, as Speaker, you have the ability to talk as long as you want, but I'm not going to do that tonight. We're not going to waste any more time of the people.
I'm just going
to say this. I think that everybody needs to remember this one simple thing. From the very beginning of this whole ordeal, on the Republican side, we operated in good faith. We offered a clean, nonpartisan CR. We were honest and transparent with the American people from the very beginning, and every single day of the shutdown, we went out and looked right into the camera with a press conference and told the American people the simple truth. We have done for the people what has been right and just and truthful. And in the end, that is what God honors always. Don't forget it. We need to get this government open as soon as possible, and I'm going to yield back the remainder of my time so we can do that. The American people demand it and deserve it. My friends, let's get this done. Thank you. I yield back.
What you think about that,
Let's get this done.
You making me mad, Stanley.
The gentleman yields.
Who gives a fuck?
The gentleman from Oklahoma has 3 minutes remaining and is recognized.
I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. All time for debate has expired. Pursuant to House Resolution 873, the previous question is ordered. The question is on the motion by the gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Cole. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chairs, the ayes have it. For what purpose does the gentleman from Connecticut stand?
Mr. Speaker, I request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote.
All right. Well, I assume they're voting on this bill, and it will need to be signed. It will be signed by the president if it passes, and it'll pass if it's a straight line party vote. So government should be open by Friday, I would think.
Didn't they just say that, Stanley? You don't listen.
I'm not exactly sure.
Shut up.
I'm not exactly sure why you're feeling mighty comfy.
Shut up.
Oh well, yeah, they're gonna vote no. See, Deacon Dave, the way this works is there are more Republicans than there are Democrats. In the House, you don't need a supermajority. So if every Democrat votes no and every Republican votes yes, it passes. And the reason that's a good thing is the work has already been done by the Senate. All they need to do is just vote the way, a party line vote is good enough. President signs it, and then we're golden. This is politics. This is politics, Deacon Dave. You don't understand it, but I do. That's why this show is here, to explain it all to you.
You don't know much. Shut up.
Dave, you can just type thank you. You don't have to come all the way up and say it personally.
Shit.
Who's home? I got the TVs all set up.
All right. So while this is happening, you know what? Let's listen to Big J's show from this morning. He had some interesting things to say. Staying on the Trump train is a foolish endeavor. He had some golden words for
golden.
Big J had some golden words for you Trump strumpets.
I am not here to debate with anyone. I have devoted all of my adult life to this subject. I only debate.
Their debate stance was no, Deacon Dave.
Greetings and salutations here.
Damn, and I can't read.
This setup's kind of weird with the vertical and the horizontal. So on my other channel, it's vertical. On this channel, it's traditional horizontal. So yeah, but let's get with it, right? Let me go ahead.
I don't know how to read.
Point. Staying on the Trump train. I think it's hopeless for a lot of you who still staying on the train. That's running out of tracks. That train that you were on, there's no more tracks to go. You know, the train tracks is warped. It's, very, it doesn't have the train tracks itself does not have let's say though, the bridge is down. Okay. And you got nowhere else to go. So why stay on a train where you know that the train where you know where you're not going, where it's going to fall off. But you are so hard-headed that you think you're right. See, and this makes y'all very, very dangerous as a people. Okay, you still supporting something, supporting a movement out of your feelings, not out of reality. And the thing is, a lot of you are fools. A lot of y'all are fools. Yes, I'm telling y'all, you are foolish. People told you. You was told this was going to happen. And now here you are, still trying to hit your wagon to this. Trumpism is nothing more than a bellicose movement based upon hating other people or being fed by fear. That's what this is really about. You cannot sit there and get on a panel, do a live stream and say, well, he's kept us out of wars. But then bombing boats off of Venezuela. You can't tell me he's, these trade deals. And then when somebody is making an argument about how some of the supporters of the president, how the supporters of the president makes racist arguments using I'm still kind of pissed off about the stabbing in North Carolina when this white girl, this young white woman was brutally attacked by a black man who is mentally ill. Who's mentally ill, and she was brutally attacked by this man, and then
wow, that's
Trump
really mean there,
attacked
Darko
the
Mansa.
judge because the judge was limit on how she was limiting her authority to do something with this black man, but they want to make a racist trope saying that, well, she is doing it because he was black. He got off because he was black. When all you got to do is read the case law and everything, and then one of you Trump supporters decide to attack me. Who's on here? Who's up in the chat room? Decide to attack me and try to use. Oh yeah, I forgot I had commenters over here. What's going on, George? Trying to use a story about their son rather than talk about the woman being attacked. The black judge, I should say. When in reality, she couldn't do what y'all want her to do because she was following the law. All you gotta do is read. All you have to do is research. See, every time somebody trying to bring up a fact, a lot of y'all want to do distractions. Y'all want to distract. I know, George. I know, George. They are not that bright. They're not. All you got to do is read. These are the same people. I remember one time. I remember about 6 years ago, George. I asked him, "Can y'all name 5 constitutional amendments without saying the First and Second Amendment?" They couldn't do it.
Hell, I'm not sure I could.
They could not say what amendment outside the First and Second Amendment of the Constitution, yet they want to tell you about the Constitution. You see, Trumpism and MAGA.
Hey, Dave, I have a question for you. Do you know who Mumia Obsidian Ali is? Is he the Manosphere? Is he Obsidian, the Manosphere dude?
Right. It's a anti-intellectualism. You know, anti-intellectualism feeds into MAGA. And when you tell people, right? When like you sit there, you tell people, no, why don't you look up the law up? Why don't you look up this case that says this, that, and third? And this whole this thing about, now I ain't no fan of the judge on this excuse me. I'm not a fan of the judge on the Supreme Court. What's her name? Jackson. I'm not a great fan of hers, right? Y'all, you know, the idea, what she was arguing about, saying, you know, oh, or black people are disabled. That's not what she was saying. They made it seem like what she was saying, that black people are disabled, therefore, though, they're talking about the Voting Rights Act, right? No, what she was talking about, what's her name, Brown? Yeah, I'm sorry, Brown. That's her name. I'm sorry, wrong name. I don't know why I call her Jackson, but
Hey,
Brown, right? What she was referring to.
Okay, Dave, then tomorrow night or tomorrow, I don't know, late afternoon or so, we'll watch. He's being interviewed by Jeff St. James. So we'll watch that tomorrow night. I don't know. You know what? I guess we could watch it tonight, but I don't really want to stay up too much longer. Would you rather watch it tonight, Dave, and then finish it up tomorrow, or all of it tomorrow? Up to you. I don't care either way, to be honest.
Was a 1991 law, the 1991 Civil Rights Act of 91. Yeah, it was called Civil Rights Act of 91. Was it 90 or 91? I forgot what it was called, but it was Civil Rights Act of when George Bush was president, where what he did, what Congress did, was that they added disabled and handicapped in the firm to the Civil Rights Act, so that people who are handicapped and the disabled or the elderly or the sick who can't, they need ramps, they need, you know, access to certain buildings, that's the Civil Rights Act. So they use the Civil Rights Act of 64, 65 laws and the 68 law that added to it. But that's what she was saying. But idiots, see, I'm saying something. MAGA got to be the most misinformed people on the planet. Oh yeah, collegiate. Oh, okay. Thank you. You know. So yeah. So yeah. And that's the point, you know. And people still talk about, I'm on the Trump train. And they sitting there after all what's happened in the last 6 months. I'm going back to when we bombed Iran, right? How you going to bomb Iran, but yet at the same time you saying, well, he getting us out of wars? That's starting a war. Now, Iran might not do anything in the next 15 years, right? But trust and believe, Iran will attack the United States based off of what we did back in April and March. No, I mean, back in when was that? June. Sorry, June. Because see, America always have a short memory. We think, oh, they're not going to do anything. Oh, yes, they will. And how we and how America conceptualize things. We always want to. We think though it's gonna be over because we said it's over. No, it's not over until it's actually over with. You know, it's over till it's actually over. It's not over because we said it's over with. The Israel Hamas thing started long before the Israel Hamas. You see somebody in the chat room say, "Well, it started on the Biden." You are so. See, that's why I don't watch American news. I watch international news. If y'all had actually understood what's going on, you wouldn't be saying that. You wouldn't be saying that at all. Because Hamas was created and financed by
Bring you back over here. So basically, the count is 216 to 207. So that's pretty much it. Trump needs to sign it, and that'll be that.
Nobody wanted to bring up the fact that, where some of the money's coming from. But because some of y'all are wicked and y'all try to use Christianity, this evangelical Christianity.
He's calling Trump voters wicked. Oh, some of them.
That's why I have
funny.
a huge disdain.
That's pretty bold.
How y'all twist Christianity, and because y'all want the quote unquote end times argument. And all that, right? I'm gonna say something to somebody in the chat room. If you think this is about the Democrats, you think this is a pro-Democrat channel, you got another thing coming. Get out of here with that. See the problem with you is you own this Democrat, Republican, woo. I'm talking about Trumpism, because Trumpism transcends political party. So I don't know why you want to think this is a left-right paradigm, a left-right conservative, liberal, Democrat, Republican crap. See, this tells me you're politically ignorant.
Yeah, I didn't get to listen to this live this morning, but the bottom line is that Trump is basically a cult, and I'm not even exaggerating. I think once Trump is gone, the whole thing deflates. I don't think that I still think Rubio is going to be the nominee, but that may change. Whoop.
The motion is adopted.
All right, so it's official, folks.
Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
Reconsider? Why would they do that? So anyway, this will hopefully be on Trump desk tomorrow.
To geopolitical, to the geopolitical shit, right?
So we'll just listen to the rest of Big J, or at least the major portion of it.
Jordan. I don't know why somebody gonna sit there and say, "Oh, the Democrats."
As a matter of fact, I'll wrap it up in 9 minutes.
Don't come here with that. Use some critical thinking for once. You got people around here who don't use no critical thinking at all. I'm talking about Trumpism. I'm talking about MAGA. MAGA as a concept. MAGA as a MAGA as a movement and as a concept, and why people are so stupid and still trying to support something that, you know, he's great at winning. What are we winning? Tell me the truth. And this whole thing about 50-year mortgage. You got somebody. I'm gonna sit here and cook and roast a fat parrot, right? I gotta roast a fat parrot. How can you make a live stream about 50-year mortgages, about how people, how Trump's 50-year mortgage is a good idea, and then you blame the people for not paying for housing when you live under a woman? When you went to house living under a woman, living off of women, but yet you want to chastise people for not paying down their houses in 30 years. I'm really getting tired of you people who don't know shit, but yet talking. Yet you never experienced paying a mortgage. You never paid a mortgage in your life. The only one who paying a mortgage was the woman you lived off of, and you never even married these women. I'm talking directly to the fat parrot, the pregnant parrot. How the hell can you talk about mortgages when you never even have one? When a woman paid, you living off of a disabled woman because she was lonely. Get the fuck out of here. You lockjaw ass nigga. You know, instead of you talking, if you want to win, nigga, fix that teeth, fix that front tooth of your mouth, nigga. Fix your fucking grill. And stop trying to follow Ringo and them, motherfucker. But anyway, where was I at? Right? Where was I at? Because I can't stand dumb niggas. I can't stand dumb ass niggas. Y'all say some stupid shit, and then looking at y'all, what you're saying does not match your fucking life. Trying to do what Anton Daniels do, dumb nigga. Anyway. George, and that's also you got people on here acting like y'all act like you got people on here acting like Donald Trump is their daddy. You got people around here acting like Donald Trump is their daddy, and I'm sitting there, I'm watching them, and I'm shaking my head like, who? You know, I'm sitting there like, oh, who in the hell? Have y'all lost your mind? Because I'll find it for you. I'm like this. Listen, you lost your damn mind. And it's time for you to find it. You act like this man is your daddy over here. You know? See, I don't fuck with no Trump supporter. You know, like I see how some people talk about, well, Big J, you was fucking with this quote unquote transformer, right? How? When that person is a Trump supporter. First of all, let's get real.
Kate. You know,
about this.
It's funny you should mention
because we know, because I know some bitch ass niggas.
There's a company, I think it's called Texas Capes. Years ago, I was in New Orleans, and we were down on the Riverwalk, my girlfriend and I, and there was a cape. Well, let's see, what was it called? It was damn it, it was a company. Now I can't remember the damn name of it. But it was like a wool, like a clothing company that made stuff out of wool, like coats and that sort of thing. And they had wool capes. And I thought seriously, I'm like, no, I better not do it because I'll look weird wearing it. And it'll be so strange that I'll never wear it. And I mean, this is like $400 for a fucking cape. But so mohair cape, I literally thought about it because I think they're cool. But I've had opportunities to buy capes a couple times, but both times I thought, I think I was drunk when I was like, you know what? I'm drunk enough. I'm just gonna drop $400 on a fucking wool cape. And at the time I was living in Savannah, that would just be crazy. It never gets cold enough to wear a damn cape. But anyway, you reminded me of that. I was almost crazy enough to buy a cape once when I was
On
young.
NT's channel trying to bring that shit up. First of all, nigga, I don't give a fuck. Second of all, I'm not fazed by that. You might want to try a new argument. But at the same time, this is how stupid this shit is. If you know I'm anti-Trump to the point that if you fuck with Trump, I really don't fuck with you. So why would I talk to anybody, male or female, who's still on this Trump train? Because at this point, something wrong with your ass. And this ain't about what about Kamala? You don't see me being hoorah over Kamala. You don't see me be hoorah over Biden. So I don't want to hear that bullshit. We're talking about you and your fascination trying to hold on to somebody, hold on to a movement that's been making some half-ass devilish bullshit. And y'all can't sit there and understand the point. Y'all completely ignore what the fuck going on. Tired of that old bullshit. Just making excuses. But I'm glad that MAGA does exist. I'm tell you why I'm glad. I was going to do a video on this, but I'm not sure I'm going to do a video on it because I'm waiting to. I got an interview I'm trying to do, but I gotta say this straight up, right? I gotta say this straight up. I'm glad that some people are getting a wake-up call. I'm glad that ever since the death of Charlie Kirk, this is one thing I gotta say. And no, don't come on here talking about I want somebody dead. That's not what I'm saying. Before somebody open their fucking mouth and say, oh, yo, you wish death on somebody. No, I'm not. But I say this: the only silver lining in this, right? It actually exposed who these people really are. Ever since Charlie Kirk's demise, right? His heinous death. It actually brought out who these people really are within the conservative movement, within MAGA itself. Black people were to blame for what a transgendered white person had done, or somebody who was in love with a transgender person was doing. So black people was attacked by that. And we need to start talking about this too, though. the caste system. See, all these Indians and Pakistanians who supposed to be American citizens, right? Dinesh D'Souza, Ramaswamy, right? Notice, even Nikki Haley. Notice about them, right? Y'all, they come from a culture that honors a caste society, a caste system, where the darker you are, the more cursed you are. The lighter you are, the more blessed you are, right? They thought they can make fun of black men. I'm talking about Ramaswamy and Vishy, Ramaswamy and what's his name? Dinesh, right? Ramaswamy and Dinesh make a living making fun of African Americans, making fun of black people. Now since black conservatives have been all but destroyed, because Branham Tatum is taking L's right and left. Candace Owens is being sued. So some of you black conservatives are getting punked on and slam dunked for not being American enough. Now these Indians who had a history of attacking African Americans now can show up on these Turning Point USA panels and events, and they getting questioned about their not being American. You see, that caste system, See, all these people have a caste system mindset. They thought, okay, let me be the model minority. Wait, oh, I'm sorry. I'm looking at the chat room. I have a theory. You know that remote control heart monitor that Trump is wearing for his heart? I think that. See, listen. I'm not gonna go there. I'm gonna leave that alone. I you know what, May? I'm gonna leave that alone. I ain't gonna go there. I'm not gonna go there because because I already said some things that are risky enough. I said some things already that's risky enough. I'm not gonna go into that. I would if you was here earlier, but I said too many things that was risky as it is. But let me go ahead and say this like this, right? I'm really getting really fed up. May. You might be on to something, May. You might be on to something, but I'm not gonna bring it. I'll bring them on a later date, because that could be possible. That could be possible. I'm not gonna go there with that on this live stream. But people around here are stupid. I'm really getting tired of people being stupid and not thinking for once. I don't know if they got him doing wild things. I think he's doing this on his own. All right. I think he's doing this on his own. Because of, well, I think half of it he's doing this on his own. I think half of the stuff he's doing is on his own, yeah. But I don't want to hear nobody talk to me about Trump. Now I'm still waiting for Kelly Ray to come to me and talk about what does her son got to do with the black woman and who let the the racist attack on the black woman, the black female judge who quote unquote let this black man, this insane black man go who stabbed this Ukrainian girl. What does your son got to do with this black one being attacked?
All right.
See,
Let's see, where are we? Well, folks, this is the audience has dwindled and it is my dinner time. So we will wrap this up. Tomorrow I should be around 1:30, somewhere in there. And hopefully we'll be able to watch Obsidian's interview. So everyone, please have a good night. Everyone hit the like button on your way out. If you are new, please consider subscribing. And we will catch everyone tomorrow. One thing that I noticed about today's show, people hung in there. Like the average viewing rate was like 25 minutes, which is extremely high. So I don't think I did anything particularly interesting. I think what it was is Man of Tomorrow, the president, held a lot of people's attention. So I enjoyed having him here. And hopefully he'll kind of become a regular, hanging out, talking politics and culture. Hey, Dirty. Unfortunately, I'm on my way out. So everybody, I will see everybody tomorrow. And it is getting towards the weekend. A lot of interesting things happened today as far as the shutdown. Hopefully Trump signs it tomorrow. And the Epstein eruption, we will definitely talk about that tomorrow. So everyone, have a good night. I enjoyed it, and let me go finish up dinner here. Oh, that's cool. It's always good having you here, Dirty. I will see everybody tomorrow.